My name is Qiao. Tonight, I attended a banquet at the Dijue Hotel in Yun City with my fiancée, Suze. Even though my family is no longer influential, I still have some status as Suze's fiancée. I drank a little too much, so I stepped out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. When I felt better, I returned to the hall but couldn't find Suze or my sister, Anxin, who had come with us. I called Suze's phone, but he didn't answer. I tried calling Anxin too, but there was no response. I suddenly remembered how close they were when Suze came to pick me up earlier. They were sitting together on the couch, looking very intimate. My heart sank at the memory. I asked a waiter if he had seen my fiancée, showing him Suze's photo. The waiter glanced at it, then looked at me with a strange, almost sympathetic expression and pointed me towards the garden. I followed his directions and found them by the pool, hidden under a tree. I saw Suze and Anxin holding each other closely. She called him Brother Zay in a sweet, flirty voice and clung to him like she didn't want to let go. Suze looked around nervously and tried to push her away, but she just held on tighter. As I hid behind a corner, I overheard their conversation. Anxin was telling him she had a surprise, and then she dropped the bomb. She was pregnant. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. My mind went blank. Suze was shocked, asking when this happened, and Anxin explained it was a month ago when I was away on a filming job. She casually mentioned that it happened on Suze's window seat, the very spot where I used to love reading. I felt sick to my stomach. They kept talking, but I couldn't hear a word. My world had shattered. After a while, Suze said they needed to get back before I got suspicious. I watched them walk away, feeling utterly betrayed and heartbroken. I watched in shock as Suze and Anxin finished their intimate moment and started walking back towards the hall. My heart felt like it had been ripped apart. As they got closer, Suze had his arm around Anxin's waist, and I panicked. I turned around and ran away. I was dizzy and felt lost, maybe because of all the alcohol. As I ran, a group of tall men in black suits walked towards me. I accidentally bumped into one of them. Before I could apologize, he grabbed me and said, "This is her. We found her. Take her away." I was confused. Were they talking about me? They must have made a mistake. I tried to resist, but I felt weak, and my vision started to blur until everything went dark. Upstairs, on the executive suite floor, the elevator doors opened. A group of bodyguards and hotel staff escorted a strikingly handsome man out. He was tall, at least 186 meters, with a perfect build that rivaled top models. His sharp features and elegant presence were impossible to ignore. Dressed in a custom, tailored suit with platinum buttons that sparkled under the chandelier light, he walked gracefully to a room. The bodyguards quickly unlocked the door for him. He stepped inside, loosened his tie, and tossed it carelessly into the wardrobe. But just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly felt an unusual heat in his body. Then, with a click, the door was locked from the outside. Confused, he walked back to the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. His expression darkened just as his phone rang. It was Yin Shaoqing. As soon as he answered, a playful voice greeted him. "Second brother, since you just returned, we prepared a special gift for you. Did you see it? Do you like it?" Annoyed, he replied in a cold, deep voice, "Stop messing around. Open the door." "We can't do that. We made a bet tonight, and if you come out now, I'll lose everything, even my underwear." Another mocking voice chimed in. "Second brother, I bet you'd resist, so don't disappoint me." The call abruptly ended, and when he tried to call back, their phones were off. Mo Yesi stood by the bathroom, his expression stormy. He could hear the sound of running water. Someone was inside. He pressed his lips into a cold, hard line and, after a moment, pushed the door open, pausing when he saw what was inside. The smoke cleared, and I could finally see what was in front of me. There was a woman sitting in the bathroom. She was stunningly beautiful, with delicate features, soft cherry-colored lips, and eyes that sparkled like stars. Even someone like Mo Yesi, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was momentarily taken aback by her looks. So, this was the gift that Yin Shaoqing and the others had sent him? She was indeed gorgeous, but Mo Yesi wasn't interested in any woman. no matter how beautiful. He stood there watching her for a moment, a cold smile on his lips. He then spoke harshly, "Get out of here. You have 1 minute to leave my room." Hearing his voice, the woman slowly lifted her head. She looked at him for a moment with her brows slightly furrowed, and then suddenly reached out. Before Imo Yesi could react, she grabbed the hem of his pants. His whole body stiffened, expecting to feel disgusted or itchy, as he usually did around women due to his gynophobia. But surprisingly, the reaction he feared didn't come. Imo Yesi had always been unable to tolerate any woman close to him, except for his family. But this time, his body didn't reject her touch at all. He looked down at her, stunned, his usually calm eyes filled with shock. Before he could fully understand what was happening, the girl stood up, wrapped her slender arms around his neck, and pulled herself up to kiss his cool lips. She looked up at him with her wet, pleading eyes and said softly, "Help me." The next morning, I woke up alone in the big bed, but I could hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. I sat up, clutching the blanket, feeling blank for a few seconds before the memories of last night came flooding back. My face turned pale as I recalled everything that happened. I could hear the water stop, but I didn't want to think about it anymore. Ignoring the discomfort in my body, I quickly jumped out of bed, picked up my clothes, got dressed, and quietly left the room. Not long after I left, I heard the bathroom door open with a click. Imo Yesi walked out, wrapped in a towel. His broad shoulders, muscular chest, narrow waist, and long legs were impressive. His wet, messy hair gave him a slightly rebellious look. He glanced around the room, noticing that the messy bed was now empty. He seemed surprised and walked over to the bed, his expression darkening. He picked up his phone and called Lu Rao. A lazy voice answered, "Imo Yesi, what's going on? It's rare for you to call me first." Ignoring the teasing, Imo Yesi said, "Last night, there was a woman in my room." There was a brief silence. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Rao choked on the other end. "What did you just say?" "Imo Yesi, do you mean what I think you mean? Did you with her?" "Yes." Another fit of coughing followed, as if Lu Rao couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Wow. Weren't you the one who hated women touching you? I remember when a woman accidentally brushed against you. You went and washed your hands 10 times. "Yes," Imo Yesi replied. But last night, with this woman, he didn't feel any disgust. In fact, he liked the faint scent she had and found himself wanting to be near her. He called Lu Rao because he couldn't understand what was happening to him. "Are you telling me your problem just disappeared overnight?" "I don't know," Imo Yesi said, frowning slightly. "She's different from other women. My body doesn't reject her. I actually like having her close." This was something that had never happened before. And Imo Yesi added, looking at the messy bed, "I slept 6 hours last night without waking up and didn't have any nightmares." Lu Rao was shocked. "What's going on?" Imo Yesi rubbed his temples, his voice a bit hoarse. "If I knew, I wouldn't be calling you. I'm starting to think it has something to do with her. The woman who you well, you know?" Lu Rao quickly got serious and said, "If you want to find out if it's because of her, it's simple. Just meet her again." "I'm not kidding, Imo Yesi. If it really is because of her, then she might just be your savior." "Savior?" I dragged my tired body out of the hotel. As soon as I stepped outside, I got a call from Qiao Anxin. "Sis," her voice was soft and gentle on the other end. "Can we talk?" I clenched my phone tightly, took a deep breath, and replied coldly, "I have nothing to say to you." "Really?" Qiao Anxin laughed softly. "What if it's about Xiaoqin? Don't you want to talk about that?" "Xiaoqin?" My expression changed immediately, and I gritted my teeth. "Qiao Anxin, what do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, she just laughed. "I'm at the Manhwa Hotel. Meet me there." When I arrived at the restaurant, Qiao Anxin was already sitting in a private room, waiting. She was dressed in a form-fitting black dress, her makeup perfect, and a faint scent of perfume lingered around her. She smiled as I walked in. "You're here, sis. Sit down." I stood by the table, glaring at her coldly. She didn't seem to mind. Calm and composed, she took out a check from her bag and placed it on the table. "There's 10 million yuan here," she said with a smug look. I'm sure it's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. She glanced at me with a superior attitude. I know Qiao Qin's illness costs a lot of money, and all you can do now is work as an extra on film sets. It's hard, isn't it? With this money, you and Xiao Chan can live a little easier. I looked at the check without any expression. Sis, let's be honest and not beat around the bush. Qiao Anxin continued, touching her stomach. You must have heard everything last night. I'm pregnant with Brother Zay's child, and I plan to keep it. But before that, you need to break off your engagement with Brother Zay. Otherwise, our child won't be born into a proper family. You know Brother Zay is about to take over the Su family business, and he can't afford any mistakes now. So, I want you to go to the Su family and end the engagement yourself. Listening to her shameless words, I didn't feel particularly angry anymore. Maybe it's because I'd already exhausted all my emotions last night. Now, all I felt was bitter amusement. I sneered, Qiao Anxin. Does Suze know what you're doing? Last night, when she told him she was pregnant, Suze didn't look happy. This baby was clearly an accident for him. Since he's about to take over the Su family, he wouldn't publicly acknowledge his relationship with Qiao Anxin. This affair was messy and could damage his reputation. Clearly, he didn't know she had come to me. Qiao Anxin's face immediately changed, a flash of anger showing. Qiao Mianmian, just give up. Brother Zay loves me, not you. He stopped loving you a long time ago. If it wasn't for the marriage agreement between our families, do you think he would have chosen you? Qiao Mianmian, what's the point of clinging to a man who doesn't love you? I listened to Qiao Anxin's shameless words, but instead of getting angry, I felt calm. What happens between Suze and me is none of your business. You're just a third party, I said coldly. Qiao Anxin's face turned dark, and she bit her lip. So, you won't break off the engagement? I sneered. If you called me here just for this, I'm not interested. I turned to leave. Stop, she shouted, grabbing my arm. Qiao Mianmian, how much do you want to leave Brother Zay? 1 million isn't enough? How about 1.5 million? Don't be greedy. This is more than enough. Slap. I couldn't take it anymore and slapped her hard across the face. A bright red handprint appeared on her pretty little face, and she looked stunned. Holding her cheek in disbelief, she raised her hand as if to slap me back, but stopped when she saw someone familiar near the door. Her expression changed immediately, and she stumbled back, looking terrified. Before I could understand what was happening, Qiao Anxin started acting like she was scared of me. She cried out with a pale face, Sister, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, but I really love Brother Zay. Please forgive me and don't hurt my baby. Just as she was about to fall, the door burst open. Suze rushed in, quickly grabbing Qiao Anxin and holding her close. Anxin, are you okay? Qiao Anxin leaned weakly against him, tears streaming down her face. Brother Zay, I was so scared. Our baby almost. She sobbed, trembling in his arms, and Suze's eyes were filled with concern. He looked at me, his expression dark and full of disappointment. Qiao Mianmian, Anxin is only a month pregnant, and it's a very fragile time. Do you realize what could have happened if she fell? I thought you were kind and gentle, but how could you be so cruel? Cruel? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I stared at the man I had loved for so many years. He looked like a noble gentleman, handsome and dressed in white. This face that I had adored now seemed so unfamiliar. I was his fiancée. We'd known each other for 10 years, but he immediately chose to believe Qiao Anxin over me. To him, I was nothing but a vicious woman. Watching him protectively hold Qiao Anxin while glaring at me with blame in his eyes, my heart turned cold. I felt nothing but mockery and disappointment. Suze, have you forgotten who your fiancé is? Have you forgotten who you're holding in your arms? Suze hesitated, meeting my sad, mocking gaze. For a moment, he looked guilty, but he still held Qiao Anxin tightly. I'm sorry, Mianmian. Anxin is carrying my child, and I have to take responsibility for her. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It felt like a joke. You have to take responsibility for her? What about me, Suze? What am I to you? Suze tightened his hold on Qiao Anxin, who was trembling in his arms, looking pale and scared. She clung to him and called him sweetly Brother Zay. He stroked her head gently, then looked at me. After a long silence, he finally said in a hoarse voice, Mian Mian, I'm sorry. The one I love is Anxin. I can't lie to myself or you anymore. Hearing him say sorry over and over, my heart went completely cold. I just wanted to laugh because everything felt like a bad joke. He was the one who promised to be with me forever, the one who insisted on honoring our engagement and said he would love me and only me. Now, he was telling me he loved Qiao Anxin. I let out a bitter laugh. You loved Qiao Anxin? He avoided my eyes, filled with guilt, and quietly replied, yes. Qiao Anxin, still in his arms, turned to give me a victorious smile. She mouthed the words, sister, I won again. Looking at them together, all my disappointment and sadness faded away. I nodded and said, fine, Suze. I stared at the familiar yet now completely strange face before me and said coldly, as you wish, we'll break off the engagement. Suze's head snapped up. Mian Mian, shut up. I cut him off, my voice icy. Suze, from this moment on, we go our separate ways. The next time we see each other, we'll be strangers. Seeing his shocked face, I turned and walked away without looking back, my steps firm and determined. I heard him call my name, but then I heard Qiao Anxin's voice behind me, whining, Brother Zhe, my stomach hurts. Suze immediately rushed back to her, his focus entirely on her. He looked panicked. Anxin, what's wrong? She clutched her stomach, looking in pain. It hurts. Is something wrong with our baby? Suze's attention was completely on her now. It's okay. Don't worry. Our baby will be fine. I'll take you to the hospital right away. I reached the door, paused for a second, but then pushed it open and left without looking back. Standing outside the restaurant, I felt lost as I watched the busy street. Just a week ago, Suze had taken me to his family, and they were talking about our wedding. Who could have predicted we'd break up so quickly? My childhood sweetheart had betrayed me, with my half-sister no less. My life felt like a bad drama. I had never thought Suze would be the one to leave me for Qiao Anxin. But reality hit me hard, showing me how naive I'd been. My phone suddenly rang. It was the hospital calling. I picked up right away. Hecko? Before I could say anything else, my face turned pale as the news hit me like a punch. I rushed out of the taxi and ran towards the hospital. I was so anxious that I nearly fell on the stairs. As I hurried inside, a driver sitting in a black Rolls-Royce nearby watched me. He picked up his phone and made a call. Mr. Mo, the driver said respectfully. What is it? A deep, cool voice answered on the other end, calm like a low cello note. I've been following the lady as you instructed. She went straight to the hospital, looking very worried. Should I inform someone here? Normally, the driver wouldn't interfere, but it was the first time his boss, Mr. Mo, had asked him to follow someone, especially a woman. She was the same woman who had left Mr. Mo's room that morning, which meant she was special to him. Before this, there hadn't been any women around Mr. Mo at all. After a pause, Mr. Mo replied, Go and check on her. Yes, Mr. Mo. At the hospital, I reached the emergency room just as my brother Qiao-chan was still being treated inside. I waited anxiously for over an hour until the doors finally opened. Doctors began walking out, and I hurried to the first one I saw, grabbing his arm. Doctor, how's my brother? The doctor took off his mask and said, his condition is stable for now. He's not in immediate danger. Tears of relief streamed down my face. So, he's safe now? Yes. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. I cried, tears falling down my pale cheeks as I felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Huang International, Mo Yesi's assistant, Wei Zheng, placed a file on the desk. Mr. Mo, this is the information on the lady who was in your room last night. Mo Yesi sat at his black desk, wearing a black shirt with the sleeves and collar unbuttoned. He looked effortlessly elegant, with his shirt revealing his collarbone and a hint of his toned chest. His handsome face, with its sharp features and intense eyes, was captivating. Even the length of his thick, curled lashes was something most women could only dream of achieving. Wei Zheng glanced at his boss and couldn't help but be in awe of his striking looks. Even as a man, he was occasionally stunned by Mr. Mo's beauty. After reading the report, Mo Yesi looked up, his face calm and cold. At that moment, the door opened, and another man walked in, saying, "Second brother, you were looking for me." A man walked into the office, wearing a pink shirt with trendy dreadlocks and shiny black diamond earrings in both ears. He looked nervous and uneasy, like a schoolboy waiting to be scolded. Stopping a few steps from Mo Yesi, he hung his head, wringing his hands. "Second brother, I messed up. I was stupid last night. You can punish me however you want, but please don't send me back to the old man," he pleaded. Mo Yesi looked up, his face cold and mocking. "Yin-san, you've got guts. After what you did last night, a scolding would be too easy. You deserve worse. Second brother, I know I was wrong." Yin Shaoqing's face turned pale. He threw himself on the ground, hugging Mo Yesi's leg, crying, "Please forgive me this time. I swear I won't do it again. Besides, nothing happened last night." Mo Yesi kicked him off in disgust. "Yin-san, you better tell me everything that happened last night, or you won't be walking out of here." Terrified, Yin Shaoqing spilled everything, sobbing the whole time. After confessing, he looked up pitifully. "Second brother, please forgive me. The girl we arranged got into a car accident. I promise I won't do anything like this again." Mo Yesi's expression suddenly changed. "She was in a car accident?" Yes. Yin Shaoqing quickly confirmed, panicking. "She's still in the hospital." Mo Yesi kept his calm facade, but inside, he was shaken. Yin Shaoqing wouldn't dare lie about this. If the woman they arranged was in a car accident, who was the one who spent the night with him in his room? Mo Yesi's frown deepened. Yin Shaoqing, sensing danger, started crying again. "Second brother, I've told you everything. I swear it's all true." Mo Yesi stared at him for a moment, then kicked him again. "Get lost." Feeling like he'd narrowly escaped death, Yin Shaoqing scrambled to his feet and ran out of the office. Wei Zheng, the assistant, was left speechless, amazed at how Yin Shaoqing had dared to mess with Mo Yesi in the first place. But from what he gathered, the woman who had been with Mo Yesi wasn't the one they'd planned. Someone else had been in his room. Mo Yesi's voice broke his thoughts. "Find out everything about the woman who was in my room last night." "Yes, Mr. Mo." Back at the hospital, my brother Qiao Chun woke up. I held his hand tightly, looking at his pale, tired face. "Chin, how do you feel? Do you want me to call the doctor?" Xiao Chen's voice was raspy and weak. "You don't have to worry about me." But how could I not worry? Xiao Chen is my only family. Everything was fine until his third year of high school. During a sports event, he suddenly collapsed while running. That's when we found out he had a congenital heart disease. It's dangerous and can be life-threatening whenever it flares up. Today, he had fainted and almost didn't make it. Seeing my concern, Xiao Chen tried to comfort me with a faint smile. He patted my hand gently. "I'm really okay. See? I'm still here. Chin, you." My eyes filled with tears, but before I could say anything, the door opened, and a group of doctors and nurses walked in. Leading them was the hospital's deputy director. I recognized him immediately. I frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" "Miss Qiao, we're here to transfer Mr. Qiao to a new room," the deputy director said politely, even respectfully. My heart sank. "Transfer? Where to?" I thought maybe the Qiao family found out I had broken up with Su Zhe. My father never wanted to spend money on Xiao Chen's treatment, thinking it was a waste since his condition was incurable. He only let Xiao Chen stay because of my engagement with Su Zhe. Now that the engagement was over, they probably didn't care anymore. But then, the deputy director surprised me. "Mr. Qiao has been inconvenienced here. We're moving him to a VIP room and will assign the best medical team to his care." He immediately ordered the staff, "Move Mr. Qiao to the VIP room." I couldn't believe it. I stared at the deputy director, stunned. Xiao Chen looked just as confused. "Sis, what's going on?" "I don't know," I replied, just as lost. The VIP room was far better than the regular one. It was more like a suite with a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and the window view was of a beautiful green landscape. The air smelled fresh, like flowers, instead of the usual hospital disinfectant. The deputy director asked, Miss Qiao, Mr. Qiao, are you satisfied with this room? Yes, it's perfect. Thank you, I replied, still in shock. He looked relieved. Great. We won't disturb you. If you need anything, just press the service bell, and someone will come right away. After the vice president left with a group of doctors and nurses, Qiao looked around and was surprised. Sister, why did they move me to such a good ward? Was it arranged by my brother-in-law? Qiao doesn't know yet that Xiao Mianmian and Su Zhe have broken up. Not him. Xiao Mianmian frowned in confusion, unable to figure out the situation. Su Zhe had already broken up with her, so there was no way he could still be so kind. Father Qiao is even more impossible. This VIP ward looks very high, and living here without doing anything for a day will cost a lot of money. No one in the Qiao family can afford this kind of money. Who is that? Who is so kind as to help their siblings for no reason? Xiao Mianmian was puzzled. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Mianmian walked over and opened the door. A young nurse stood outside. When he saw her, he smiled and said, Miss Qiao, our dean would like to talk to you about your brother's condition. Please come with me. Xiao Mianmian was startled. With surprise in her eyes, the dean is looking for me? Yes, dean's office. The little nurse led her outside, stretched out her hand and knocked gently on the door. The office door was not completely closed, it was ajar. A nice voice came from inside, and it was also very young. Come in. Xiao Mianmian was a little startled when she suddenly heard such a young voice. She reached out and gently pushed open the door. When I walked in, I saw a rather young man sitting in front of the desk. I estimated he was about 25 years old. He had a handsome and gentle appearance. He had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked like a noble gentleman. This is Dean. Xiao Mianmian's eyes showed undisguised surprise and surprise. Is the dean so young? She thought she was at least 60 years old. Hecko, Miss Qiao, please sit down. When Xiao Mianmian looked at Lu Rao with surprise, Lu Rao also raised his head and looked at her with interest. Is this the little girl who had a romantic relationship with Mo Yesi? Apart from anything else, this face is pretty good looking. Even if she looks like she has noodles and clear soup, she can't hide her original beauty. She looked like a little girl in her early 20s, with delicate facial features and shiny white skin. Even he, who had seen many beauties, found them quite stunning. After looking at you for a while, he said with a smile, Miss Qiao, don't be restrained. We are all young people. Just treat it as a normal friend. When he smiled, Xiao Mianmian suddenly felt a little more relaxed. She nodded and sat down with a smile. Dean, I heard that you came to me to discuss my brother's condition. Xiao Mianmian didn't mince words and asked directly, has there been any change in Qinchin's condition? Lu Rao picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. There is a little change. Xiao Mianmian immediately became nervous. I don't know. For your brother's disease, the earlier the surgery, the better the effect. Because with this attack, he has actually missed the best period for surgery. Xiao Mianmian's face suddenly changed, and her voice was almost trembling. What does it mean to miss the best period for surgery? Does it mean that I can't have surgery in the future? It's not that the surgery can't be performed. It's that the postoperative results are not that good. Miss Qiao, your brother's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. I know. Xiao Mianmian clenched her fists. I will find a way to get him to have surgery as soon as possible. But you just said that if he has surgery now, the postoperative effect will not be very good. Then it depends on who will perform the surgery on him. Lu Rao pretended to mention it casually. I know a person who is very good at doing this kind of surgery. If you can get him to come forward, your brother's cure rate can be as high as 100%. 90. But the cure rate is as high as 90%? Xiao Mianmian's sinking heart was suddenly filled with hope. She immediately asked, but what? Dean, is this person you know a doctor in this hospital? No, Lu Rao shook his head. He is a businessman and has not practiced medicine for many years. That's why I said he may not be able to help. The glimmer of hope that had just been ignited in my heart began to fall again. Have you not practiced medicine for many years? Will he still perform surgery on Xiaoqin? But even if there was only 1% hope, she could not give up. Xiaoqin is the only relative she cares about in this world. No matter what method she uses, she will fight for him. Dean, can you give me that person's contact information? After thinking for a moment, Qiao Mianmian looked at Lu Rao with a request in her eyes, and a bit of anxiety and nervousness. I want to find him. Talk to him. Lu Rao's eyes flashed quickly, but he pretended to be embarrassed. After being silent for a few seconds, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you his contact information and address. But when you see him, don't let him know that I asked you to find him. Qiao Mianmian's face showed joy. Thank you, Dean. Mo family. Looking at the towering building in front of her, Qiao Mianmian stood outside the revolving glass door, feeling a little timid for a moment. But when she thought of Qiao Chun, she summoned up her courage again. After taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. As soon as she reached the front desk, she was stopped. The female employees at the front desk were two very beautiful women with good figures. They wore exquisite makeup on their faces and wore several pieces of luxury brand jewelry. At first glance, she looks like a wealthy daughter. One of the female employees saw that Qiao Mianmian was very beautiful, and she felt a little hostile. I saw that she was dressed very ordinary, and her attitude was extremely arrogant. Miss, you need to register when you are looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Qiao Mianmian hesitated for a moment, then said the name Lu Rao gave her. Heko, I'm looking for Mo Yesi. Is he there? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard two gasps. The female employee, whose attitude was not very good to begin with, became even more hostile, almost glaring at her. Who are you? You actually call Mr. Mo by his first name. You need to make an appointment to see Mr. Mo. Do you have an appointment? Mr. Mo? Qiao Mianmian was stunned for a moment. Is the man named Mo Yesi a senior executive of this company? Judging from the reactions of these two front desk employees, their positions should be quite low. She said truthfully, there is no appointment. Haha. When the female employee heard that she didn't have an appointment, she sneered disdainfully, Mr. Mo can't meet just anyone. You don't have an appointment, and you still want to see Mr. Mo? Some women these days are quite thick-skinned. Is it something you can just imagine, Mr. Mo, just because you have some good looks? Qiao Mianmian frowned when she heard this. She explained patiently, I think you misunderstood. I didn't. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a female employee with an impatient look. We are not interested in hearing what you think. In short, Mo will not see you without an appointment. You can go. Qiao Mianmian originally thought that Mo Yesi was an ordinary employee, but I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to see him. She has already been here, and she will definitely not leave until she sees someone. She didn't say anything to the front desk staff. When she saw a rest area nearby, she walked over and sat down, planning to wait for Mo Yesi to get off work. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, the two female employees sneered and mocked her. You are so thick-skinned. You actually refuse to leave. Mr. Mo is stoic and doesn't like women. Even if she is somewhat pretty, Mr. Mo will not be interested in a woman like her. Wei Zheng went downstairs to do some work. Passing by the front desk, I was stopped by a female employee. Assistant Wei Tei, a poor woman, came here and said she wanted to see Mr. Mo. We told her that Mr. Mo would not see her without an appointment, but she still refused to leave. She had already taken 2 seats in the rest area. We are worried that her behavior will affect the company's image. Should we ask someone to drive her away? The female employee said while looking towards Qiao Mianmian. There was jealousy in his eyes. Although the woman looked poor, she had a charming face. It made her look extremely displeased. Is anyone looking for Mr. Mo? Wei Zheng glanced towards the rest area curiously, and when his eyes fell on Qiao Mianmian, he was stunned. Then, surprise appeared in his eyes. Isn't that woman the Miss Qiao that Mr. Mo asked him to investigate before? How come she is here? When the front desk employee saw Wei Zheng's change of expression, he thought he was also dissatisfied with Qiao Mianmian's refusal to leave. So his tone became more disdainful and said, I have never seen such a shameless person. Wei Zheng looked at it for a few seconds and walked towards the rest area. He took out his cell phone and made a call. After the call was connected, he said respectfully, Mr. Mo, that Miss Qiao came to the company and said she was looking for you. A man's low and cold voice came from the phone. Who is Miss Qiao? Qiao Mianmian. Her. Mo Yesi seemed a little surprised. Yes, Does Mr. Mo want to see her? I heard that she has been waiting for 2 hours. After a few seconds of silence. Bring her up. Yes, Mr. Mo. After hanging up the phone, Wei Zheng walked up to Qiao Mianmian. He called out politely, Miss Qiao. Qiao Mianmian looked up and saw a handsome and elegant man in a suit and leather shoes standing in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. You are, Wei Zheng said. I am Mr. Mo's assistant. I just heard that Miss Qiao is looking for our Mr. Mo? Qiao Mianmian stood up suddenly. Yes, I want to talk to Mo Yesi. No, it's Mr. Mo to talk about something. Can you take me to see him? There was a request in her eyes, as if she was afraid that he would refuse, and she immediately added, I only need 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. I won't delay him for a long time. Wei Zheng nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Mo has agreed to see you. Please come with me, Miss Qiao. The moment they saw Qiao Mianmian being taken into the elevator by Wei Zheng, the expressions of the two front desk employees who had been arrogant just now suddenly changed. What's going on? Don't you want to drive her away? Assistant Wei actually brought her up? Is it possible that she really knows Mr. Mo? The two of them thought of 10,000 possibilities, and the expressions on their faces were not very good. The elevator goes directly to the 37th floor. Arriving outside the president's office, Wei Zheng knocked on the door. Qiao Mianmian heard a low and cold voice coming from inside. It was full of magnetism and had a bit of the majesty of a superior person. Just listening to this voice made people feel that the people inside were not close to him. She followed Wei Zheng into the office in an anxious mood. Mr. Mo, Miss Qiao is here. After Wei Zheng said this, he turned and left. The door was gently closed again. For a moment, Qiao Mianmian and the man who was sitting at his desk reading documents were the only ones left in the huge office. This is an office full of masculine atmosphere. Most of the furniture inside is black or gray. The colors are very dull and a bit dull. Only a few potted plants slightly softened the monotonous colors in the lower room. The man with his head buried in front of the black desk. Qiao Mianmian raised her eyes and took a sneak peek, feeling the strong aura on the other person's body. He had a good figure and was wearing a black shirt. Because he lowered his head, Qiao Mianmian could only see a rough outline. But it can still be seen that his facial features are very deep and three-dimensional. Just as her eyes continued to linger on him, the man suddenly raised his head. Qiao Mianmian looked into a pair of deep and cold eyes. She was stunned, and when her eyes fell on the man's handsome and deep face, her heart suddenly skipped 2 beats. She had never seen such a good-looking man. The man's face was as if it had been carved by miraculous craftsmanship. Every part and every line on his face was so perfect that there was not a single flaw to be found. The outline of his facial features is very three-dimensional and deep, with a pair of cold and deep eyes like cold stars, a high and three-dimensional nose bridge, and a beautiful and charming curve to his thin lips. His temperament is incomparable, and his whole body exudes an awe-inspiring and cold aura. There was no expression on his face, and his eyebrows were cold. Even from a distance, Qiao Mianmian could feel the cold air radiating from him. When those cold star-like eyes looked towards her, she even stopped breathing for several seconds. She looked at him blankly, and for a moment, her mind went blank, until a cold and magnetic voice sounded in my ears. Miss Qiao. Qiao Mianmian came to her senses, remembering that she was staring at him like an easy woman just now. Her face felt hot. She bit her lip and said in a panic, Hecko, Mr. Mo. I don't know why Miss Qiao is looking for me. Qiao Mianmian seemed to have just come back to her senses. After hearing his question, she remembered the purpose of her coming here today. She suppressed the strange emotion in her heart, organized her thoughts, and said, Mr. Mo, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Mo Yesi raised his eyebrows. Qiao Mianmian also knew that it was strange for her to suddenly ask a stranger for help, but for Qiao Chun, she couldn't care less. After being silent for a few seconds, she said, My brother has a heart disease and needs surgery immediately. I heard that Mr. Mo used to be an authority on related matters. I hope I can help your brother perform this operation. Looking at her swollen and red face, Mo Yesi said the next unspeakable words for her. Yes. Qiao Mianmian breathed out and looked at him with pleading eyes. Mr. Mo, please help my brother. He is only 19 years old, still very young. Mo Yesi raised his hand to interrupt her. Since Miss Qiao came to see me, she should know that I have not practiced medicine for many years. I know. Qiao Mianmian nodded, but I believe that Mr. Mo is a good person and will not ignore death. A good person? Mo Yesi smiled as if he heard something interesting. He put down a document in his hand, stood up, and walked slowly towards Qiao Mianmian. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. He walked up to her and stopped. Only then did Qiao Mianmian realize that this man had a very good figure. He was very tall, about 188 centimeters tall by visual inspection, because she is 168 centimeters tall, which is not considered short among women, but standing in front of him, she is barely at the height of his neck. When she looked at him, she still needed to look up. Closer. The clear and delicious smell of the man's body rushed into her nose, and his whole body was filled with alluring male hormones. After Qiao Mianmian looked at him, her face flushed and her heart beat. She couldn't help but take a step back. Blushing, he bit his lip and said, "Mr. Mo, Miss Qiao, I am a businessman." Mo Yesi lowered his eyes and raised his thin lips. "We are talking about business. Since Miss Qiao wants me to help you, what benefits are you going to give me?" Qiao Mianmian was startled. Benefit? He seemed like a man who lacked everything. What good could she give him? "Mr. Mo, I don't know what you want." Mo Yesi looked at her cute little face and said word by word with a bit of determination, "If I say, I want a wife, will Miss Qiao give it to her?" "What?" Qiao Mianmian raised her head in shock. Mo Yesi looked calm and said calmly, "There is no free lunch in the world. Miss Qiao, I can agree to your request and help your brother perform the surgery. However, the premise is that you must marry me." This time, Qiao Mianmian was sure that she had heard correctly. She was beyond shocked. No matter what, she never expected that his request would be for her to marry him. This is too ridiculous. She couldn't believe it. "Mr. Mo, are you serious?" Mo Yesi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think I'm joking? Why? If his conditions are so good, why can't he still find a wife? He actually wants a woman he met for the first time to marry him? Or does he have something to hide?" Her eyes looked down at him involuntarily. Mo Yesi noticed and guessed what she was thinking. He frowned and his face suddenly turned dark. He was both amused and angry and stretched out his hand to pull her over. "Ah!" Qiao Mianmian ran into his arms, and her head hit his warm and strong chest. It felt like she had hit a stone, and her nose turned red. Before he could react, one hand was pulled down by the man. Above his head, his beautiful and deep voice sounded a little playful. "Miss Qiao, don't worry about being a widow after marriage. You can test me now to see if I'm normal." Qiao Mianmian blushed with embarrassment and pushed him away in a hurry. "Mr. Mo, please respect yourself." She didn't expect that this seemingly cold and ascetic man would actually play tricks on her. Mo Yesi looked at her blushing face, and his eyes deepened. She seems to love blushing, and it was the same last night. She cried and begged him for mercy, and her white skin was glowing with an attractive pink color. P.S. There will be another chapter tomorrow morning. Keep calling. Favorite collection +5. Star comments support the dance. Your support is the motivation for me to code. Recalling what happened last night, his eyes became hot when he looked at her. Qiao Mianmian met his eyes, her heart beat faster, and she panicked for no reason. The man's eyes were filled with obvious desire and possession, as if she was already in his possession. She even had the illusion that he had everything in his hands a long time ago and knew that she would come to beg him today. "Mr. Mo?" She bit her lip and was silent for a moment, then looked at him and said, "Except for marrying you, I can do anything else you want." Before she could finish her words, he said in a cold voice, "Then we have nothing to talk about. You can go." Qiao Mianmian clenched her fists. She stood still. Mo Yesi didn't chase her away either. Both of them were silent. After a while, Qiao Mianmian took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "If I marry you, will you help Chanshin perform surgery?" Mo Yesi narrowed his eyes. "You agree?" Qiao Mianmian raised her lips and smiled bitterly. "Isn't this Mr. Mo's request? As long as you can cure Chanshin, I am willing to marry you." Seeing the bitter and helpless smile on her face, Mo Yesi frowned. with an unhappy expression on his face. He walked up to her. Stretching out his hand, he gently pressed his hands on her weak shoulders. There was rare seriousness in his deep black eyes. Every word seemed like a guarantee and a promise. Marry me, and I promise you won't regret it. I will do my best to give you all the favor you want. From now on, we will share weal and woe. The marriage certificate was issued very quickly. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were people waiting outside to receive them. There is a dedicated service, and the marriage certificate is issued in just a few minutes. Come out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qiao Mianmian looked at the small red book in her hand, feeling in a daze. It's like being in a dream. She actually got married? What she had fantasized about and expected thousands of times would actually be accomplished under such circumstances. After getting in the car, Qiao Mianmian was still in a dream, with a dazed expression on her face. Beside her, her new husband Mo Yesi turned to look at her. Qiao Mianmian, don't look like you have suffered a loss. You married a rich and handsome man, and he will give you all the honors and favors in the future. Husband, you won't suffer. Although this marriage was obviously achieved deliberately by him, he still felt very uncomfortable when he looked at her devastated look. Qiao Mianmian turned her head after listening to his words. The man's profile is also extremely handsome. His eyes are half squinted, and two buttons on the collar of his high-quality black shirt are unbuttoned, revealing his beautiful collarbone. In the backlight, his handsome facial features appear more profound and three-dimensional, and his rolling Adam's apple exudes loveliness. But he also has a strong aura of abstinence. I have to say, he does look good. Moreover, he is very rich. At first, she thought he was a senior member of the Mo family. But now, she realized that his identity was much more prominent than she had imagined. He is the president of the Mo family and the only heir to the top wealthy Mo family. The Su family can be considered a famous family in Yunqing, but 10 Su families are not as good as one Mo family. Objectively speaking, she was indeed the one who took advantage in this marriage. The disparity between them is too great. They should be two classes that have no contact with each other at all. Even if he is looking for a wife, he should find a well-known daughter who is the right match for him, not someone like her who has fallen behind in her family. Of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Qiao Mianmian pursed her lips and said nothing. Master, madam, are you going back to the company next? The driver had changed his tone and no longer called her Miss Qiao. You want to go to the hospital to see your brother? Mo Yesi's cold eyes fell on her face. Yeah, Qiao Mian nodded. Mo Yesi said, go to the hospital first. Qiao Mianmian was startled and said hurriedly, I'd better take a taxi myself. She knew he was busy. When he left Mo's office just now, there was a tall pile of documents on his desk. Although the two are already married, they are not together because they love each other. Qiao Mianmian didn't really treat him as her husband, so she didn't want to trouble him too much. Mo Yesi ignored her and said directly to the driver, go to the hospital. With his persistence like this, Qiao Mianmian couldn't refuse anymore. She was silent for a few seconds, pursed her lips, and then whispered, thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Yesi's dark and deep eyes covered her. He frowned and looked unhappy. Do you need to be so polite to your husband? Qiao Mianmian, I don't care if you haven't yet adapted to our relationship, but in the future, I don't want to hear these two words from your mouth again. When he said this, he felt depressed. The space in the car seemed to be cramped. Qiao Mianmian was a little breathless under the pressure of this powerful aura. She swallowed, shrank back unconsciously, and whispered back, I know. She seemed to suddenly realize that the husband she married was rich and handsome, but he didn't seem to have a very good temper. Sure enough, no one is perfect. Arrived at the hospital, the driver got out of the car, walked to the back compartment, opened the door, and then stepped aside respectfully. Qiao Mianmian thought Mo Yesi just sent her here. She picked up her bag, got out of the car, and waved to the people in the car. Then I'll leave first. You, please be careful on the road. She is really not used to the relationship between her and Mo Yesi now. A second ago, the two of them were strangers who didn't know each other. Now, this man has become her husband. After she finished speaking, she turned to leave. But I heard a cold and magnetic voice coming from behind. Why are you so anxious? Who told you that I was going back to the company? Qiao Mianmian turned around. Mo Yesi also got out of the car. He straightened the buttons on his cuffs and slowly walked towards her. You. She was stunned. Mo Yesi walked to her side. He stretched out his long arms and took her into his arms. Surrounded by the warm and attractive breath of the man, with his hot hands still on her waist, Qiao Mianmian's face suddenly turned red. Just as she was about to push him away, she heard him say coldly, Qiao Mianmian, I want you to marry me, not to be a fake couple with you. Since we are already married, I should go see you. Family. Qiao Mianmian's body stiffened. Of course she knew. Before they went to get the marriage certificate, he said that he wanted to be a real couple with her. So any physical contact is normal. She shouldn't have pushed away. She froze in his arms for a few seconds and stopped struggling. Only then did Mo Yesi curl his lips with satisfaction, and the hand around her slender waist tightened slightly. Let's go. I'm going to meet my brother-in-law. Hearing him use the title, brother-in-law, Qiao Mianmian's body stiffened again. He held her in his arms and walked into the hospital door. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Qiao Mianmian tugged on his sleeve and stopped. Mo Yesi followed and stopped. He lowered his head and looked at her with a frown. What else do you want? She bit the corner of her lip and was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. After a while, she said to him in a consultative tone, Can we not make our marriage public for now? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the pressure on the man drop again. Qiao Mianmian swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to look up at him. Anxin still doesn't know that my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. If I suddenly told him that I married you, he would be scared. In fact, this is only one consideration. On the other hand, Qiao Mianmian felt that her marriage to Mo Yesi would definitely not last long. He might just have a whim, and he might find it boring after a while and divorce her. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care if others knew she was married. But Xiao Chun, this is the person she cares about most. The girl is young and cannot hide her thoughts. Mo Yesi immediately guessed what she was thinking. The man's handsome face was covered with a gloomy look, and a cold air was released from his body. You mean, you want to marry me in secret? Mo Yesi, has never been disliked like this. As long as other women have any relationship with him, they want to announce it to the world. But this woman in front of me, she is so afraid that others will know about their relationship. Is she pretending to be a human being in her heart? Is she still thinking about her ex-fiancé? Thinking of this, Mo Yesi's face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes were so cold that they almost formed a layer of ice. Qiao Mianmian met his gloomy eyes and was so frightened that she was speechless. Qiao Mianmian. The man pinched her chin with his long, cool fingers. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he said word by word, You are my woman. From now on, you can only think about me. I have no plans to marry you in secret, and I have no plans now. There won't be any in the future. He tightened his fingers slightly, and his tone was very domineering. You are not allowed to have such thoughts, do you hear me? His eyes were full of possessiveness. Looking at her was like looking at a prey that he had targeted. This prey belongs only to him. No one is allowed to point a finger at anything. Qiao Mianmian was a little frightened. This was the first time she met a man as domineering and powerful as him. It seemed like he would eat her up at any moment. Walk outside the ward. Qiao Mianmian was still a little hesitant, but Mo Yesi had already reached out to push open the door, took her in his arms, and walked directly in. Xiao Chun was holding a book and reading it. Hearing the noise, he raised his head. When he saw his sister walked in with a tall, handsome man holding her waist, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and the books in his hands fell to the ground. He was stunned. Sister, you. Xiao Chen also grew up with Su Zhe and Qiao Mianmian. The three of them have a good relationship, so when he was very young, Xiao Chen knew that his sister would marry his brother from the Su family. Su Zhe has always been kind to him, and Xiao Chen is also very satisfied with his future brother-in-law. In his heart, Su Zhe was already his brother-in-law. Suddenly seeing other men being so close to Qiao Mianmian, Qin Shan couldn't believe his eyes. He. Who is he? Sister, you, Chen Chen, he. Just when Qiao Mianmian was still hesitating about how to introduce her, Mo Yesi carried her to the bedside, looked down at Xiao Chun, who was obviously frightened on the bed, and said directly, I am your brother-in-law. Qiao Mianmian. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she didn't dare to think about Xiao Qin's reaction. Wow, what? Xiao Qin was stunned again. His eyes almost popped out. Are you my brother-in-law? He looked at Xiao Mianmian in panic and confusion, like a child lost at a crossroads. Sister, what's going on? Isn't my brother-in-law brother Zhe? Why has there been a change? Mo Yesie's face darkened when he heard him mention Su Zhe. As soon as his face darkened, his aura became intimidating. Xiao Chun was immediately frightened, and his whole body trembled. Xiao Mianmian felt sorry for him the most. Seeing how frightened he was, she glared at Mo Yesie. Why are you scaring Chen? He is still a patient. What should I do if you scare him? Now, he wasn't so afraid of Mo Yesie. Mo Yesie looked at her protective look and said disapprovingly, As a boy, you were so timid, are you used to it? You're too scary, right? Xiao Mianmian, who was in protecting mode, became a lot more courageous and said back to him, Chun is not usually so courageous. On the hospital bed, Xiao Qin slowly recovered from the shock just now. He looked at Xiao Mianmian, then turned to look at Mo Yesie who was standing next to her. He still found it difficult to accept this fact. Sister, is he really my brother-in-law? As soon as Xiao Qin finished asking, a strong gaze fell on her back from behind. She was silent for a few seconds and nodded, Yes, Xiao Qin, then you and brother Zhe. As soon as he mentioned Su Zhe, his scary brother-in-law glared at him again. Xiao Qin was so frightened that he didn't dare to continue in the middle of his sentence. When Su Zhe was mentioned, the expression on Xiao Mianmian's face turned cold, and she said calmly, He and I have broken up. Xiao Qin was stunned. Why? He glanced at Mo Yesie secretly, and suddenly thought of a possibility. His whole body was not well. This man who calls himself his brother-in-law is obviously not on the same level as Su Zhe. He is much more handsome than Su Zhe, and his temperament is even more noble and distinguished, especially his powerful and invincible aura, which Su Zhe can never compare to. Without comparison, Su Zhe's conditions are considered very good. But compared with this man, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. One is a young master from an ordinary family, and the other is a powerful person from an imperial family. There is no comparison at all. Xiao Qin felt that his sister must be cheating on her. He absolutely despises morally corrupt things like cheating. But Xiao Mianmian is his sister. What should he do if she really cheats? Just when Xiao Qin was thinking about whether to forgive or not, he heard Xiao Mianmian say coldly, He and Xiao Anxin are together. Xiao Qin was quiet for 2 seconds, and then his eyes widened in shock and anger. Did he cheat on you? He is actually with Xiao Anxin? How could they do this to you? Xiao Mianmian had no expression on her face. In short, Su Zhe and I have nothing to do with each other from now on. Well, your sister has nothing to do with him from now on. The man who has a relationship with her is me. Mo Yesie walked over, put a hand on Xiao Mianmian's shoulder, and gently hugged her. Xiao Mianmian, Xiao Qin, After knowing that Su Zhe had cheated on Xiao Anxin, Xiao Qin was not so hard to accept this sudden appearance of his brother-in-law. He even felt relieved. This brother-in-law is countless times better than Su Zhe in every aspect. If Su Zhe doesn't know how to cherish his sister, there will always be someone who will. He will definitely regret it in the future. Xiao Qin looked at Mo Yesie and called out politely, Brother-in-law. The word, brother-in-law, made Mo Yesie very satisfied. He directly took off the watch he was wearing on his wrist, handed it to Xiao Qin and said, I decided to come over today on the spur of the moment. I didn't have time to prepare, so I will accept this as a meeting gift. Xiao Qin took a look and took a breath of surprise. It was a Patek Philippe diamond mechanical watch, which cost more than 2 million yuan. He just gave away millions of things like that? How rich is his brother-in-law? Xiao Mianmian was also surprised. No, this watch is too expensive. Anxin can't accept it. I said I can accept it, so I can accept it. Mo Yesie put the watch into Xiao Qin's hand, narrowed his sharp and deep black eyes, and said in a strong tone that could not be refused, I never accept the gift I gave you. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Xiao Qin was calmed by his aura. He didn't dare not accept it, but he felt that this meeting gift was too valuable, so valuable that he didn't dare to accept it casually. Sister, He could only look at Xiao Mianmian for help. At this time, Mo Yesi's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out, looked at it, and picked it up. After a few seconds, he hung up. There's something going on at the company. I have to rush over and take care of it, he said to Xiao Mianmian. Let's have dinner together tonight. Then I'll ask the driver to pick you up. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Qin again. Relax in peace and recover. From now on, I will be there for you in everything, and I will take good care of you siblings. They didn't know how precious Mo Yesi's promise was. It's also not clear what a promise given by a man at the top of power means. Soon, Mo Yesi left. Xiao Qin looked at the expensive watch in his hand, curious. Sister, who is my brother-in-law? Is he rich? Even Suze couldn't just give away a watch worth more than 2 million yuan. Yeah, quite rich. The Mahist family, the most powerful person in Yunqing, was as rich as the country. Not only rich, but also not ordinary rich. This watch. Xiao Qin grimaced, not knowing what to do with it. Leave it to me. Xiao Mianmian thought for a moment and stretched out her hand. This watch is too valuable and we can't keep it. I will find a way to return it to him. Xiao Qin nodded and handed the watch to Xiao Mianmian. This meeting gift is really too valuable. Even if he takes it, it won't be used and must be returned. Sister, how did you and your brother-in-law meet, and how long have you been dating? Xiao Qin was full of curiosity about this handsome, wealthy, and generous brother-in-law. Xiao Mianmian was peeling fruit for him. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment, then cut a piece of the peeled apple and handed it to him. Chen Chun, he and we got married. Xiao Qin looked at her in shock. You're married? When did it happen? Today, let's take a look at the marriage certificate you want to get before. She wanted to hide it from Xiao Qin at first, but since Mo Yesi had no intention of hiding the marriage, she couldn't hide it anymore. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Qin choked on his own saliva. He found it incredible, like a fantasy. There will be another chapter tomorrow morning. Collect what you like and give it a 5-star review. Give me some motivation to write. Sister, what's going on? Are you having a flash marriage? He was a little worried that Xiao Mianmian was stimulated by Suze's betrayal. When I arrived, I randomly found a man to marry. But his brother-in-law didn't seem like a man he could hook up with casually. Chin, you don't need to worry about anything else. For me, the most important thing now is to cure your disease. Your brother-in-law is an authoritative expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular surgery. With him performing surgery on you, the cure rate for this disease is very high. When Xiao Qin heard this, he understood everything. Sister. His eyes suddenly turned red. Did you marry him because of me? Is that true? He didn't expect that in order to cure his disease, his sister would trade her entire life's happiness. Even if his disease is cured, he will feel very guilty. Chun. Xiao Mianmian sighed softly. She put down the fruit knife, wiped her hands with a tissue, and then gently held Xiao Qin's hand. Actually, I don't feel sad or wronged. Your brother-in-law again, he is not an old, bald, and ugly man. There are countless women who want to marry him. Speaking of which, I have an advantage in being able to marry him. Sister, compared with him and Suze, which one do you think has better conditions? Of course I am brother-in-law. That's right. Xiao Mianmian took out a tissue, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a smile, I found a better man than Suze. You should be happy for me. Otherwise, isn't it miserable for my sister to be abandoned now and still be alone? Outside the door, the two siblings didn't know that their conversation had been sent to Mo Yesi verbatim by someone. Mo family. Mo Yesi was holding a high-level meeting. Mobile phones must be on silent during meetings, so when they hear the sound of mobile phones vibrating, everyone in the conference room looks at each other, looking for the source of the sound. After a few seconds, Mr. Mo, who was sitting in the president's seat, picked up his phone and was looking at it. A group of senior executives. Meow, meow, meow. Doesn't Mr. Mo never look at messages on his phone when he's in a meeting? Even stranger things are yet to come. They actually saw that Mr. Mo, who always smiled informally, seemed to smile. Although the smile was short-lived, they really saw it. Mo Yesi was reading the WeChat message Lu Rao sent him. Lu Rao. I just heard that little girl say you are married. Don't tell me. It's true. Lu Rao. Did you use the matter of performing surgery on her brother to coerce and lure her into getting the certificate from you? I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Lu Rao. That little girl actually said she would marry you, and she took advantage of it. Lu Rao. She also said that you were better than her ex. No, she asked her brother, and her brother said it. After reading all the WeChat messages sent by Lu Rao, Mo Yesi curled his lips and rarely left the meeting. He replied to Lu Rao with one word, yes. Lu Rao replied instantly, what do you mean? Are you really threatening and tempting people? Mo Yesi. I am better than her ex Lu Rao. After a few seconds, Lu Rao sent another message. Are you really married? Mo Yesi. Can marriage be fake? Lu Rao. Darn it. 6 p.m. Mo Yesi's driver arrived at the hospital on time to pick him up. The driver's attitude was extremely respectful. When he saw Qiao Mianmian, he called out respectfully, young madam. Qiao Mianmian nodded slightly towards him. She was not very used to the title, young madam, and it always felt a bit strange to hear others call her that. The driver opened the rear door and waited for Qianmian to get in the car, then walked around and sat back in the driver's seat. After getting in the car, Qiao Mianmian found that Mo Yesi was not in the car. She asked casually, is your young master still busy? The driver replied, someone came to talk to the young master temporarily, and he asked me to come and pick you up first. Oh, on the road. Qiao Mianmian always felt that the driver was peeking at her. She didn't pay attention before, but the more times the driver peeked at her, she became a little uneasy. While waiting at a red light at an intersection, she noticed that the driver was peeking at me again. She couldn't help but ask, you've been looking at me. Do you think there's something wrong with me? Ah? The driver was stunned by her question and then said a little nervously, madam, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Curious? Qiao Mianmian frowned in confusion. What is he curious about? Yeah, okay, curious. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror again and then said, before the young lady, the young master had never been around other women. He had never even been in love once. The madam introduced him to he has bought countless ladies and daughters, and he didn't even look at it. For this reason, both the master and his wife were extremely anxious. Qiao Mianmian was surprised. Isn't it right? You said he has never been in love even once. A man with that kind of condition will probably attract the attention of the opposite love from an early age. How could it be that I have never been in love? The driver looked at her surprised look in the rearview mirror and sighed. Young lady, you don't know something. Our young master has misogyny. Misogyny? Qiao Mianmian was stunned for a few seconds. What disease is this? The driver explained. It means misogyny and unwillingness to have contact with women. Except for the wife and the old lady, the young master avoids other women. This is also the reason why the young master is so good but has always been single. Young master's disease is very rare, and no matter how many doctors you go to, you can't find it right. That's why I was surprised when I found out that young master got married to you. Qiao Mianmian was extremely shocked. She was stunned for a while and then asked in confusion, what if he comes into contact with a woman? What will happen? The driver's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said very seriously, the young master will have a very serious allergic reaction. If it is mild, he will develop a red rash on his body. If it is severe, he will vomit, feel chills all over his body, or even faint. Qiao Mianmian, Nanny? Is there such a mysterious disease? But it's not right. He had even hugged her before, and I didn't see any allergic reaction from him. As if he had guessed what Qiao Mianmian was thinking, the driver added, the young master doesn't seem to have an allergic reaction to you. He thought that this was the reason why the young master suddenly got married. Moreover, this young lady is quite good looking, and even he likes her just looking at her. Only, the madam and the master probably don't know about the young master's marriage yet, and the madam has always wanted to bring the young master and Miss Shinro together. Once you find out about this, you don't know what your reaction will be. The driver drove the car to a shopping mall. After getting off the car, he said to Qiao Mianmian, the young master asked the young lady to come to the mall first. This mall is my own. If you like anything, you can take it back directly. Qiao Mianmian. Very good, very domineering. Her husband is indeed very rich. And the driver took out a black card from his bag and handed it to her. This is what the master asked me to give you. This card is the master's additional card. You can swipe it as you like. For me? Qiao Mianmian looked at the card he handed over, stunned, and frowned slightly. No, I don't need it. She has no habit of spending money from men, even if this man is now her nominal husband. But in Qiao Mianmian's heart, she didn't really treat him as her husband. Madam, if I don't do what the young master told me, well, he will scold me. The driver seemed to be begging her. If Madam doesn't accept this card, I won't be able to pay the job to the young master. Seeing the driver's embarrassment, Qiao Mianmian hesitated for a few seconds and then took it. However, she never thought of using it. When she saw Mo Yesi, she would return the card and the watch to him. When we got upstairs, someone came out to greet us. They were senior executives from several shopping malls, following Qiao Mianmian respectfully. Qiao Mianmian walked around for a while. She was not used to having several people following her all the time, so she said to them, "Don't follow me. I want to walk around alone." Several people looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and then retreated. This mall focuses on high-end brands. A whole building sells all luxury brands. Before the Qiao family was in decline, Qiao Mianmian would occasionally buy some luxury goods back home. After the Qiao family fell, she hadn't been to a place like this for a long time. She casually walked into a women's clothing store. The clerk saw that she was dressed plainly and had no desire to greet her. He only glanced at her briefly and went to greet other customers. Qiao Mianmian didn't mind and started shopping by herself. She didn't think about buying anything. She just wandered around to pass the time before waiting for Mo Yesi. After a while, she was just about to leave when she heard a familiar voice behind her. The woman's voice was coquettish, and she sounded like she was coquettishly coquettish with the man. "Brother Zay, does this dress look good on me?" Qiao Mianmian's steps froze. She slowly turned around, looked up, and saw a young couple standing in front of the dressing mirror opposite. One is her ex-fiancé, and the other is her stepsister. Qiao Anxin had just tried on a dress, stood in front of the fitting mirror and turned around, then looked up at the man next to her with a bright smile. "Well, she looks good." The man had a gentle look on his handsome face, and his voice was also very gentle. He reached out and touched her head. "My baby looks good in anything she wears." That doting, baby, cry made the surrounding shop assistants look envious. A clerk said complimentarily, "Yes, Miss Qiao is beautiful and has such a good figure. She looks good in anything she wears." Mr. Su is also a talented person and very handsome. Miss Qiao and Mr. Su are really talented and beautiful, a perfect couple. The smile on Qiao Anxin's face became even brighter. She looked at Su Zay with sweet eyes. "Brother Zay, you see, they are really good at talking. It makes me feel embarrassed if I don't buy this skirt." "No way," the clerk said sweetly. "We are telling the truth. Miss Qiao is a recognized beauty in the entertainment industry, and everyone knows your beauty." Su Zay looked proud when he heard this. "It's time to start the face slapping session." Qiao Anxin is indeed beautiful and a famous actress. Such a girlfriend will always be dignified wherever she goes. Although the Qiao family is in trouble now, but Qiao Anxin is developing very well in the entertainment industry. When she becomes a first-line flower, even if he marries her back home, his family will not have any objections. Then buy it. Su Zay looked at the envious expressions on the faces of several shop assistants and felt that it was very helpful. He said generously, "You can see if there is anything else you like. Pick it out and pay for it together." Wow. Qiao Anxin's face was full of joy. She stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck, kissing him on the lips. "Brother Zay, you are so kind. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network. The clerk who served them looked at Qiao Anxin with envy and longing. Qiao Anxin is truly a winner in life. She is beautiful, her career is developing well, and she has found a boyfriend who is so kind and generous to her. She is really enviable. A dress costing hundreds of thousands. I bought it right away. Hiske. Why can't they meet such a rich and handsome man?" After Qiao Anxin kissed Su Zay, she happily turned around to pick out other clothes. While waiting, Su Zay was led to the rest area by the clerk. But the moment he turned around, he saw a familiar figure. Mian. A trace of surprise flashed across his handsome and gentle face before he stopped. Then he frowned and said, "Why are you here?" He looked so surprised. as if Qiao Mianmian shouldn't be in this place at all. Qiao Anxin, who was choosing clothes, heard the noise here and turned around immediately. When she saw Qiao Mianmian, she was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously looked at Su Zhe's reaction. Seeing Su Zhe staring at Qiao Mianmian without blinking, her face instantly darkened. Qiao Mianmian wore a white shirt today, paired with a pair of light blue cropped pants and a pair of white shoes. Her black and shiny hair was spread loosely, and she wore very light makeup on her face. Her whole person looked very clean and fresh. But no matter how simple she was dressed, her delicate and beautiful face was still eye-catching. The more Qiao Anxin watched, the more jealous she became. Qiao Mianmian, this shameless little witch, is she deliberately trying to charm Su Zhe? Sister, what are you doing here? Qiao Anxin's eyes were filled with hostility. She walked up to Su Zhe and blocked him, looking wary of thieves. Seeing her like this, Qiao Mianmian just felt ridiculous. It seems that every woman who has been a mistress and becomes a regular woman will forget that she was once a thief. That's how Qiao Anxin is now. Looking at the annoying scumbag and witch in front of her, she didn't even have the desire to speak. He glanced at the two of them expressionlessly, then turned to leave. Elder sister. Qiao Anxin stopped her and asked as if she was confused. Since you came here to buy clothes, why didn't you just pick something and leave? After saying that, before Qiao Mianmian could speak, she suddenly asked and answered herself, "Oh, I remembered it. There aren't many dramas being filmed these days, so you don't have room to play a small role. Brother Qiao Chun is sick again. After he gets admitted to the hospital, you still have to raise money for his medical expenses." When the clerks heard that Qiao Mianmian was just a walk-on, their eyes were filled with disdain. No wonder he looked so poor. It turns out that he is really broke. Hearing that Qiao Anxin called her sister just now, her eyes became even more contemptuous. The update is completed today. Is this the eldest lady of the Qiao family who insists on breaking up the lovers Su Xiao and Miss Qiao because she has been engaged to Mr. Su since she was a child? How shameless. The clerk saw that Qiao Anxin didn't like her sister, so he said in a mean and flattering way, "Miss Qiao, is this poor woman your sister? My sister is a big star, but my sister is just a walk-on. Miss Qiao, is this poor woman your sister? Did you recognize the wrong person? Yes, Miss Qiao, you are so good. How could you have such a bad sister? Humph, since you don't have money to buy clothes, why did you come to our store to shop? Are you here to enjoy the air conditioning? I see she looks sneaky. Maybe she wants to steal something, right?" Qiao Anxin felt so happy as she listened to the clerk ridiculing Qiao Mianmian. But he pretended to be unhappy, frowning and saying, "Don't talk nonsense. My sister is not that kind of person." After saying that, he looked at Qiao Mianmian again. "Sister, don't be angry. They say that because they don't understand you." Qiao Mianmian sneered. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to Qiao Anxin. She didn't intend to pay any attention to these shop assistants who looked down upon others. But now that people are taking advantage of her to bully her, wouldn't she be too weak if she didn't fight back? This is not her Qiao Mianmian character. You don't know me, so you can talk nonsense. She looked at the clerks with cold eyes. Then do they know that there is a price to pay for framing someone? When the pair of starry eyes with cold light looked at the several clerks, they were stunned for a moment, and they all felt a hint of fear. But thinking that Qiao Mianmian was just a sidekick, she became arrogant again. "Ha!" A clerk mocked. "False accusation? We didn't frame you. How dare you come to a luxury brand store without money? If you don't want to steal something, what else could you do? Yes, you are obviously a thief, but you still have the nerve to threaten us. You act like you are awesome, but you still want us to pay the price. Who do you think you are? TSK, TSK, TSK. We are so scared. Please pay, sister." Qiao Anxin frowned slightly. "If you have any difficulties, you can talk to me and Brother A's." Her words were equivalent to a disguised acknowledgement of the words of those shop assistants. Thinking that Qiao Mianmian came to the store to steal something, Su Zhe also frowned slightly and looked deeply at Qiao Mianmian. "Qiao Mianmian, are you so short of money?" Su Zhe felt a little distressed when he saw Qiao Mianmian living in such a miserable state after breaking up with him, unable to even afford a piece of clothing. With a bit of heartache and pity in his eyes, he said, "If you are really short of money, you can tell me. After all, you and I. No matter what, I will help you." Hearing Su Zhe's words, Qiao Mianmian felt that she knew him better. The relationship of the past 10 years has really been fed to the dog. She can still understand Xiao Anxin's frame, up against her. But did he actually think that she would do something like steal something? She looked at him like he was an idiot, turned around and walked out of the store without saying a word. Is she feeling guilty? She really came here to steal something. It's so shameless. He looks like a human, but he's actually a thief. Qiao Mianmian walked out of the store. The driver who accompanied her saw her walking out empty-handed and asked, "Don't you see the clothes you like, madam?" Uncle Li. Qiao Mianmian did not answer his question, but turned her head and asked him, "Do you know Mo Yesi's mobile phone number?" Uncle Li was stunned. "I know. Well, let me take a look. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network. Uncle Li. Doesn't the young lady even have the young master's mobile phone number?" Although he was confused, he quickly took out his phone and found Mo Yesi's phone number. Qiao Mianmian glanced at it and called Mo Yesi directly. It rang for a long time before the call was answered. Heko. A cold, low voice came, a bit distant and cold. Qiao Mianmian was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "I am Qiao Mianmian." Mo Yesi was quiet for a second. "Is this your mobile phone number?" She didn't know if it was Qiao Mianmian's imagination, but after she reported her name, she felt that Mo Yesi's tone was less cold. "It seems a little gentler." "Yeah," she nodded. Mo Yesi's side was quiet for a while. After a few seconds, he said again, "I saved it. You can also save my mobile phone number." "Okay, I will." Qiao Mianmian squeezed the phone tightly. The previous impulse had faded a lot now. She regretted making this call. They had been married for less than a day. Moreover, although he was already her husband in name only, it was only in name. If she asked him for help like this, would it make him think she was troublesome? But she was really angry. She has never been called a thief. If she couldn't vent her anger today, she thought she would die of suffocation. "Why did you remember to call me? Miss me?" The man's low and seductive voice came to her ears, as if he was talking to her ear. The sultry voice made Qiao Mianmian's heartbeat suddenly accelerate. His face suddenly turned red. How should she answer this? "Mr. Mo, call me by my name, or call me husband. I don't want to hear Mr. Mo address him like that again." The man's tone was strong and domineering, and she couldn't refuse at all. "Qiao Mianmian. Mo Yesi. I'm on the way. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. If you're hungry, you can order something to eat first without waiting for me." "Yeah, I understand." "Qiao Mianmian." Mo Yesi suddenly called her name. "Ah? Do you have something to tell me?" Qiao Mianmian hesitated for a few seconds and asked softly, "I'm at Shandong department store. I heard Uncle Li said that this mall is owned by the Mo family. Is that true?" Mo Yesi. "Yeah. Then let's put it this way. Qiao Mianmian. I can be considered the proprietress of this shopping mall, right?" After saying this, she felt her face burning hot. Mo Yesi seemed a little surprised that she would say such a thing. After being silent for a few seconds, he laughed softly and said, "Of course. Then if the boss lady feels that the quality of the employees is not good and their work attitude is too bad, can they be fired?" Qiao Mianmian felt a little uneasy. She waited nervously. She was afraid that Mo Yesi would reject her. Then she would be too shameless and embarrassed. After another few seconds of silence, the man spoke again. His tone suddenly became much colder. He asked in a deep voice, "Have you been bullied?" "I." Before Qiao Mianmian could say anything, his tone became colder and colder. "You are the wife of the president of the Mo family. Of course you have such power. What are the employees who are not smart enough to do?" Qiao Mianmian's eyes lit up. "So, you agree?" Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Qiao Mianmian, you are my Mo Yesi's woman. If anyone dares to make you feel wronged, just tell me. No matter who the person is, I will vent your anger on your behalf. Remember, after you marry me, you can do whatever you want, and I will take care of you in everything." On the phone, the man's deep and arrogant voice gently penetrated into her ears. He said, "Qiao Mianmian, after you marry me, you can do whatever you want, and I will take care of everything for you." At this moment, a warm current flowed gently from her heart. During these years when she could only rely on herself for everything and forced herself to become independent and strong, the only person she could rely on was herself. But now, Suddenly, there was someone who told her that she could rely on him. No matter what happens, he will be there for her, regardless of whether he meant it at this moment or not when he said these words. She was grateful. Her eyes were a little moist. She took a deep breath and responded softly, "Okay." After Qiao Mianmian made this call to Imo Yesi, the senior executives of the mall came over soon. She returned to the store again. Qiao Anxin picked out the clothes and took Su Zhe's arm to check out at the cashier. When Qiao Mianmian walked into the store, a clerk saw her. His face immediately darkened, and then he said sarcastically, "Hey, didn't you leave already? Why are you back? Do you still want to steal things in our store?" Bar. Another clerk also saw her and said sarcastically, "I told you not to embarrass Miss Qiao by doing such sneaky things. You are shameless, and she still needs shame. What's going on?" Qiao Anxin turned around and was stunned for a moment when she saw Qiao Mianmian. "Miss Qiao, your thief sister is back again." One of the clerks glanced at Qiao Mianmian with disdain, and then called to several other clerks, "She must be evil, everyone. Please pay more attention and don't let her steal." Got something? Qiao Anxin stared at Qiao Mianmian for a few seconds and frowned slightly. "Sister." She had a troubled expression on her face, biting the corner of her lip, and said softly, "Do you like the clothes in this store? If you really like it, Brother A's and I can buy you one. You really don't have to." Having said this, he frowned again. It seems that the next words are difficult to say. Several shop assistants were holding Qiao Anxin and praising her. "Miss Qiao, you are too kind to your thief sister. Why should you give her such expensive clothes for nothing? That is, if I buy such expensive clothes for her, will they fit her properly? The clothes in our store are only suitable for a noble and elegant woman like Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao is so kind-hearted. She interfered in the relationship between you and Mr. Su, forcing the couple who loved each other to separate for many years. Miss Qiao, you don't have to treat such a shameless woman at all. So good. Some people really don't know themselves and don't know what they're like. Can you compare to Miss Qiao?" Qiao Mianmian looked at the clerks who lifted Qiao Anxin to the sky and demoted her to the mud, with a sneer on her lips. "What should you do if you encounter a scumbag? It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Mo is always there to support us, so don't feel too comfortable beating the scum in the face. It's not like she has never encountered a dog looking down on a person. However, this was the first time she encountered such a snobbish person. Since Imo Yesi said that she was the wife of Mo's CEO and had the power to fire any employee of Mo's, then she would never let these disgusting witches stay here again and become an eyesore." Behind her, after the senior executives of the shopping mall heard with their own ears how the clerks ridiculed and insulted Qiao Mianmian, they were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. These people who don't know the heights of the sky are really seeking death. Although he still doesn't know what the relationship between Miss Qiao and Mr. Imo is. However, Assistant Wei Te personally called and told them that they must receive a good reception from someone they could not afford to offend. Not to mention a few small employees. Mr. Mo's people were bullied in their mall. If this matter was not resolved, he might be fired. Thinking of this, the senior management's expression suddenly changed. "What are you talking about?" He walked out from behind Qiao Mianmian and said to the clerks with a livid face, "Ms. Qiao is a valued customer of our mall. How dare you treat her with such slander?" "Chen, Mr. Chen." Seeing the shopping mall boss coming, the attitude of several people immediately became respectful. "Mr. Chen, have you misunderstood?" A clerk glanced at Qiao Mianmian, his eyes still filled with disdain and contempt. "We are not disrespecting Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao is a VIP card customer in our store. How could you slander her?" Mr. Chen angrily rebuked. "What I just heard with my own ears is also wrong. You must have mistaken the person." The clerk looked at Qiao Mianmian, still looking disdainful. "The distinguished guest in our store is Miss Qiao Anxin, not this thief named Qiao Mianmian. Mr. Chen, you are here. It just so happens that we think this Qiao Mianmian is acting suspiciously. She must have stolen something in the mall. Mr. Chen, you should have her body searched immediately, and you can't let her take things out of the mall. Yes, Mr. Chen, she must have stolen something. She should call the police and have her arrested. Thieves are the most disgusting." Listening to these words, Mr. Chen began to sweat even more on his forehead. "I have already cursed 100 idiots in my heart. It doesn't matter if I'm stupid, I still have to hurt him. Who hired this idiot? That's enough. At this time, Su Zhe, who had been silent, came over. He said sullenly, Mian is not this kind of person. I believe her. Please stop making trouble. After saying that, he frowned and looked at Qiao Mian with a little heartache in his eyes and said, Mian, if you want to buy clothes, tell me, Before he could finish his words, Qiao Mian turned around. She never glanced at him from beginning to end. Mr. Chun, it's up to you how to deal with it. Qiao Mian said coldly, with full momentum in front of Mr. Chun. If the mall recruits employees with such contempt for others in the future, then the personnel department will the employees can also be replaced. Yes, what Miss Qiao taught you is that this is indeed the dereliction of duty of the HR department. Looking back, I will give them a scolding. Please calm down, Miss Qiao. I will fire these employees who slandered you immediately. And this mall will never hire them again. Mr. Chin's attitude was extremely respectful. He bowed almost 90 degrees in front of Qiao Mian. His nodding and bowing gesture made several clerks' expressions suddenly change. What's going on? Why is Mr. Chun so respectful to this woman? Isn't she just a poor woman who works as a sidekick? Also, Mr. Chun just said he wanted to fire them? A second ago, these people were arrogant and seemed very reasonable. At this time, their faces turned pale, with panic expressions on all their faces. Mr. Chun, several people wanted to explain in panic. You guys, get out of here right now. Mr. Chen was so angry that his usual civilized demeanor was gone. He almost poked several people's noses with his fingers and angrily shouted with a black face, We don't have such lowly people as you in our mall. Quality staff. Mr. Chun, we didn't do it on purpose. Please give us another chance. Yes, Mr. Chun, we don't want to leave here. We have been working in this mall for 5 or 6 years and are very satisfied with everything here. Please don't fire us. We really can't live without this job. Several people begged in a low voice and refused to leave. In Almo's industries, employee benefits are far superior to those of other companies. They have also worked in other shopping malls before, but the salary is not as good as that of this mall. If they leave here, where can they find such a good job? Because of their idiotic behavior, Mr. Chun was afraid that he would be implicated. So no matter how much they cried and begged, he remained indifferent. Insist on firing them. The clerks begged for a while, but seeing that it was of no avail, they glanced at Qiao Mian standing aside, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Hope ignited in his eyes. Although they still don't know why Qiao Mian can be so valued by Mr. Chun, it can even be said that Mr. Chun has a flattering and conciliatory attitude in front of her. However, since they were fired because they offended her, so if they can get her forgiveness, can they continue to stay? The group of people wiped away their previous arrogance and domineering attitude and walked together to Qiao Mian, crying and begging for her forgiveness. Miss Qiao, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We will never dare to do it again in the future. Sister Qiao, I'm sorry, it's just us who look down on others. Please don't treat us differently and give us a chance to change our ways. Please. Miss Qiao, you have a lot. Please forgive us. Seeing this group of people crying and begging to change their past, Qiao Mian felt no emotion in her heart. She is not the Virgin White Lotus. I have been insulted and ridiculed by these people time and time again, but now I can still forgive them. If she forgave them, she would be an idiot herself. Besides, she knows such people too well. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. He is snobbish at heart, so how can he really change it? She looked at them with cold eyes. I will not forgive you. I am giving you this lesson today to let you know that you should never only look at people based on their superficial appearance. After finishing speaking, she ignored the clerks, turned around, and said to Mr. Chun, who was still standing behind her with a frightened look on his face, Mr. Chun, I'll leave this to you. Okay. Mr. Chun nodded hurriedly. Miss Qiao, please don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Qiao Mian nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Seeing that begging her was in vain, the faces of several shop assistants became extremely ugly. At this moment, their intestines were filled with regret. I originally thought that this Qiao Mian was a soft persimmon who could be handled well, but who would have thought that she also has a background? Thinking that the reason why they fell into such misery was because they wanted to please Qiao Anxin, They put their only remaining hope in Qiao Anxin. Miss Qiao, we offended your sister just because we spoke for you. You can't ignore us. That's right, Miss Qiao, help us say a few nice words to your sister. The clerk cried and shouted for Qiao Anxin to plead for them. Seeing Qiao Mianmian turning and leaving, Qiao Anxin was stunned. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, and she gripped Su Zhe's arm in disbelief. Brother A's, what on earth is going on? Originally, she wanted to show her superiority in front of Qiao Mianmian and take the opportunity to suppress and humiliate her. But now, she found that the person in the limelight was Qiao Mianmian. Qiao Anxin found it difficult to accept such a reversal. For a moment, her face turned a little ugly. How could that shopping mall boss be so polite to my sister? For Qiao Mianmian's sake, several store clerks were fired. Why can Qiao Mianmian have such a great reputation? Su Zhe also had a surprised look on his face. He watched Qiao Mianmian walk to the door of the store blankly, and his face turned ugly when he thought of some possibility. Miss Qiao, please help us. Several store clerks were still crying and begging Qiao for peace of mind. Qiao Anxin was so annoyed by the harassment that she immediately turned cold and said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you being fired? Don't bother me anymore. I can't help you." Let her beg Qiao Mianmian? Impossible in this life. These clerks were trying to please Qiao Anxin because Qiao Anxin was a VIP customer of their store and frequented their business. But now, they are about to be fired, and Qiao Anxin is still unwilling to help them. So naturally, they will no longer be polite to her. Several people said angrily, "Miss Qiao, how could you do this? You were trying to burn bridges by crossing the river. Miss Qiao, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Qiao Anxin, you must give us an explanation today." Qiao Anxin is like a flower growing up in a greenhouse, very delicate. She was surrounded by several shop assistants, and they were so fierce that she shrank into Su Zhe's arms. Brother Zhe. Su Zhe was afraid that the clerk would be too excited and hurt the child in her belly, so he immediately stretched out his hands to protect her tightly in his arms. He lowered his face and looked at the clerks with evil eyes. "You are fired. What does it have to do with an Anxin? Did she ask you to do this? If you continue to harass her like this, I won't be polite." Su Zhe's face sank, and his aura was still a bit scary. The clerk was wary when he thought of his identity, and he didn't dare to continue making trouble. Several people glared at Qiao Anxin with resentful eyes. "What are you guys doing standing still? Leave immediately." Mr. Chen pointed at several clerks and said angrily, "I have already notified the finance department. Go and settle your wages and leave immediately." "Mr. Chen, it's no use calling me daddy. Who dared you to offend Miss Qiao? You are simply reckless. Get out of here right now." The update is finished today. We will continue tomorrow. Favorite collection plus 5-star comments. You can also do the check in activity in the book circle. After completing daily activities, you can join the group to receive red envelopes. The clerk left angrily. Mr. Chen looked at Su Zhe and Qiao Anxin, who were still standing in the store, and silently lit a candle for them in his heart. He knew about Su Xiaodong. Speaking of which, he is considered a character. However, when compared with Mr. Mo, such a character is simply not enough. Not even qualified to mention it. Although he and the woman beside him didn't directly frame Miss Qiao just now, they were not much better. If they offend Miss Qiao like this, Su will be in trouble if Miss Qiao wants to argue. Mr. Chen glanced at the two of them sympathetically, turned around, and prepared to leave. "Mr. Chen," but I heard a delicate voice coming from behind. Mr. Chen turned around and saw that the woman in Su Zhe's arms was calling him. He was stunned for a moment. Does this young lady have anything else to do? Qiao Anxin withdrew from Su Zhe's arms. She held Su Zhe's arm and asked in a soft voice, "I am Qiao Mianmian's sister. Just now, Mr. Chen took care of those clerks who didn't understand the rules for my sister. I'm here to say thank you to Mr. Chen on behalf of my sister." Mr. Chen was stunned again and frowned. "It's an honor for me to work for Miss Qiao Mianmian. How dare I ask her to thank me?" When Qiao Anxin heard this, her face turned a little ugly. She, Qiao Mianmian, had fallen in love with some great person. This Mr. Chen has such a humble and respectful attitude. She felt extremely uncomfortable, bit her lip and said, "Do you have a good relationship with Mr. Chen and my sister? I wonder how you met." Only now did Mr. Chen realize her intention. It can be heard that she is trying to find out something in the name of gratitude. Suddenly, there was a hint of displeasure on his face. When he spoke again, his attitude became a bit colder. This has nothing to do with you. But since you are her sister, I can give you some advice. Miss Qiao Mianmian is not someone you can offend. Please be polite to her in the future. After saying these words, Mr. Chun turned and left. Qiao Anxin was so angry that her face turned blue. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Brother A's, did you hear what he said just now? Tell me, is my sister hooking up with a rich man? Impossible." Su Zhe's face suddenly fell. Mianmian is not such a vain person. She would not do such a thing. But Qiao Anxin wanted to say something else. Su Zhe turned around and looked at her. An Anxin, Mianmian and I have known each other for 10 years. I know her too well, and there is no way she would do such a thing. In all the years we have been together, she has never asked me for anything. What's going on? If I give her a more expensive gift, she will feel bad that I have spent too much money. Qiao Anxin saw nostalgia in Su Zhe's eyes when she talked about these things. The jealousy in her heart instantly ignited. Su Zhe kept saying that he loved her, but when he talked about Qiao Mianmian, his eyes were still filled with reluctance. Also, what did he mean by what he just said? Qiao Mianmian didn't take the initiative to ask him for money. Qiao Mianmian was reluctant to let him spend money, so Qiao Mianmian was not a vain woman. And what about her? She often asked him for gifts, and every time she asked him for gifts, they were valuable. Is he just roundabout saying that she worships money and is vain? Thinking of this, Qiao Anxin's face became even worse, and she was very angry. But he didn't dare to explode in front of Su Zhe. Let's go. Didn't you say you want to go to the restaurant on the top floor of the Global Center to eat Western food? Su Zhe probably realized that what he just said was not right. When he spoke again, his voice was much gentler. We will go there after we finish eating. Go shopping in a jewelry store. Didn't you take a fancy to a necklace? Go buy it later. Qiao Anxin's face improved. She raised her head and looked at Su Zhe's young and handsome face, and the unhappiness in her heart finally dissipated. So what if Qiao Mianmian really fell in love with a rich man? The person next to her must also be an old man. And Su Zhe was young, rich, handsome, and gentle and generous to her. Nothing could compare to that bad old man. Just when she felt a little superior again, 2 other clerks in the store came over and said with apologetic expressions, "Sorry, Miss Qiao, Mr. Su. We can no longer sell the clothes in our store to you, Mr. Su. We haven't touched any of the money in the card, and we will return the card to you now." Su Zhe was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said with a serious face, "What do you mean you can't sell it to us? We also received notification from above." The clerk looked at him innocently. "Mr. Su, if you have any questions, you can go to our leader." Another clerk was sorting out the clothes they had just bought, taking them out of their bags and hanging them back in the window. When Qiao Anxin saw this scene, her face was extremely ugly. She felt very embarrassed and shameless. Her face turned green with anger, and she looked extremely aggrieved. She said with red eyes, "Brother A's, is this what my sister means? We are kind and want to help her. How could she? You also said that you know her well and she wouldn't do that kind of thing. However, if she didn't know a very powerful person, how could she have such great power? Brother A's, it's not me saying bad things about my sister. Chin Chun is still here. She is hospitalized. She has not received any work recently, and now that you have broken up with her, she will inevitably be very nervous. She is very short of money now." At this point, Qiao Anxin said no more. Su Zhe pursed her lips, her expression gloomy. After Qiao Mianmian came out of the women's clothing store, she was not in the mood to go shopping anywhere else. "Madam, are you not going to go shopping?" The driver accompanied her and asked respectfully. Qiao Mianmian shook her head. She felt she was very unlucky. There were so many stores in the mall, but why did she enter a store where Qiao Anxin and Su Zhe were also there? Now she was so disgusted by the 2 people and the clerks that she even lost her appetite for food. At this time, the mobile phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Mo Yesi calling. She had just saved Mo Yesi's mobile phone number in her address book, and the caller ID showed his name. "Heko." Qiao Mianmian picked up. The man's low, magnetic and sultry voice penetrated into her ears. "Are you still shopping?" "No." Qiao Mianmian curled her lips, her voice a bit muffled. "Not happy?" "No." Mo Yesi suddenly said, It seems that the person in charge of the shopping mall needs to be changed. Chen Hui is so unreliable in his work. As the boss of Shandong department store, there is no need for him to stay in Mo's department any longer. Mr. Chen? Is this Mr. Chen who helped her out just now? Xiao Mianmian was surprised. Why should we replace Mr. Chen? Mo Yesi said in a cool voice. He didn't do things well and failed to satisfy the landlady. So what else is there for him to do? Xiao Mianmian. Her face was slightly hot. Ahem, it's none of Mr. Chen's business. He handled it very well. I'm not dissatisfied with anything. Then why are you still unhappy? Maybe I'm hungry. Xiao Mianmian had no choice but to think of a random reason. I heard the man on the other end of the phone chuckle lowly. So that's it. Sorry, I have a lot to do today, and I have to get off work overtime for a while. From now on, I will try to get off work as early as possible and go home to be with you. Xiao Mianmian. Cough, cough, cough. That's not what she meant. I'm already here. Mo Yesi paused and said, should I go up to find you, or I'll go find you? Before he could finish, Xiao Mianmian said first, I'll go down right away. He looks like Mo Yesi. She was worried that if he came up later, he would attract all kinds of attention. She still thinks it's better to keep a low profile. Go to the underground parking lot. A black Bentley had double flashes. As soon as Xiao Mianmian walked over, the door to the rear compartment opened. Inside the carriage, the man was holding a thin laptop in his hand. He was sitting a little lazily. His cold and deep eyes scanned the computer screen. Then he raised his head and looked directly at Xiao Mianmian. The four eyes meet each other. His eyes were as deep as a deep pool, and her shadow was reflected in his dark eyes. The underground parking lot is a bit dark. The lights in the car were turned on. He sat in the warm light. His handsome face cast a soft glow, and his facial lines appeared soft. Even his eyes seemed to soften. Xiao Mianmian was startled, and her heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. Mo Yesi looked at her for a few seconds, then turned his head back. What are you doing standing there stupidly? Come up. Oh. Xiao Mianmian took a deep breath, touched her hot cheek, and bent down to get in the car. The car door closes. The space seemed to become narrower all of a sudden. There is a light aroma permeating the car. It is not as pungent as ordinary car perfumes. It is a nice and elegant aroma. Xiao Mianmian's heartbeat was a little fast, because she felt that someone's eyes had been on her since she got in the car. The man next to her looked at her without hesitation. Xiao Mianmian felt uncomfortable being looked at. Just as he was about to speak, the man's deep and sultry voice rang in his ears. Why didn't you buy anything? Did Uncle Li give you that card? Give it. When he talked about the card, Xiao Mianmian remembered that she wanted to return the card and the watch to him. Then why didn't you buy anything? Didn't you see anything you liked? Mo Yesi frowned slightly. He seemed dissatisfied with the fact that she didn't spend a penny on him. Xiao Mianmian. She took out the black card and his watch worth more than 2 million yuan from her bag and handed them to him. Mo Yesi. Give them back to you. These things are too valuable. Chen and I can't receive. Mo Yesi's frown became tighter and deeper when he saw what she handed over. The expression on his face was not very good. Xiao Mianmian. What do you mean? His face darkened, and Xiao Mianmian was a little scared. She's not the timid type either. However, the aura of the man sitting next to her was too strong. Xiao Mianmian was really afraid of him. Under the gaze of the man's extremely oppressive and intimidating cold eyes, Xiao Mianmian swallowed nervously. Mo Yesi, although we are already husband and wife, I feel that I am not quite used to this relationship yet. I hope you can give me some buffering time. You are very kind to Chen. However, this watch is really not suitable for him. Even if you force him to accept it, he usually doesn't dare to accept it, to wear it out. If you really want to give him a gift, you can give him a less expensive one. As for this card, she hesitated for a moment and then said, I can make some money myself now. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the man with a cold voice. I can take back the watch temporarily and wait until the day when he is suitable to wear it and then give it to him. But you must hold this card. If someone knows that my wife, Mo Yesi, still needs to make money by herself, do you want me to lose face? I don't. Mo Yesi raised his hand to interrupt her again. His eyes darkened slightly, half squinting, and his voice was a little cold. Xiao Mianmian, were you so resistant to using Su Zhe's money before? Xiao Mianmian was stunned. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Of course, she was not so resistant to spending Suze's money. But can it be the same? She and Suze have known each other for so many years, but they have only been with him for less than a day. Her silence made the man next to her even colder. In the driver's seat, Uncle Lee saw something was wrong between the two of them in the rearview mirror, and he mustered up the courage to say, "Master, Madam, where are you going to eat?" Qiao Mianmian pursed her lips and said nothing. She was now frightened by Mo Yesi and a little angry with him. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. So what if she married him? They had known each other for less than a day. To her, his so-called husband was no different from a stranger. How could she have gotten used to spending a stranger's money so quickly? When Qiao Mianmian is angry, her face becomes bulging and her eyes are round. She also likes to turn her head to the side and ignore people. Seeing her awkward look, Mo Yesi felt that the stagnation in his heart dissipated in an instant. He chuckled, put a hand on her shoulder, and pulled her body towards him. "Are you angry?" Qiao Mianmian pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, and refused to speak. Mo Yesi raised his eyebrows and the smile on his lips deepened. "Sorry, I apologize to you. I had a bad attitude just now. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. Did it scare you?" The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, her white teeth bit her pink lips tightly, and her face was still bulging. Mo Yesi looked down at her for a while, then pinched her chin with his fingers and raised her head. He lowered his voice and looked at him deeply. "Mianmian, don't get angry with me. Huh, you can interpret my behavior just now as that I am jealous. I'm just a little jealous of Suze." Cool fingers clasped her chin. When he came closer, the charming breath from his body penetrated into Qiao Mianmian's nose. The sound of Mianmian that seemed to be shouted out from her earlobe instantly made Qiao Mianmian's ears pop. Even his heart trembled. The man's soft voice sounded more like a hint of temptation, making Qiao Mianmian's heart tremble. Her face became hot again, and now she still remembered whether she was angry. When she raised her eyes and met his deep gaze, her heart trembled again. Her face turned red and her heart beat. This man's face is so handsome and charming. His eyes were filled with deep charm. If people are not careful, they will become addicted to the vast ocean in his eyes. I'm not angry." Qiao Mianmian blushed, and as he got closer, she felt a little difficulty breathing. "Really?" Mo Yesi was 2 centimeters closer to her. His warm breath fell on her lips, his fingertips pressed her chin and rubbed it gently. "Then kiss me and I will believe you." Words. What? Qiao Mianmian opened her eyes wide in shock. Mo Yesi looked at her slightly parted pink lips and narrowed his eyes, which became a little dark. Thinking of everything that happened that night, his eyes darkened. Meeting his scorching gaze, Qiao Mianmian felt flustered and reached out to push him away. She moved to the side twice, and after she was some distance away from him, she blushed and said to him, "Mo Yesi, can you be more serious?" She was really flustered when he was like this, having the urge to run away. She was like a frightened little rabbit. Her ears stood up because of his fright. Not only was her face red, but even her white and delicate ears were glowing with an attractive light pink color. Mo Yesi resisted the urge to reach out and squeeze her, but seeing how shy she was, he decided to let her go for the time being. After all, he and his young wife had only been married for less than a day. He didn't want to scare her now. "Yes." Mo Yesi sat up straight, stretched out his hand to straighten the cuff buttons on his shirt, and said seriously, "Let's go eat first." Boom. Qiao Mianmian's face turned as red as blood for an instant. His whole face looked like it was about to burn. Mo Yesi, a man, seemed so cold and abstinent. But why is he so unruly at heart? Is he also like this in front of others? In the driver's seat, Uncle Lee couldn't help but blush after hearing the conversation between the two. "Oh my God, I never expected that the young master would be so good at flirting with a little girl." He thought that the young master didn't know how to get along with the young lady. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. The place to eat is in a very high-end revolving restaurant, on the 68th floor of a high-rise building. The best seat in the restaurant has always been reserved for Mo Yesi. The manager came out to greet people. When he saw Mo Yesi, he respectfully called out, "Young Master Mo." "Yeah." Imo Yesi nodded lightly. The manager looked at Qiao Mianmian, who was walking out of the elevator with him. Seeing her dressed in student uniform, he was stunned for a moment and said doubtfully, "Young Master Imo, this is I." As soon as Qiao Mianmian said a word, the man's arm wrapped around her waist and held her possessively. "This is my wife. Imo? Mrs. Imo?" The manager was stunned and looked shocked. He looked at Qiao Mianmian with disbelief. His expression of extreme shock was even more exaggerated than hearing that the end of the world was about to come. After a few seconds, he finally came to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Qiao Mianmian. "Good evening, Mrs. Imo." "Ahem, good evening." Being greeted with such a deep bow, it was the first time that Qiao Mianmian enjoyed such treatment. She seemed a little uncomfortable. Imo Yesi looked down at her, curled his lips, held her slender and soft waist, and walked forward. After walking a few steps, Qiao Mianmian suddenly felt a warm breath coming to her ears, and the man's elegant fragrance also entered her nose. His low and sultry voice penetrated her ears. "Don't feel uncomfortable. You are my wife, Imo Yesi, and you deserve this respect and respect. In the future, you will find that Mrs. Mo's identity brings the benefits to you are far more than that. Soon, you'll get used to being treated like this." He got very close. It was so close that Xiao Mian could feel that when he spoke, his warm and soft lips would rub against her earlobe from time to time. His nose was filled with the smell of his body, and his breath was filled with the intoxicating hormonal scent. Taiwan Novel Network. I don't know what kind of perfume he is wearing. The smell is surprisingly good. Breathing in the man's breath and listening to his deep and sultry voice ringing in her ears, Qiao Mianmian's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Her heart beat so violently that her entire chest was shaking. This distance is too close. Except for Su Zhe, she had never been so close to another man. "Imo Yesi." She turned her head, wanting him not to get too close. Who knew, when she turned her head, his soft and beautiful lips touched her cheek. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Xiao Mianmian looked at him blankly. After a few seconds, a thin blush appeared on her face. She bit her lips, her eyes flickered, and her ears turned red. Imo Yesi was also stunned for a few seconds. Looking at her cheeks that were flushed from shyness, the man's eyes darkened, and a dark fire flashed across his eyes. Aside, the restaurant manager saw this scene in his eyes and was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth. Yeah, everyone said that Mr. Imo was a man of few desires and not close to women. No matter how beautiful a woman is in front of him, he will not take a second look or show any interest. I heard that a popular female star once tried to charm him, so she managed to sneak into the hotel room where he was staying. Then he took off his clothes and hid under the quilt. She is an actress with a very hot figure and has always taken a beautiful approach. The final result was that the hookup failed, and instead Imo Yesi's bodyguard threw him out of the room. After that, it was banned. Since then, many women who were still ready to hook up with him have been too frightened to do anything rashly. Through that incident, everyone knew that young Master Imo could only watch from a distance and could not be touched. No matter how coveted his woman is, she will not dare to approach him easily. But, if he had read correctly, the person who took the initiative was young Master Imo. On the contrary, Mrs. Imo looked like she wanted to avoid him but was a little afraid. They all blushed like that because of him. This is really strange. It turns out that Mr. Imo likes this kind of innocent-looking schoolgirl. No wonder the previous beautiful actress failed to charm her. The blush on Xiao Mianmian's face had not faded until she took her seat. Just thinking about that casual kiss made her heart beat faster. Imo Yesi's eyes were always following her. The man's eyes were burning, and when he looked at her, there was undisguised desire in them. Xiao Mianmian didn't dare to raise her head and look at him. But even if she didn't look, she could still feel that the warm and direct gaze never moved away from her. She felt inexplicably flustered. She had never been like this when she got along with Su Zhe before. But Imo Yesi, as soon as she sees this man, she will feel flustered and uncomfortable. There is a feeling of embarrassment in which you don't know where to put your arms and legs. The waiter brought over the menu. Imo Yesi flipped through the pages and asked her, "What do you like to eat?" "I can do anything. Not picky about food." Not picky about food. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and a deep laughter came from his throat. Well, it's good not to be picky about food. It's easy to raise. I like people who are not picky about food. Qiao Mianmian. Why does she feel like this man is teasing him all the time? Her heart was beating fast enough. If it goes on any faster, she won't be able to bear it. Yesi. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and said with a red face, "Can I ask you a question?" You tell me. Opposite me, the man's face was so handsome that it was so beautiful that no one dared to look at him for too long. After only looking at him for a few seconds, Qiao Mianmian blushed again and her heart beat. Why me? There was doubt and confusion in her eyes. Depending on your conditions, you can have many choices. Why is it her? He could pick any famous lady, and he would be better than her. Qiao Mianmian knew that she had an advantage in appearance, but she was not narcissistic enough to think that Yesi was attracted by her beauty and fell in love with her at first sight. From an objective point of view, for a man of Yesi's status and looking like this, can he be without beautiful women around him? What kind of stunning beauty have you never seen? Yesi raised his eyebrows slightly. You really want to know? Maybe it's because you are the only woman who won't reject me. Yesi didn't intend to lie to her, and said truthfully, besides you, I would feel uncomfortable if other women approached me. I thought we could living together for a while will help me find the reason. After hearing his answer, Qiao Mianmian was silent for a while. Uncle Li had told her about this before. She actually didn't quite believe it. But now, hearing him say it himself, she felt that there was no need for him to lie to her. So, is she really allergic to other women? Then there's no need to get married. She frowned slightly. You should find a woman you like. Even if you don't find her now, you will always meet her in the future. Like? His deep eyes narrowed. What is like? What you like is that when you can't see someone, you will miss them. After seeing her, you will be very happy and satisfied. And you will want to get close to her and do some intimate things with her. You are happy when you are happy. You want to share it with him as soon as possible. And when you are unhappy, you also want to talk to him as soon as possible. If you like someone, you will blush when you see him. Your heart will beat faster, and, cough, cough. As he spoke, Qiao Mianmian's voice suddenly stopped and her face suddenly turned red. What was she saying just now? When she saw Yesi, wouldn't she blush? Her heart beat faster, and she would feel uncomfortable in various ways. Could it be that she likes Yesi? How is this possible? She raised her eyes, which were watery from coughing, and saw the man's extremely handsome face, and her heart beat faster again. Thinking of what she just said, I felt flustered. I was also lying. Yesi looked at her thoughtfully, and after a moment, he asked seriously, if you only meet two of the conditions, does it count as liking her? Qiao Mianmian blinked. He pursed his lips, and then said seriously, when I couldn't see you, I thought about you. When I saw you, I wanted to get close to you and do something intimate with you. Mianmian, does this count as liking you? Qiao Mianmian was stunned for a few seconds, and her face turned red. Her face was so hot, as if there was a fire burning. Yesi, you, don't make such a joke with me. It's not a joke. The man looked directly into her eyes, with undisguised desire in his eyes. Mianmian, I really want you. You. Qiao Mianmian looked into those burning eyes filled with desire, panicked and wanted to run away. She blushed terribly and stood up in a panic. I'm going to the bathroom. After leaving these words, she almost ran away. After rinsing her face with cold water for a long time, Qiao Mianmian felt that her face was no longer so hot. The rapidly beating heart slowly calmed down. But when she thinks of what the man just said, her heartbeat speeds up again. He said, Mianmian, I really want you. The low and beautiful voice seemed to ring in her ears again. Qiao Mianmian reached out to cover her still hot face. Just as she was about to leave the bathroom, she heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. Sister? Is that you? Qiao Mianmian. Did she really have bad luck today? Otherwise, how could she meet Qiao Anxin again in this restaurant? Before she could speak, she heard Qiao Anxin's voice speaking again. It turns out it's really you. Why did you come to this restaurant? Did you make an appointment with someone? Qiao Mianmian turned around. Seeing Qiao Anxin's annoying face, she was extremely annoyed and didn't give her a good look. Why did I come to this restaurant? Does it have anything to do with you? Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Qiao Anxin stood still. With scrutiny in her eyes, she said, Sister, this restaurant is the most high-end Western restaurant in Yunqing. To eat here, you must make a reservation at least half a month in advance. Moreover, the minimum consumption per person will not be less than 5 figures. Based on my sister's current financial situation, I'm afraid you can't afford a place like this. Qiao Mianmian looked at her coldly. Oh, really? So what? Qiao Anxin bit her lower lip and said softly, Sister, I know you were hit hard after Brother A's broke off their engagement with you. After all, you have known each other for so many years. Even if there is no love anymore, there is also family affection. It will definitely be painful for you to lose him. However, you can't surrender because of this. Our Qiao family also has a certain status in Yunqing. If others know that you have cheated on someone, it will be unpleasant to spread. When the time comes, you let us. How did the Qiao family face others? If my sister wants to find a new boyfriend, there are many unmarried young men in Brother A's company. When the time comes, Brother A's and I can help you choose a reliable one. Sister, you. Qiao Anxin, have you said enough? Qiao Mianmian was so disgusted that she almost vomited out last night's overnight meal, so she couldn't bear to interrupt her. Sister. Qiao Anxin bit her lip and looked at her sadly. I do this for your own good. I really don't want to see you continue to fall. Fallen. Qiao Mianmian just thought it was extremely ridiculous. She squinted her eyes cold and mocking, and her eyes without any warmth fell on Qiao Anxin's soft and lovely face. She took a step forward. Sister, what do you want to do? Qiao Anxin immediately covered her face and took a step back. She had only received a slap from Qiao Mianmian before. Updated, I want to bed. Babies should also go to bed early and don't stay up too late. Until now, the swelling on my face has not completely subsided. In a few days, she will have to go to the crew to film, and she must not have any more injuries on her face. Qiao Mianmian is 163 centimeters tall, which is much taller than Qiao Anxin, who is only 163 centimeters tall. When she looked down at Qiao Anxin, the cold and stern look between her eyebrows made Qiao Anxin take 2 steps back in fright. Seeing Qiao Anxin's timid look, Qiao Mianmian raised her chin and said coldly, Qiao Anxin, you have a hobby of recycling garbage. Don't think that everyone else is the same as you. It's just one I don't want anymore. Man, you picked it up like a leak. Are you worthy of being so happy and proud? In the early years, in order to grab resources, you changed your sponsors one after another, and finally climbed up to where you are today. Now that the scars are healed and the pain has been forgotten, all these past events have been forgotten? If only I had been like you. What do you think is going on with you? Qiao Anxin, sugar daddy. When she said these words, Qiao Mianmian's eyes showed disdain, and her eyebrows were filled with pride. That's your hobby, not mine. Qiao Mianmian, you. Qiao Anxin's face darkened. The disguise of weakness and hypocrisy on his face was finally torn off. She bit her lip and said angrily, Do you know what is the most annoying thing about you? It's the way you think you are noble and awesome. What are you still insisting on? Brother A's knows you. No matter how long it takes, no matter how deep the relationship is, he's not in love with me yet. Qiao Mianmian, you can't even capture the heart of the man next to you. Don't you think you've failed as a human being? Qiao Anxin was a little exhausted, her eyes filled with resentment. She really hates Qiao Mianmian. Ever since I was little, I have hated her. As long as Qiao Mianmian is around, her halo will be taken away. Qiao Mianmian's face is really annoying, but any man who sees her will be fascinated by her. It took her 5 years to snatch Suze away, but even so, she doesn't dare to take it lightly now, because she could feel that Suze still had feelings for Qiao Mianmian. If she hadn't been pregnant and revealed her relationship with Suze without permission to let Qiao Mianmian know, how could Suze have terminated the engagement so quickly? Moreover, it was Qiao Mianmian who took the initiative to break off the engagement. Thinking of this, Qiao Anxin became even more resentful, with jealousy in her eyes. Qiao Mianmian, let me tell you, not only will I take away your man, I will take away everything you care about. Don't you like acting very much? But as long as I'm in the entertainment industry, you won't have a chance to become famous. Looking at her crazy look, Qiao Mianmian just curled the corners of her lips slightly, without much emotion on her face. Qiao Anxin, Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? You can tell me anything. The final word, she, Anxin, was so arrogant. Wasn't she just relying on Suze? If she insists on fighting for the backstage, will she be afraid? What Imo Yesi said to her suddenly rang in her ears. Once you marry me, you can do whatever you want. I'll take care of everything for you. Her heart suddenly settled down. That man, even though she didn't know him well, she also knew that he was by no means someone who would make promises to others casually. With his promise, she had nothing to fear. Really? Anxin hated the way she looked like she didn't care about anything. She gritted her teeth and threatened. Then give it a try. Mian, don't you like to play a small role very much? Then you will play a small role for the rest of your life. Bar. I want to see how powerful the financial backer behind you is. Can he make you famous? Not to mention that the Su family can cover the sky with one hand in Yunqing. But the power of the Su family is definitely not comparable to that of a few wealthy upstarts. So what if she, Mian, falls in love with a wealthy benefactor? No matter how powerful her sponsor is, can he be more powerful than Brother A's? Seeing her arrogant look, Mian just thought it was a joke, pursed her lips, and wrote lightly, Okay, I will accompany you to the end. I also want to see if Suze can support you. What kind of position? She is not someone who takes the initiative to stir up trouble, but she is not afraid of challenges. After saying this, she stretched out her hand to push Anxin away and walked past her. Anxin looked at her leaving back, bit her lips, and growled angrily. Mian, you will come back and beg me. I'll wait. Mian walked out of the bathroom without making any response. As soon as I walked out, I saw a familiar figure standing against the wall, as if waiting for someone. The man is 1.188 meters tall, with long legs that overlap casually. He has one hand in the pocket of his black suit trousers and stands in a lazy and leisurely manner. He lowered his head, and his bangs fell down a little on his forehead. His high nose bridge and hard mandibular curve were very beautiful. His tightly pursed thin lips were a light water, red color. Their lips were plump and moist, giving off a layer of alluring charm. Waterlight. Even though he lowered his head and couldn't see his entire face clearly, the outline of his face was still attractive enough. The women passing by him were all looking at him secretly. Everyone's face was red and their hearts were beating, and the girls looked pregnant. A bold man walked up to him with a blushing face, looked up at him with a shy face and said, Handsome guy, can I meet you? Imo Yesi raised his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his voice was also cold, showing the alienation of being thousands of miles away. No, Mian. Seeing that good-looking woman's face suddenly turn red, Mian felt embarrassed for her. She knew that a man like Imo Yesi would attract the attention of the opposite love wherever he went. With a good-looking figure, a good temperament, and a first-class temperament, he looks like the so-called walking male hormone. It is normal for a woman to strike up a conversation with him. However, seeing with her own eyes how he was approached by women and how he rejected others indifferently, Mian felt that her new husband was really not merciless at all when it came to picking up bad relationships. Even if the person he was chatting with was a beautiful woman, he would reject her coldly and directly, without showing any face to her. After such a comparison, Mian suddenly realized that Imo Yesi's attitude towards her was much better. The woman who was rejected by her was stunned and embarrassed for a moment, and then she asked without giving up, Why? Mian blinked and pricked up her ears, eager to hear what his answer would be. Imo Yesi suddenly raised his head, and the man's dark eyes, which were deeply charming and capable of intoxicating people, looked straight at her. The moment their eyes met, Mian was stunned. The corners of the handsome and noble man's lips curled up slightly. The layer of coldness and alienation that enveloped him instantly faded away. He slowly straightened up, opened his long legs, and walked towards Mian step by step under the astonished gaze of the woman. Before Mian could recover, the man's slender and tall figure came to her, and the falling shadow covered her. Imo Yesi took her into his arms and said in a low voice, Baby, why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? If you don't come out, I'm going to go in and look for someone. Not far away. When the woman who struck up a conversation saw this scene, what else didn't she understand? After giving Qiao Mianmian an envious and somewhat unwilling look, she turned around and left in embarrassment. Qiao Mianmian couldn't help but glance at the woman, hesitated, and asked, "Who is that? Do you know her? She is a very beautiful woman." Mo Yesi followed her gaze and looked back with an indifferent expression. "I don't know her, but I just saw you guys talking." Huh. The man was stunned for a moment, then a deep chuckle came from his throat. "Are you jealous?" Qiao Mianmian's face suddenly turned red. No. She immediately denied. "I was just asking casually. How can I be so stingy? I get jealous when I see you talking to others. Besides, she knew her identity very well. They just got married for some reason, not because they loved each other. To put it bluntly, they are just a couple in name only. What right does she have to be jealous?" The moment she got the marriage certificate from him, Qiao Mianmian made it very clear that she would not do anything she shouldn't do. "You can be so stingy." The man's deep eyes lowered and he stared at her and said, "Qiao Mianmian, we are married now. We are husband and wife. You are my wife, and if you feel that I am getting too close to another woman, you have the right to be jealous and angry." When Qiao Mianmian raised her eyes and met the man's eyes as dark as night, her heart skipped a beat and her heartbeat suddenly became much faster. "But you really don't need to mind about that woman just now." Mo Yesi laughed softly again, turned around with her in his arms, and returned to the restaurant. "She and I really don't know each other. She came over to strike up a conversation with me, but I wasn't interested in her at all. You also saw that she has left. Now that we are married, I will abide by the attitude a husband should have. So don't worry, I won't provoke other women outside, let alone." The man stopped talking and fell silent. "Besides what?" Qiao Mianmian raised her head and glanced at him, asking curiously, "What's more?" Mo Yesi turned his head, lowered his eyes, and cast his deep gaze on her beautiful and delicate face. A strange color flashed through his eyes very quickly. "That woman is not even 1,000th as good as you. The outlook is not that low." At this moment, Qiao Mianmian's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, suddenly started beating crazily again. Just after Qiao Mianmian and Mo Yesi turned around and left, Anxin also walked out of the bathroom. Just in time, Qiao Mianmian and Mo Yesi disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Although it was just a quick glance, it was enough for her to see clearly that the man holding Qiao Mianmian was definitely not a short, fat, greasy old man. He was a very tall man with a good figure and well-dressed man. Even though she didn't see what he looked like, Anxin felt her heart beat faster just by looking at that figure. Because she was too surprised, she froze on the spot and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Until a voice sounded in my ear. "Anxin, what's wrong with you?" Anxin suddenly came back to her senses, and her distracted eyes regained focus. She blinked, her eyes fell on Su Zhe's gentle and handsome face, and she murmured in a low voice, "Brother A's, I just saw my sister." "Mianmian?" Su Zhe's expression changed slightly. "You mean Mianmian also came here to eat?" Su Zhe naturally knew the cost of this restaurant. He also knew very well that Qiao Mianmian's economy was very tight now, and he had no money to spend money in a place like this. There was only one possibility that she would appear here. That's what others brought her here. Anxin took in Su Zhe's every reaction. She was silent for a few seconds. A strange color flashed in her eyes. She frowned and said, "Well, I saw my sister walking with a man. They looked. It seems very intimate." "Brother A's, my sister broke up with you not long ago. So soon. Has she found a new destination?" What Anxin said meant something. Sure enough, Su Zhe's face turned ugly after hearing this. He clenched his fists. "Are you sure the person you saw is her?" "I'm sure," Anxin said with certainty. "I just met my sister in the bathroom and I said hecko to her. My sister is still blaming me and still refuses to forgive me. She resents me very much now. Just now, she also threatened me." Speaking of this, Anxin bit her lip, showing a bit of grievance in her eyes. "Threaten you? What is she threatening you for?" Anxin lowered her eyes, with a pitiful and lovable look. "I see that she has been financially stressed recently, so I wanted to introduce her to some jobs, but she refused. She said that we don't need to take care of her affairs in the future, and she also said that she likes to recycle garbage and take back the men she doesn't want as treasures." Su Zhe's face turned pale. "Did she really say that?" "Brother A's, why did I lie to you? From my sister's tone, it seems that she has already planned to break up with you. Brother A's. Qiao Anxin took Su Zhe's arm. Su Zhe's face turned pale. Did she really say that? Brother A's, why did I lie to you? From my sister's tone, it seems that she has already planned to break up with you. Brother A's. Qiao Anxin took Su Zhe's arm and spoke in a soft and weak tone, looking very uneasy and uneasy. Did my sister really know someone great? She thought you, and I betrayed her. So, you want to use that man's power to deal with us? Su Zhe's face became increasingly ugly, and his eyes were HHH. Has everyone started school and gone to work? It feels so deserted today. This article has been written for more than 40,000 words now. I hope you can give me your opinions and tell me what you think of this article. At least, he absolutely cannot accept that she is with another man just after they broke up. After so many years of their relationship, she must still have him in her heart. Anxin, have you seen clearly what the man who is with Mianmian looks like? Su Zhe just wanted to find out about this matter now. He even wanted to go to Qiao Mianmian to ask clearly. No. Qiao Anxin shook her head. Her eyes flickered, thinking of that slender, tall figure with extraordinary temperament. She lied maliciously. However, looking at the back, she looks a bit older. She is dressed well. It's very impressive and looks very rich. After hearing this, Su Zhe's face turned pale. His eyes were full of anger. She would rather be with an old man than ask me for help? Does she hate me so much? Brother A's, it's not like you don't know your sister's temperament. Qiao Anxin added fuel to the fire at the right time. She has always been arrogant. It's harder for her to beg others than to let her die. What's more, she now hates if you expose us. You will be even less likely to ask for help. Even if you have this intention, she won't accept it. As she spoke, Qiao Anxin sighed softly and said in a very worried tone, I really can't bear to see my sister ruining herself like this. We have to find a way to prevent her from continuing to degenerate. Su Zhe had a gloomy face and frowned. You just said that she is unwilling to accept our help. What else can be done? Qiao Anxin rolled her eyes, walked over, and gently took Su Zhe's arm. Brother A's, I remember that there is a senior executive in the Su family who is not married yet. We can introduce my sister to him. You mean Manager Yang? Su Zhe frowned. Isn't Manager Yang suitable? He is already in his 40s, and is more than 20 years older than Mianmian. I'm a bit older, but only older men know how to love women. Qiao Anxin said sincerely, as if she was for Qiao Mianmian's good. He is more than 20 years older than my sister, and he will be with her in the future. I can love my sister like a daughter. Besides, we know the people in your company well, so they are much more reliable than those outside who don't know the details. Moreover, except for being older, Manager Yang is excellent in other aspects. His annual salary must be in the millions. This income can give my sister a good life. No matter what, he is better than the man my sister is looking for now. Be strong. But in fact, Manager Yang Qiao Anxin met him once. Not only is he old, but he is also bald and fat, and his height is only about 165 centimeters. Except for the good income, everything else is very ordinary. Su Zhe also thought of Manager Yang's appearance, frowned even more, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Brother A's. Qiao Anxin's soft voice sounded in his ears, and she said softly, in terms of appearance, Manager Yang is not worthy of my sister. However, when it comes to finding a partner, appearance is secondary, and character is. The most important thing is to let them meet first. Su Zhe was silent for a long time. Naturally, he felt that Manager Yang was not worthy of Qiao Mianmian. But thinking that Qiao Anxin also had good intentions, he couldn't bear to let him down. After a moment, he finally nodded. Okay, I'll ask Manager Yang what he means tomorrow. Restaurants that spend 5 figures per person are still very different. Dinner was very delicious. With an attitude of never wasting anything, Qiao Mianmian ate almost all the food on the table. After eating, her stomach felt so full. The man sitting opposite her wiped the corners of his lips gracefully. After swiping the card, the waiter held the card in both hands and bent down to hand the black card that symbolized his identity to him. Yes, he took it. He raised his eyes and glanced at Qiao Mianmian, who was so full that he was touching his belly, and the corners of his lips curled up. You have a good appetite tonight. It seems that the food here suits your taste. If you like it, we can eat here every day in the future. Ahem. Qiao Mianmian was drinking water and choked. Her face felt a little hot, and she felt embarrassed. Is this a euphemism for saying she eats too much? She seemed to have eaten a lot tonight. She ate at least 2/3 of the food on the table. In comparison, Imo Yesi was a big man, but he ate like a girl. Well, the food here is quite delicious, but the price is too expensive. It's a bit too luxurious to eat here every day. As long as you like it. Imo Yesi looked at her with his deep eyes, and a charming smile appeared on his lips. Besides, you have to believe in your husband's financial strength. Even if you eat 3 meals a day, it will last a lifetime. I can't even afford it. Qiao Mianmian. All right. She knew he was rich. A meal worth tens of thousands of yuan is very luxurious to her. In his eyes, it is probably the same as a meal that costs tens of yuan for an ordinary person. When she called herself her husband, just now, Qiao Mianmian's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She was worried that if her heartbeat accelerated so frequently, she would really have a myocardial infarction. After leaving the restaurant, Qiao Mianmian wanted to go to the hospital to see Qiao Chen. Imo Yesi had nothing to do at night, so he naturally accompanied her. Knowing that Qiao Mianmian valued Qiao Chen, of course he had to go to his brother-in-law to improve his favorability. Master, Madam, Uncle Li, who was waiting outside, saw the two people coming out. After calling out respectfully, he reached out and opened the car door. After getting in the car, Uncle Li asked about the location and guided the car in the direction of the hospital. The luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom had just driven away, and Anxin and Suze, who walked out of the revolving glass door, stopped at the same time. Anxin looked at the black Rolls-Royce that had already driven into the traffic. The expression on his face froze for a moment, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Qiao Mianmian, which car are you sitting in? Is her sponsor the owner of that car? Anxin is very clear about how expensive that Rolls-Royce is. She has a deep understanding of various luxury brands. Whether it is bags, clothes, jewelry, or luxury cars and mansions, she has a certain understanding. It was a global limited edition Rolls-Royce. The starting price is at least 20 million. These are not the most important. The most important thing is that the license plate number of that car turned out to be 48. There were only a handful of people in Yunqing who could afford such a license plate number. At first, she thought Qiao Mianmian was just hooking up with a rich man. But now, those 48s stung her eyes and aroused the jealousy in her heart. Just based on the license plate number, Anxin knew that the identity of the person in the car was definitely not simple. Brother A's, is the woman sitting in that Rolls-Royce my sister? Anxin bit her lip and watched the luxurious Rolls-Royce drive further and further away until it was out of sight. Suze pursed her lips and said nothing, but her face looked ugly. The Rolls-Royce's windows were open. Just now, he saw Qiao Mianmian sitting in that car with his own eyes. Arrived at the hospital, Qiao Chen finished his meal and was watching TV. Seeing Qiao Mianmian coming, he was very happy and called out affectionately, "Sister." Yes. Qiao Mianmian saw that he was in good spirits, much better than when he first came out of the emergency room, and said happily, "What did you eat at night? How do you feel now?" "My brother-in-law had someone bring me dinner that night. It was much better than the food in the hospital cafeteria. I ate it all. My brother-in-law also had someone buy me a lot of very expensive supplements." After Qiao Chen finished speaking, he turned to Imo Yesi and said a little shyly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Imo Yesi said, softly. Only then did Qiao Mianmian see that there were many bags piled on the coffee table and sofa. All kinds of expensive supplements. All the flowers in the ward have been replaced with the freshest bouquets. She was stunned for a few seconds, then turned her head with gratitude in her eyes. "Imo Yesi, thank you." She didn't expect that this man would be so attentive to Qiao Chen's affairs. He was not talking empty words when he said he would take good care of their siblings in the future. Imo Yesi's dark eyes narrowed. He glanced down at her and said in a low voice, "Tell me thank you? Have you forgotten what I told you before?" Qiao Mianmian was startled, her eyelashes twitching slightly, remembering what he had said to her before. He said that he didn't want to hear the word, "thank you," from her mouth again. However, at this moment, besides using these two words to express her gratitude, she didn't know what to say. "Sister, brother, in-law. Qiao Qin's dark eyes, which were almost identical to Qiao Mianmian's, scanned the two of them back and forth and asked curiously, "What are you whispering about?" It's nothing." Qiao Mianmian avoided Mo Yesi's gaze, walked quickly to the bedside, and took out an orange from the fruit basket. "Qian, do you want to eat an orange? I'll peel one for you." Qiao Qin blinked and looked at Mo Yesi again. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I don't want to eat oranges. Sister, I suddenly want to eat the soup dumplings in front of the hospital. Can you buy some of the buns from the store? You want to eat steamed buns?" It was rare to hear Qiao Qin say that he wanted to eat something. Of course, Qiao Mianmian agreed immediately after one bite. "Okay, I'll buy it for you." Mo Yesi was about to ask his bodyguard to buy it when he suddenly realized that Qiao Chun had sent Qiao Mianmian away on purpose. His brother-in-law seemed to have something to say to him. After Qiao Mianmian left, Mo Yesi casually pulled out a chair and sat down. His slender legs crossed casually, and he raised his eyes to look at Qiao Chun, who looked embarrassed. Looking at the nervous and apprehensive look of the delicate-looking young man on the hospital bed, Mo Yesi gently raised the corners of his lips. "Is there something you want to tell me?" His brother-in-law is just like his sister. They are all timid and shy. In front of these siblings, Mo Yesi's patience and temper will become much better. When he talked to Qiao Chun, his attitude was already very gentle. However, to Qiao Chun, he didn't feel much gentleness. He felt that his brother-in-law's aura was too strong. Everywhere he went, he had the aura of an emperor. Being in a room alone with him, Qiao Chun felt extremely stressed. He mustered up the courage to raise his head and look at Mo Yesi. "Brother-in-law, can I ask you a question?" The delicate and beautiful young man's voice was a little timid. Mo Yesi nodded. "Yes, you ask." Qiao Chun hesitated. "Brother-in-law, do you really like my sister?" Mo Yesi was slightly startled, not expecting him to ask this. "Are you worried that I'm not sincere to your sister?" he asked instead of answering the question. Qiao Chun hesitated again, and then said hesitantly, "Brother-in-law is in good condition, and there must be many women who like you. Although my sister is very beautiful, I feel that there is no shortage of beautiful women around my brother-in-law. Brother Suze and my sister have known each other for 10 years, but he still cheated on me in the end. My sister has been hurt by him once, and I don't want her to be hurt again." Although Qiao Chun was a little afraid of Mo Yesi, he still stood up for Qiao Mianmian's happiness. He clenched his fist at Mo Yesi and gritted his teeth. "If you dare to let my sister down, I won't let you go." Mo Yesi. It was the first time in my life that I was threatened. He was actually threatened by his brother-in-law, but Mo Yesi wasn't angry either. He knew that the brother and sister had a good relationship, and Qiao Chen's behavior was out of concern for his sister, fearing that Qiao Mianmian would be deceived. After a moment of silence, he raised his lips and said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" The beautiful boy on the hospital bed clenched his fists. "Of course." Mo Yesi smiled again, and then said, "Your sister and I didn't get together because of feelings, so if you ask me if I like her, I can't answer you." Qiao Chen frowned, looking a little angry. Does it matter whether you like her or not?" Mo Yesi raised an eyebrow. "You just said that her 10-year relationship with Suze was also let down. You pushed your sister away and asked me so many questions. Aren't you just worried that I will be like Suze? I can't guarantee you that I will fall in love with her, but since I have chosen her, I will not let her down." Qiao Chun was stunned for a moment, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. "What do you mean? I can't guarantee emotional things. However, what you are worried about will never happen." Seeing that the young man still looked confused, Mo Yesi stood up and walked to the bedside, stretched out his hand and patted his weak shoulder gently. "Qiao Chun, your sister is very special to me. That's okay too. He said that she is unique to me. The only woman who will accompany me for the rest of my life is her, and there will be no other woman except her." Qiao Mianmian came back after buying steamed buns. Qiao Chen ate one and said he lost his appetite. The two siblings chatted for a while, until Qiao Chen's face showed signs of fatigue, and Qiao Mianmian got up and left the hospital after watching him fall asleep. The night wind felt cool and comfortable on my face. It takes several minutes to walk from the inpatient department to the main entrance of the hospital. It was quiet all around. Xiao Mianmian looked down at the shadow on the ground. The man's figure was slender and could completely cover her shadow. Xiao Mianmian was a little entranced when she accidentally stepped on a pebble under her feet. Her feet slipped and her body fell forward. Ah! She let out a soft cry and was about to fall to the ground. A strong arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her up steadily. Xiao Mianmian bumped into the man's warm and strong chest. Above the head, a low and teasing smile fell. Is my shadow so beautiful? Is it more beautiful than my person? I'll add another chapter today. Isn't it great? Praise me. Xiao Mianmian's face turned red immediately after being teased. After standing firm, she hurriedly reached out and pushed him away. It was actually discovered. How embarrassing. She bit her lip, too flustered to look at him. She blushed and said, "Just now, thank you." "Thanks?" Yes, he stopped. The man turned around. His slender and tall figure covered him, and a large shadow fell, completely covering the petite figure in front of him. His eyes were lowered, and his beautiful thick eyebrows were lightly furrowed. "You like to say thank you to me so much? In your eyes, I am still just an outsider." Xiao Mianmian blinked. "I?" As soon as she said a word, the man stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms again. That strong arm tightened around her waist in a domineering manner. The other hand pinched her small chin and raised it slightly, forcing her to look at him. Looking into those bottomless dark eyes, Xiao Mianmian showed a hint of panic. Yesi half squinted his eyes. His gaze fell on her light pink lips, and his eyes darkened a bit. He spoke in a low voice. "Xiao Mianmian, I am your husband. You must get used to me as soon as possible. I will give you a week to adapt. After a week, if you still can't adapt, I will follow my own way deal with our relationship." After the words fell, his breath came closer, and under Xiao Mianmian's astonished eyes, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. When Xiao Mianmian was kissed by him, her body froze and her brain went blank for a few seconds. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the handsome face so close in front of her. For a few seconds, her head felt dizzy. The heartbeat was incredibly fast, and the entire chest was vibrating, as if the heart would pop out of the throat in the next second. When kissing, you have to close your eyes. The man's warm and dry palms covered her eyes. He reluctantly bit the corner of her lips before letting her go. Xiao Mian lay limply in his arms, panting heavily. Yesi looked down at her. His eyes were burning, and his voice was hoarse and hoarse. "Don't you know how to breathe? Your ex-fiancé never taught you?" Her rawness was beyond his expectation. She and Suze have been dating for so many years. Why are they still so awkward when it comes to matters between men and women? He found it very difficult to restrain himself from touching her. He didn't believe that Suze could still be Lu Xiaohui. Xiao Mianmian's face turned red immediately after being teased. After standing firm, she hurriedly reached out and pushed him away. It was actually discovered. How embarrassing. She bit her lip, too flustered to look at him. She blushed and said, "Just now, thank you." "Thanks?" Yes, he stopped. The man turned around. His slender and tall figure covered him, and a large shadow fell, completely covering the petite figure in front of him. His eyes were lowered, and his beautiful thick eyebrows were lightly furrowed. "You like to say thank you to me so much? In your eyes, I am still just an outsider." Xiao Mianmian blinked. "I?" As soon as she said a word, the man stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms again. That strong arm tightened around her waist in a domineering manner. The other hand pinched her small chin and raised it slightly, forcing her to look at him. Looking into those bottomless dark eyes, Xiao Mianmian showed a hint of panic. Yesi half squinted his eyes. His gaze fell on her light pink lips, and his eyes darkened a bit. He spoke in a low voice. "Xiao Mianmian, I am your husband. You must get used to me as soon as possible. I will give you a week to adapt. After a week, if you still can't adapt, I will follow my own way deal with our relationship." After the words fell, his breath came closer, and under Xiao Mianmian's astonished eyes, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Xiao Mianmian is still a student, in her third year of college, and will enter the internship period in the second half of the year. She usually lives on campus. The 2-day weekend holiday is over and classes will start again tomorrow. In a panic, I heard Uncle Lee from the driver's seat ask respectfully, Master, are you going back directly? Mo Yesi glanced at the little woman next to him who was still blushing and said calmly, Yes. After Uncle Lee asked clearly, he was about to drive away. Qiao Mianmian suddenly came back to her senses and turned to look at Mo Yesi. Where are we going now? Mo Yesi opened the notebook and replied briefly with 2 words, Go home. Qiao Mianmian's expression changed. Go home? Whose home are you going to? What do you think? As if he thought her question was funny, Mo Yesi raised his eyes to look at her, curled his lips and said, Why, we are both married. So you have never thought about living with me in the future? Qiao Mianmian. She really hadn't thought about this problem. Suddenly hearing him say that he wanted to live together, she panicked a little. But I'm still in school, she said with a panicked look on her face. I have to live on campus. Our school has regulations, and you are not allowed to rent a house outside. At first, I just thought that since she was still studying and had to live on campus, they wouldn't have much time to see each other. Therefore, she signed her name on the marriage application with confidence. She thought that he just had a fling for her, and if they didn't see each other often in the future, they might forget her soon. Mo Yesi didn't say anything. He stared at her with his dark and deep eyes for a few seconds, and his thin lips curled up slightly. He seemed to have seen through her little thoughts. He closed the notebook he had just opened. He stretched out his long arms and hugged the petite woman next to him into his arms. With the other hand, he pinched Qiao Mianmian's chin, approached her and said, If I remember correctly, today is the weekend. You don't go to school until tomorrow, okay? The woman's small hand was held softly in his arms, saying, Come back with me tonight, and I'll take you to school tomorrow. But that little hand was held by him. He squeezed her palm gently and chuckled. I said, You must get used to me as soon as possible. Mianmian, I am your husband, and it is normal for me to do anything intimate to you. I like you, that's why I'll do this to you. The girl had a nice girly smell. Mo Yesi's eyes flashed. He clasped her chin, leaned down slightly, and kissed her again under her shocked and panicked eyes. Qiao Mianmian's exclamations were all silenced by the man. Between entanglements, each other's breaths are intertwined. His breath, lips, and teeth were all filled with the domineering and charming aura of the man. In the front driver's seat, Uncle Lee couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. I really didn't expect that the young master would have such a passionate side. Who said that the young master is a man of few desires, does not like women, and is not interested in women? This is obviously quite interesting, right? Oh my, this is really gratifying. I used to worry about whether there was something wrong with the young master, but now I can finally feel relieved. Seeing that the young master and the young madam have such a good relationship, it is hard to predict whether the young master will be found soon. You can live in the school during the week and go to my place after the holidays. When Qiao Mianmian was about to faint from lack of oxygen again, Mo Yesi finally ended the kiss. The man pressed her forehead against her, and the word, at the end, with a slightly raised tone, was even more indescribably sultry. Qiao Mianmian raised her head to look at him with blurred eyes, her eyes covered with mist. Mo Yesi held the palm-sized pink face of the girl in his arms, pressed it against her forehead and gently rubbed it. Mianmian, don't refuse me. Are you going to my house? Facing his eyes that were darker than the night, Qiao Mianmian seemed to be bewitched and could not say any words of rejection at all. But, I didn't bring a change of clothes. Mo Yesi let out a low laugh from his throat and gently rubbed her forehead again. His eyes seemed to be filled with thick ink that could not be melted away. He looked down at her and said, All your daily necessities, everyone is ready. Before Qiao Mianmian could say anything, Mo Yesi held the palm-sized pink face of the girl in his arms and pressed it against her forehead and said, Mianmian, come to my house? Facing the man's eyes that were darker than the night, Qiao Mianmian seemed to be bewitched and couldn't say any words of rejection. But, I didn't bring a change of clothes. Mo Yesi laughed softly from his throat, and his eyes seemed to be filled with thick ink that could not be melted away. I have had all your daily necessities prepared. When the time comes, just tell me what you need, and someone will prepare it for you. Qiao Mianmian. Everything is ready? Why did she think? He had been thinking about letting her stay at his house all morning. The car was halfway through. Qiao Mianmian couldn't bear the sleepiness and fell asleep in the car. She leaned her head against the car window, probably because sleeping in this position was uncomfortable. Her brows would tighten from time to time in her sleep. Several times, I knocked my head against the glass window, making a dong sound. Mo Yesi was processing some emails while holding a notebook. Before he finished, he heard movement beside him and turned his head to take a look. Looking at the girl who was still frowning while sleeping soundly, she closed her notebook, stretched out her hand to rub her brows, and whispered, "Uncle Lee, drive slower." "Yes, master." Mo Yesi put the notebook aside, stretched out his hand, gently took the sleeping girl over, adjusted her sleeping position, and let her lie on his lap. Then he picked up the suit jacket that he took off and gently put it on her body. A few strands of bangs fell down, covering her eyes. He stretched out his hand to brush it away, lowered his head and looked at her for a few seconds. His big hand fell on her fair cheek, and his palm touched the girl's beautiful and delicate face and gently rubbed it. Mian. Slender white fingers slipped between the girl's picturesque eyebrows. His deep and cold eyes showed a hint of expectation, and he murmured softly. Lu Rao said, "You will be my savior." "You really are my savior?" Uncle Lee happened to catch this tender scene in his eyes. His hand shook in shock, and the black Rolls Royce instantly shifted its direction and almost hit the railing on the side. He was so frightened that he quickly turned the steering wheel, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Mo Yesi paused and, stroking the girl's cheek, raised his head, narrowed his cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful." "Yes, yes, master." Uncle Lee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and did not dare to be distracted again. An hour later, the Black Rolls Royce drove into a luxurious manor on the hillside in the suburbs. The thick carved copper door slowly opened. In the security room at the door, the security guard stood up and bowed to the people in the car. Tall plane trees were planted on both sides of the road, and the vast green lawn was neatly trimmed. The Rolls Royce drove forward for a while and finally stopped next to a fountain. The car stopped, and after Uncle Lee got out of the car, he walked around to the rear compartment and opened the door. Mo Yesi got out of the car, and the manor's butler Rin immediately stepped forward, bowed at 90 degrees, and said respectfully, "Master, good evening." Mo Yesi nodded lightly, bent down and reached into the car, reaching out to take out Qiao Mianmian, who was sleeping soundly. When he came out of the car again with Qiao Mianmian in his arms, Rin's eyes widened in shock. As if he heard that the end of the world was about to come, he had a look of disbelief on his face. Is he not dazzled? What the young master is holding in his arms, is it a woman? He felt that he was quite frightened. He immediately turned his head and asked Uncle Lee what was going on with his eyes. Uncle Lee also looked back at him. "Well, that's what you saw. Run. .. He felt a little bad all over. Terrified. He received a call from the young master this afternoon, asking him to buy some women's daily necessities. At that time, he didn't think much about it, wondering if his wife or old lady was coming to stay for a while. But who knows, that woman is neither the madam nor the old lady, but the woman in the young master's arms. Update completed today. Favorite collection +5. Star comment I love you. Isn't the young master not close to women? Isn't he allergic to women? Doesn't he regard women as poison? Thinking of Mo Yesi's strange problem, Rin immediately went to see if he had an allergic reaction. After not seeing anything abnormal, he still asked uneasily, "Master, do you need to call Mr. Liu right away? Come over here." Dr. Liu has always been treating the young master's strange problem, and only Dr. Liu understands his physical condition best. Mo Yesi glanced at him, his eyes a little cold. "No need. But master, your body. It doesn't matter." Rin opened his eyes wide again, too surprised to speak. What does the young master mean when he says it's okay? Isn't he allergic to the woman in his arms? God, if it were true, wouldn't this be a great event worthy of universal celebration? But before Rin could recover from the shock, Mo Yesi said lightly, "This is the young lady. From now on, she will be the mistress of Mo's house. If the instructions continue, no one is allowed to do anything to the young lady. Madam, if you see her, you will see me. If anyone doesn't comply, he will be kicked out of Mo's house immediately." After saying that, He carried Xiao Mianmian and walked into the white building in front. Seeing his young master leaving with the young lady who suddenly appeared in his arms, Rian was still stunned in the same place, disheveled in the wind. The old man, who was almost 60 years old, looked at Uncle Li with doubtful eyes. Old Li, what is going on here? Is that really the young lady? Uncle Li also had a look on his face that was hard to explain. Well, she and the young master went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their certificates, and I drove them there. Rin, have you received the certificate? Do the master and madam know about this? Uncle Li shook his head. The expression on Rin's face became subtle. I think this matter is not simple. It's okay for you, sir, but where is the madam? I'm afraid. Uncle Li and he thought of the same point, and both of them frowned. The door of the Mo family is not so easy to enter. Mo Yesi walked into the hall holding Qiao Mianmian. When all the maids saw that their young master, who had never been a womanizer, came back with a woman in his arms, their eyes fell to the floor in surprise. Wait until Mo Yesi went upstairs. A group of people couldn't help but gather together to discuss. Did I get dazzled just now? I actually saw the young master holding a woman. You're not dazzled, I saw it too. Isn't the young master allergic to women? Why can he hug her? Who is she? The young master actually carried her back to Mo's house. At this time, another maid ran down from upstairs. Because I ran too fast, I almost fell. She covered her mouth and was extremely surprised. Oh my God, let me tell you. I just saw the young master carrying a woman into his bedroom. Can you believe it? Tell me, I am not hallucinating. The other women looked at each other, so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Because he is allergic to women, the young master who has never been a womanizer suddenly brought a woman back and carried her into his bedroom. Everyone in Mo's house didn't know that the young master's bedroom was a forbidden area. Even the madam is not allowed to enter the young master's bedroom casually. They were not even qualified to take a step forward. Butler Lane personally cleaned the young master's bedroom. The young master actually let a woman into his bedroom. What does this mean? The young master just brought a woman in. Did you all see it? Just when everyone was guessing about Qiao Mianmian's identity, Rin walked in. When the maids saw him, they called out respectfully, "Butler Rin." Rin nodded, glanced at the crowd with a sharp gaze, and said in a majestic voice, "That is the young lady, and she will be our mistress from now on. If any of you dare to be disrespectful to the young lady, get out and leave immediately." Did you hear that clearly? The maids opened their eyes in shock, with disbelief on their faces. After a few seconds, they all replied in unison, "Yes, I understand. Wait for Rin to leave." A group of people exclaimed again and again, "Oh my God, that's actually the young lady. So, the young master suddenly got married. Who am I? Where am I? What have I been through?" Qiao Mianmian slept deeply. Mo Yesi carried her into the bedroom and put her on the big black bed. She didn't even wake up during the journey. The girl's petite body was placed on the soft and wide bed, making her look even more petite and thin. The little one curled up into a ball as soon as it touched the bed, like a cute and soft kitten. Her shoulder-length hair was spread down, covering half of her face. The other half of her face that was exposed was quiet and well-behaved, soft and cute and lovable. Mo Yesi sat by the bed, reached out and touched her soft face. After staring at her quietly for a moment, he lowered his head and pressed a soft kiss on her lips. The sweet breath between the girl's lips and teeth made him feel a little emotional. Before her, he had never known that his self-control was so poor. He underestimated her attraction to him. Perhaps this woman is really his savior. He resisted all women but her. I have to say, this is like God deliberately arranged it, arranged for him to be unable to accept other women, and arranged for her to be his only exception. Qiao Mianmian. The man's voice was low, and in such a quiet night, it seemed to have some kind of bewitchment. If you are arranged by God for me, then stay with me forever. Stay with me forever, and never leave me. I will never let you go again. When she woke up the next day, Qiao Mianmian found her lying on a strange big bed. The bedroom is large and luxurious, and every interior decoration is expensive. On the pure black bed, the sheets are black, the quilt is black, and even the lampshade of the wall lamp on the wall is black. This is a room full of masculine atmosphere. The clothes she was wearing had been changed, and she was wearing a set of light purple silk pajamas. The texture was soft and silky, and she looked very expensive at first glance. She sat up holding the quilt and leaned against the bedside in daze for several seconds before she suddenly came to her senses. I found my phone, clicked on it, and checked the time. My expression changed again, and I immediately jumped out of bed. After washing and tidying up as quickly as possible, she rushed out of the room and ran downstairs. As soon as I rushed downstairs, I saw a man in a black uniform, about 50 years old. Seeing her, the man took a step back, made a deep bow at 90 degrees, and called out respectfully, "Good morning, young lady." Xiao Mianmian was stunned. She opened her eyes wide, a little frightened, and took a step back. "You are?" Ren smiled, looked at the immature young lady in front of him who was not yet 20 years old, and said warmly, "I am Ren, the housekeeper of Mo Mansion. The young master is having dinner in the dining room. Does the young madam also want to have breakfast now? Majai?" Xiao Mianmian was in a daze for a moment, then turned her head and looked around, sizing up the ridiculously luxurious mansion in front of her. It turns out that this is Mo Yesi's home. At first, she thought it was a villa or something, but now, only then did she realize that it was poverty that limited her imagination. This house, which is as big as a castle, is much bigger than a villa. Is Mo Yesi still at home? After checking the time just now, she thought he had gone to Mo's family. Hearing her address Mo Yesi by his first name, Ren was stunned for a moment, but soon his face returned to its normal expression and he nodded. "Yes, the young master is at home." "Oh." Xiao Mianmian nodded and said, "Then I'll go find him." "Please lead the way," Ren said hurriedly. "Young lady, you're welcome." When Xiao Mianmian walked for several minutes before finally reaching the dining room, she felt that she really needed Ren to bring her here. Otherwise, she would definitely get lost herself. Next to the several meter long white carved dining table, a man wearing loose and casual home clothes took a cup of coffee and took a sip with graceful movements. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head. His deep, dark eyes fell on Xiao Mianmian. After looking at him for a few seconds, the man's handsome, thick eyebrows frowned slightly. When he frowned, Xiao Mianmian couldn't help but become nervous. "I always feel that I have made some mistake." After a while, Mo Yesi raised his arm and waved to her. "Come here." The man's voice was as domineering and strong as ever, with the majesty of someone who had been in power for a long time, as if he was ordering her. Xiao Mianmian walked over. He was about a meter away from him and stopped. She looked down at the man's devilishly handsome face, her heart beating uncontrollably faster. After taking a deep breath, she slowly calmed down. She frowned and said anxiously, "Mo Yesi, I have something to tell you." The man looked unhurried. He glanced at her and said calmly, "Sit down and eat first. If you have anything to do, we'll talk about it later." "No," Xiao Mianmian said anxiously. "I don't have time to have breakfast. Can you have someone take me to school right away? There is a very important class today, and I can't miss it." "What class? When does it start?" The man's voice was still calm and unhurried. "Acting class." Xiao Mianmian took out her phone and checked the time again, becoming even more anxious. "Class is at 10 o'clock. There is less than an hour left." "Yes." Mo Yesi nodded, indicating that he understood everything. Then, nothing more was said. His attitude made Xiao Mianmian extremely anxious. "Mo Yesi, you said last night that you would send me to school. You can't break your promise. What's the rush? It's not like I won't let you go." Mo Yesi reached out and tapped the table lightly, motioning for her to sit down. "Eat first." "Where can Xiao Mianmian eat it?" Mianmian, be obedient." The man's voice was lowered by 2 points with a gentle flavor, as if he was coaxing a child. "I will help you handle the class matters. You don't have to worry. No matter how anxious you are, you still need breakfast. Eat. You can't go to school on an empty stomach." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, Xiao Mianmian heard him say to the person on the other end of the phone in a tone of ordering people to do things. "The art performance department of Yunqing Film Academy has an acting class at 10 o'clock in the morning. Please find someone to inform and change the time." "Well, let's change it to the afternoon." In less than a minute, he hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, He raised his eyes and looked at Qiao Mianmian. The class time has been changed to the afternoon. Now, can you eat in peace? Qiao Mianmian. Meow meow meow. Can this still be done? He just called me and said he would change the time. She seems to be married to a very awesome husband. Although, she knew that Imo Yesi was really awesome, but she always felt that he was just awesome at making money. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that her husband was not just a great money maker. Not only was the Mahist family extremely wealthy, but it also had a prominent position in other aspects. I heard that the next candidate for president is Imo Qiao, the eldest son of the Imo family. If she remembered correctly, their school also had several libraries and teaching buildings built with money from the Imo family. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian seemed to suddenly realize that she had married into an amazing family. She also suddenly realized how good the conditions of the man she married were. He has a noble status and handsome appearance. He has reached the top of the business empire at a young age and has become a legend that countless people look forward to worshipping. He is the best half in the hearts of many famous ladies. Such a man originally belonged to two different classes from her. Under normal circumstances, there would be no possibility for them to cross paths in this life. But now, he actually became her husband. Even she herself found it incredible. If it weren't for her specialness towards him, he would have looked down on her based on his conditions. Thinking of this, Qiao Mianmian felt that she had indeed taken advantage of this marriage. Come over. Seeing her still standing there, Imo Yesi frowned a little dissatisfied. Why are you still standing there? Oh. Qiao Mianmian pushed aside a chair next to her, and before she could sit down, she saw Imo Yesi frowning again. The man's slender fingers tapped the table next to him, and he said in a tone that could not be refused, "Sit next to me." Qiao Mianmian glanced at the seat next to him, hesitated for a few seconds, and sat down. Before she could sit down, Imo Yesi stretched out his long arms, hugged her around the waist, and pulled her into his arms. Qiao Mianmian sat on his lap, the man's strong arms wrapped around her waist, and gently pinched the soft flesh around her waist. The girl fell into my arms, and her nose was filled with fragrance. He leaned into her hair and took a deep breath. The expression on his face was a little intoxicated. What kind of perfume do you usually use? Why does it smell so good? Why does her body smell so good? As soon as she was close to him, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. It seemed like every cell in his body had relaxed. After last night, he had determined that she was the one he was destined for. Last night, he slept very well. Just like last time, he slept until dawn. Not only did I sleep for 7 hours without waking up, but I also didn't have that nightmare again. These things that are common to others are extravagant to him. Her appearance lit up the light in his dark world. From then on, he saw the light. She wouldn't know how important she was to him. I don't use any perfume. Being held by him like this, Mianmian's face felt hot and she said shyly, Imo Yesi, let me go. Several maids were standing in the dining room. Seeing this scene, I was surprised, envious, and jealous. This unidentified young lady seems to be very favored by the young master. Although she is very beautiful, she looks very young and I heard she is still a student. I really didn't expect that the young master would like such a little girl. Not only did Imo Yesi not let go of her, he also raised her chin and rubbed it gently. He said in a low voice, "You hugged me all night last night, and now you won't hug me anymore." This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Qiao Mianmian opened her eyes wide. I last night. Yeah. Imo Yesi shirked her cheek with his fingertips and murmured softly, "It's like an octopus, clinging to me." You slept soundly, but I didn't sleep well all night. Qiao Mianmian's face turned redder. She was so tired yesterday that she fell asleep in his car. I don't remember anything about what happened after that. Thinking of the two of them sleeping in the same bed all night, his heart beat faster. She was now glad that she fell asleep early and didn't have to face the embarrassment of sleeping in the same bed. She blushed and asked, "The clothes I'm wearing, of course I changed it for you. Naturally, my woman can only be shown to me. You changed it for me?" Qiao Mianmian's eyes opened even wider. Her face seemed to be burning, and her whole face turned red. "Are you shy again?" Mo Yesi pinched her chin and looked at her shy look. He couldn't help but curled his lips and said with a smile, "Why are you so shy so easily? Baby, I am your husband. I will change your clothes. Isn't that normal?" Mo Yesi, please stop talking. Listening to him say these words that made her blush and make her heart beat, Qiao Mianmian felt that her face was about to burn. Especially the sound he called, "baby," seemed to be bewitching, and it made her heart skip a beat. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian seriously doubted whether what Uncle Li told her was true. Has Mo Yesi really never been in love before? Then why is he so good at flirting? As a woman who had been in love before, she was so aroused by him that her heartbeat accelerated and she couldn't help herself. "Baby, do you know what I want to do now?" Mo Yesi came closer. His warm breath fell into her ears, and he lowered his voice. "I want to." His words could only be heard by her and him. Qiao Mianmian was so aroused that her heart almost burst. She raised her head with tears in her eyes. "Mo Yesi, I'm hungry. I want to have breakfast." At this time, the maid brought Qiao Mianmian's breakfast. There are Chinese food, Western food, and various pastries and fruits. In short, it is very rich. But Mo Yesi had no intention of letting her go. He held her with one hand and picked up a glass of milk on the table with the other hand, feeding it to her mouth. "Here, drink some milk first." "Qiao Mianmian. Can I myself?" "Huh." The man raised his eyebrows, with a sinister smile on his handsome and evil face. "Don't like this method? Do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth?" Qiao Mianmian cried, not daring to make any more demands. She blushed and took the man's hand and drank the milk in one mouthful. The maids behind him were so envious that they almost cried. Wow, the young lady must be so happy. To be so favored by the young master, I will have no regrets in this life. At the same time, several people also understood better what kind of position Qiao Mianmian occupies in Mo Yesi's heart. This young lady is very favored by the young master, and they must treat her respectfully. After eating breakfast, Qiao Mianmian's heart beat faster. Mo Yesi seemed to be addicted to feeding her. Qiao Mianmian never touched this meal herself. After eating, Mo Yesi went upstairs to change clothes, while Qiao Mianmian sat in the living room waiting for him. More than 10 minutes later, Mo Yesi changed his clothes and went downstairs. The moment she saw him, Qiao Mianmian was startled. The high-end handmade suit perfectly outlines his wide shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, making his already perfect figure even more eye-catching. Those straight and powerful long legs have a great visual impact. Wearing a suit and leather shoes, he has a cold and arrogant temperament, and his whole body is filled with a strong aura of abstinence. Looking at his handsome and profound face, Qiao Mianmian's heart suddenly beat 2 beats faster. "Master, the car is ready." Ren came over and said respectfully, "Yes." Mo Yesi adjusted the buttons on his sleeves and walked towards Qiao Mianmian. "Let's go, let's take you to school." I wonder if Mo Yesi really didn't sleep well last night. He closed his eyes and rested along the way. Only at this time will Qiao Mianmian be bolder. While he was asleep, she would turn her head and peek at him from time to time. Just thinking about the intimate actions he had done to her before made her face heat up. The heartbeat is also very fast. Approaching the school, Qiao Mianmian asked Uncle Li to park the car in a less eye-catching place. Although she was married to Mo Yesi, she still didn't want too many people to know about the marriage. Uncle Li parked the car. Qiao Mianmian was thinking about whether to say hecko to Mo Yesi when she saw the man beside her slowly opening his eyes. Those eyes that were darker than the night looked at her, and he spoke, his voice a little hoarse. "Are you at school?" "Yeah." Qiao Mianmian nodded. "I'm getting off the car. We'll see you another day." After saying that, Qiao Mianmian opened the car door and prepared to get out of the car. "Am I allowed to leave?" Behind him, the man's voice was calm, but Qiao Mianmian's movements about getting out of the car froze. She turned her head. "Is there anything else?" The noble and handsome man frowned and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "Come here." Qiao Mianmian hesitated for a moment, then moved her body. As soon as he got close, Mo Yesi pulled him into his arms. Before he could react, the man kissed her passionately. When Qiao Mianmian was about to faint, the man gasped and let go of her. He pressed his slender fingers on her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "This is a farewell kiss." When she got off the bus, Qiao Mianmian's legs were still weak. She covered her hot cheeks, looked at the people in the car with shame and annoyance, and then turned and left. In the rear compartment, the man who was as handsome as a god watched her slowly walk away and gently raised the corners of his lips. "Master, are you going to the company now? Well, let's go." As soon as Qiao Mianmian walked down to the dormitory building, she received a call from her friend Zhang Laoli, who was in the same dormitory. "Mianmian, why haven't you come to school yet? Come back quickly. I'm already downstairs in the dormitory. What's wrong?" Shun Yueus said she couldn't get used to sleeping on the upper bunk and wanted to change beds with you. She is throwing your things on the floor right now. What? When Qiao Mianmian heard this, she immediately became furious. He hung up the phone and ran upstairs. The dormitory was on the 3rd floor. She ran up all the way, pushed open the ajar door, walked in, and saw Shun Yueus picking up her quilt and throwing it to the ground. Not just a quilt. Many things on her bed had been thrown to the floor. "What are you doing? You can't do this. Why do you throw away such things?" Zhang Laoli was trying to stop her, but to no avail. Shun Yueus pushed her impatiently and said angrily, "Get out of the way. Why am I bothering you by throwing Qiao Mianmian's things? Do you think you can still lick her now? What's the benefit? Master Su has broken up with her, and she has no backer, so it's nothing." As she spoke, she threw Qiao Mianmian's other things to the ground. Seeing this scene, Qiao Mianmian turned pale with anger and clenched her fists. At this time, someone noticed her, was stunned, and pulled Shun Ye's sleeve. "Yeah, Qiao Mianmian is back." Shun Yueus didn't panic at all and turned around calmly. Seeing Qiao Mianmian, a scornful smile appeared on her lips. "Qiao Mianmian, you are back. Then I will inform you now that I want your bed, and you can move to the upper bunk." Qiao Mianmian looked at the clothes, quilts, and various books that had been thrown on the floor, and she was so angry that her eyebrows were beating faintly. She raised her head. Her face was ashen, and her voice was as cold as ice. "Did you throw all the things on my bed on the floor?" "Yes." Shun Yueus crossed her arms, raised her chin, and said arrogantly, "Who asked you to come back so late? I had to help you clear the bed. Come out. Now that you're back, you can move the remaining things yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a pop sound and she was slapped hard on the face. He was immediately beaten so hard that his head turned to one side, and his face immediately became swollen. "Ah!" Qiao Mianmian slapped her, and a girl standing with Shun Yueus screamed, pointed at her and roared, "Qiao Mianmian, why do you hit someone?" Shun Yueus was directly stunned by this slap. It took several seconds to recover. "Qiao Mianmian, how dare you hit me?" Shun Yueus covered her face with a look of disbelief. Qiao Mianmian looked at her with cold eyes. "You asked for this slap. If you dare to touch anything on my bed again, I will slap you again." Shun Yueus and her have always been sworn enemies. There were times when the two of them had a good relationship, but since a boy Shun Yueus liked publicly pursued her, the once good besties turned into enemies. But before, no matter how much Shun Yueus hated her or was unhappy with her, she would never dare to do this. Now, all she knows is that she and Su Zhe have broken up. Feeling that she had no backstage, she began to forget all her old and new grudges. Shun Yueus covered her face with a ferocious expression and gritted her teeth and said, "I tolerated you in the past because you were dating young Master Su. Now that you have broken up with young Master Su, do you think I will still be afraid of you? No. Mr. Su, who do you think you are? I'm going to teach you a lesson today." As she spoke, she raised a hand and struck Qiao Mianmian in the face. Qiao Mianmian sneered, stood there without hiding, grabbed her hand and pushed hard, only to hear Shun Yueus scream, and she fell heavily to the ground. She fell and hit her head on the iron rod of the canopy bed, causing a small gash on her forehead. "Ah, yeah, your forehead is bleeding," Zhao Wanting exclaimed as if her tail had been stepped on. There were 6 people living in the dormitory, but they were divided into 3 small cliques. Qiao Mianmian and Zhang Laoli were on one side, Shun Yueus and Zhao Wanting, and the remaining 2 were neutral. Seeing that Shun Yueus was injured, Zhao Wanting glared at Qiao Mianmian, raised her hands and rushed towards her. "Which, Mr. Su has broken up with you, but you are still so crazy. You dare to hurt Yaya, I will fight with you." Qiao Mianmian looked at it coldly. When Zhao Wanting was about to rush in front of her, She stretched out one foot. Ah! Another scream came out. Zhao Wanting also fell heavily to the ground, falling into an awkward position on all fours. The bridge of her nose hit the hard floor, and the pain made her burst into tears. Chao Mianmian, you witch. If you dare to do this to me and Ye, we won't let you go. Shun Yue was dizzy after the fall, and it took a while before she came back to her senses. She reached out and touched the blood on her forehead, and she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Chao Mianmian, how dare you? She gritted her teeth, eyes wide open, and she was extremely angry. Which, do you think, mister? Su will still protect you now? How dare you do this to me? Just wait. Chao Mianmian, just wait. We want you to look good. The two got up from the ground, and after saying harsh words, they ran out of the dormitory. Mianmian, what should I do? Zhang Luoli worriedly said. Shun Yue and Zhao Wanting have recognized the godbrother. He is a rich and powerful second generation, and he is also a jerk. They must be looking for him. Otherwise, you should quickly find a place to hide. Avoid this moment first. Although what Xiao Mianmian did just now was very pleasing to the people, now that she doesn't have Su Zhe's protection, she can easily be bullied. She had heard that Shan Ye's godbrother was a ruthless character. The more Zhang Luoli thought about it, the more worried he became. Mianmian, please leave quickly. There will be no classes today. I will ask you for a day off. The other two roommates in the dormitory also advised. Shan Ye's godbrother is indeed a ruthless character. He once even disabled someone's leg. You'd better avoid him first. Yes, Mianmian, please leave quickly, Zhang Luoli said as he pushed her towards the door. When she was pushed to the door, Chao Mianmian reached out and grabbed Zhang Luoli's arm, shaking her head at her. Luo, I won't leave. You won't leave? Zhang Luoli was heartbroken. Baby, I know you are very strong in fighting and have never lost in a fight. However, no matter how strong you are in fighting, you can't be stronger than a group of men. It's time like this, so don't be brave. Let's go. Chao Mianmian still shook her head. After being silent for a while, she took out her mobile phone and made a comforting gesture towards Zhang Luoli. What are you afraid of? Isn't she just looking for help? Luo, if she moves the reinforcements, I will move too. Don't worry. I won't let myself suffer. Well, Mr. Mo is about to help his wife torment her. After saying this, she slowly walked out of the dormitory with Zhang Luoli's confused expression. Chao Mianmian stood in the corridor outside and called Mo Yesi. It only rang for half a sound before someone picked up the call. We've only been apart for a while, and you miss me. The man's magnetic and sultry voice reached his ears, as if carrying electric waves, making Chao Mianmian's heart tremble. She blushed, and her heart skipped a beat at the other party's flirting mode of conversation. You have a problem with me? Fortunately, Mo Yesi stopped teasing her. The man's splitting voice sounded softly. Are you in trouble again? Do you need my help? Chao Mianmian felt embarrassed after hearing what he said. I just troubled him yesterday, and today. She herself felt that she was in a lot of trouble. As if he guessed what she was thinking now, Mo Yesi continued. If you have anything, just tell me directly, don't feel embarrassed. Chao Mianmian, I am your husband. You can ask me to do anything for you. Every word the man spoke was like a pair of warm hands caressing Chao Mianmian's heart. Her heart felt warm. With these words from him, he said without hesitation, well, I need your help. Can you call some bodyguards to come to my place? I need about 4 or 5 people. What happened? Mo Yesi's tone suddenly became serious. It was even a bit chilly. Chao Mianmian thought that the two of them were now husband and wife, and in a sense, Mo Yesi could be considered her relative. There was no hiding it from him. She told him about her conflict with Shan Yue, and finally concluded, in short, she felt that I stole her man, so she always held a grudge against me. Now she feels that I have no one to rely on, so she wants to deal with me. Chao Mianmian herself didn't notice that when she said these words to Mo Yesi, her tone was aggrieved, as if she was coquettishly complaining to him. After Mo Yesi listened, he was silent for a while and then said, Didn't you tell her that your husband is more powerful than 100 Suzis? If she offends you, will she not be able to eat and walk away? Chao Mianmian. She had never thought about this at the time. Originally, she didn't want too many people to know that she was married. She was only 19 years old, so getting married so early was not her life plan. She always felt that it was a bit embarrassing for others to know that she got married so early. Her ideal age for marriage is 28. Besides, even if she really told Shen Yue that, the other party would definitely not believe it. You will think she is bragging. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you at all. After a few seconds, the man's deep and gentle voice came over. Mian Mian, I won't let anyone hurt you. The man's gentle and low voice fell into his ears, like a string gently plucking Qiao Mianmian's heart. It made her unable to calm down anymore. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian felt that it was really good to have someone to rely on. She seemed to have found a sheltered harbor, no longer having to worry about being exposed to wind and rain. The mind is at peace and tranquility like never before. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Mianmian put away her phone and walked towards the bedroom. Her things were thrown all over the floor by Shen Yue, and she had to clean them up. Seeing her come in, the other two roommates looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, Mian, don't you really want to avoid it? Zhang Luoli also looked worried. Baby, you still have time to leave now. Qiao Mianmian squatted on the ground and took things to the bed one by one. She said to Zhang Luoli very calmly, Luo, when have you ever seen me suffer? Zhang Luoli thought about it carefully and realized that it really didn't exist. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network. Qiao Mianmian looks like a very cute and beautiful girl, giving people the impression that she has a very cute personality and is easily bullied. But anyone who knows her knows that being cute and easy to bully is definitely just an appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made Shen Yue and Zhao Wanning cry just now. But, baby, Shen Ye's god, brother is really not easy to mess with. It is said that he is also stained with evil. You really don't want to show off. He's not easy to mess with, and I'm not easy to mess with either. With Imo Yesi's personal assurance, she had nothing to fear. Her husband is also very powerful. Okay, 10 or 100 Shen Ye's godbrothers combined couldn't compare to that kind of power. Zhang Luoli. Don't worry, Luo. Qiao Mianmian stood up slowly, reached out and patted her shoulder. I'm not stupid. I also brought in reinforcements. Shen Yue and the others can't take advantage. Did you also call for reinforcements? Zhang Luoli thought of the phone call she just made, his eyes full of curiosity. So, you just called for help? Who did you call? Is it reliable? Very reliable. There is no one more reliable than him. Zhang Luoli looked at her unworried look and wanted to ask if she had called Suze just now. If it's Suze, then there really is nothing to worry about. Shen Ye's godbrother's family is still no match for Suze. In any case, the Su family is one of the top 10 famous families in Yunqing. But she thought it was unlikely. With Qiao Mianmian's temper, Suze betrayed her, and it was impossible for her to seek help from him again. So who is it? Imo family. Extra large conference room. The senior executives were so frightened that they didn't even dare to take a breath. Just now, President Imo rejected one of their plans. The team worked overtime until midnight and took a full month to finalize that plan. But Mr. Imo only watched for less than a minute. I rejected it directly before reading all the content. Rejected. The senior executives wanted to cry. Could it be that they have to work overtime for a month? If they continue to work overtime like this, the few hairs on their heads will fall out. But Mr. Imo said no, that means no. No one dared to retort. For this young CEO who has just turned 25, even an old man who has been in the company for decades does not dare to underestimate him. Is this the idea you guys have been thinking about for a month? You have the nerve to show it to me, something that is completely devoid of anything new and can be made by just a few college students? It seems that the Imo family has too many idle people and it is time for a large-scale layoff. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior executives in the conference room turned pale with fright. Do. At this moment, Imo Yesi's cell phone placed on the table vibrated. In the past, he would hardly glance at his phone during meetings, but he immediately lowered his head and picked up the phone. Then, pick up in seconds. After answering the phone, he didn't explain anything, got up and walked out of the conference room. Wait until he walks out. A group of high-ranking officials started to discuss in horror. Who called Mr. Imo? How did he answer the call so quickly? Have a nice weekend. Do you still remember that Mr. Imo was like this at the last meeting? Could it be that Mr. Imo is in love? How is this possible? Mr. Mo has never been interested in women. If he is in love, can he not show any signs of trouble? Outside the conference room, Taiwan Novel Networked, after Mo Yesi finished answering Qiao Mianmian's call, he called Wei Zheng. Mr. Mo, and Mo Yesi pulled off the tie around his neck, turned around and walked towards the elevator entrance. You can help me host the next meeting? I have to go out for a while. What? Wei Zheng was stunned. How could he, a small assistant, preside over such a high-level meeting? Also, Mr. Mo is having a great meeting. Why is he leaving all of a sudden? This is a very important meeting. Zheng immediately chased after him. Mr. Mo, I can't do it. He mustered up the courage and said, the people sitting inside are all senior executives of the company. I'm holding a meeting for them. This is not good. Mo Yesi walked in a hurry. He walked to the elevator and pressed down. I said yes, that's all. Stop talking nonsense. This is one of your jobs. If you don't do it well, leave immediately. The elevator door opens. After saying these words, Mo Yesi walked in and closed the elevator door. Wei Zheng. Even though he was threatened with being fired, he still dared to have any opinions. I don't dare to fart again. The world is big and the boss is the biggest. No matter how difficult or arduous the task was, he had to complete it. Wei Zheng felt huge pressure when he thought about having to face so many senior officials. Why does he feel that Mr. Mo has become more and more willful in recent times? I leave early when I say I want to leave early at work, and I leave an important meeting in the middle of the day just when I want to. Obviously, he was not like this before. Qiao Mianmian had just made the bed when she heard a noise coming from downstairs. There was so much noise that several people in the dormitory ran out to watch. She and Zhang Luoli also went out. Looking downstairs, I saw a group of men who were dressed very socially and wanted to enter the girls' dormitory. The dormitory aunt stopped them and refused to let them in. The dormitory aunt is already over 50 years old, so naturally she is no match for those men. If you want to stop it, you can't stop it at all. One of the men had an impatient look on his face, stepped forward and pushed her, directly pushing the dormitory aunt to the ground. Darn, they went too far. This is a school. How dare they be so arrogant? Zhang Luoli was furious. Qiao Mianmian's face darkened and she pursed her lips. Shun Yue actually brought these men to school. She is very brave. If this matter is investigated by the school, Shun Yue will definitely be punished. Shin Yue also knew this very well. The reason why she dared to do this was that apart from the so-called rich, handsome brother, there must be other backers behind her. Otherwise, she would not dare to be so confident. Qiao Mianmian suddenly thought that she had not told anyone about her breakup with Su Zhe. But why did Shin Yue and everyone else in the dormitory know? Luo, let me ask you something. Qiao Mianmian's eyes darkened, and her eyes became colder. There are already some guesses in my mind. What's going on? Zhang Luoli watched the group of social youths enter the girls' dormitory and was extremely anxious. Baby, where are the reinforcements you mentioned? Why haven't they arrived yet? Qiao Mianmian was silent for a moment and asked, who told you about Su Zhe and I breaking up? What? Zhang Luoli was stunned for a moment, then said, you said this. Shin Yue said it. As soon as she returned to school, she told us about this very proudly, saying that you had cheated on someone else, so Master Su didn't want you anymore. Qiao Mianmian, that I didn't cheat. Darn it. It was obviously that pair of scumbag men who cheated on her, okay? Baby, of course I believe you. Zhang Luoli frowned slightly. I don't know who you are yet. Shin Ye's mouth is really bad. She deliberately wanted to ruin your reputation. Back then it's obvious that Su Jekai fell in love with you at first sight and pursued you, but you didn't hook up with him on purpose. Why does Shin Yue think that you stole her man? Qiao Mianmian pursed her lips and said nothing. She actually felt that it was not Shin Yue who did this, but someone else. It was impossible for Su Zhe to talk about their breakup everywhere, let alone tell Shan Yue about it. Therefore, the only possibility is that Qiao Anxin revealed the breakup. She deliberately revealed this matter to Shan Yue, and it was self-evident as to what she was worried about. Thinking of this, Qiao Mianmian's eyes became colder. Qiao Anxin. There were messy footsteps. Zhang Luoli opened his eyes wide and said in panic, Mianmian, they are coming up. Qiao Mianmian slowly raised her head and saw Shen Yue. and Zhao Wanning walking in front, followed by 7 or 8 young people from society. Shun Yue held her head and chin high, like a proud peacock, and slowly walked up to Qiao Mianmian. "Qiao Mianmian," she said with a gloomy face, "if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, and then go to the campus radio room to solemnly apologize to me, I might be able to forgive you this time." "That's right." Zhao Wanning covered her nose and said bitterly, "Kowtow to us immediately and apologize. If you have a good attitude, for the sake of being in the same dormitory, we will spare you once. Otherwise, you just wait to be beaten." "You two have gone too far," Zhang Luoli said angrily. "It's obviously you who bullied people first. Why should Mianmian apologize to you?" "Zhang Luoli, shut up. If you help Qiao Mianmian again, don't blame us for taking care of you too." "You? Luo, this is none of your business." Qiao Mianmian stretched out her hand to pull Zhang Luoli behind her, raised her head, and looked at the 2 extremely arrogant people with cold eyes. "Kneel down with you? I only kneel down to my parents." "He Tiendi, who do you think you are? You were the first to mess with me, and you asked for it when I taught you a lesson. Apologize? Haha, you can never apologize in this life. You." Shun Yue was so angry that her face turned green. She gritted her teeth and said, "Qiao Mianmian, so you are not willing to apologize?" Qiao Mianmian looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Did I just say that? My hearing is so bad at a young age. Shun Yue, I suggest you go to the hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't even know what's going on if you're deaf." Which? Because there was too much movement here, many people came out of their dormitories to watch the excitement. As soon as Qiao Mianmian finished what she just said, there was a burst of laughter around her. They were all laughing at Shun Yue. Shun Yue felt that she had lost face and raised her hand to slap Qiao Mianmian. Qiao Mianmian stood there without hiding and just sneered. "What? You want to fall again? 4 updates completed today. Mr. Mo will come out tomorrow." Shun Yue had a fall before, and there was already a shadow in Shanya's heart. She didn't expect that Qiao Mianmian looked easy to bully, but she didn't expect that Qiao Mianmian was so strong in combat. Shun Yue hesitated with her hand in the air, and when she met Qiao Mianmian's cold eyes, she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out of order chapters. Instinctively, I want to step back. But when she thought of so many people around her looking at her, she gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. Which? Then he hit Qiao Mianmian on the face. How could Qiao Mianmian let her get slapped? Shin Ye's slap was intercepted by her in mid-air before it landed. "Ah, it hurts." Which, let go. The moment her wrist was pinched, Shun Ye's face wrinkled up in pain, and she struggled hard, trying to free her hand. Qiao Mianmian's hands are very strong. Even if a man tries to fight with her, he can't beat her. What's more, a spoiled Shun Yue. She just exerted a little force, but Shun Ye's face turned red from the pain, and she yelled regardless of her appearance. "Qiao Mianmian, which, let me go. I'm going to fight you." "Oh, okay." Qiao Mianmian nodded, pursed her lips and smiled, and really let go of her hand. However, when she let go, Shun Yue, who was still struggling, couldn't stand upright and fell to the ground in front of everyone. In a kneeling position, he fell at Qiao Mianmian's feet. Puffed. Qiao Mianmian couldn't hold back and laughed. She shook her head, sighed again, and then looked down at Shun Yue. "Oh, Shun Yue, why are you giving me such a big gift? I can't bear it." The onlookers looked at Shun Ye's embarrassed look and burst into laughter again. Why is Shun Yue so brave? She dares to provoke Qiao Mianmian. Isn't she afraid that Mr. Su will deal with her? I heard that Mr. Su and Qiao Mianmian broke up. What? My boyfriend finally broke up with this little devil Qiao Mianmian? Is the news reliable? Didn't Mr. Su like her very much? Why did they break up suddenly? I heard it was Qiao Mianmian who cheated on her. With a boyfriend as good as Mr. Su, she still cheats. Thanks to Mr. Su for treating her so well. Does this woman have any conscience? A group of people started talking about each other. Shun Yue made a fool of herself in public and was so angry that her nose and eyes were crooked. She gritted her teeth and roared at those social youths. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and deal with this witch? Qiao Mianmian, you have gone too far. Zhao Wanning turned around, pretending to be extremely aggrieved. and said softly to a man beside her, "Brother Duze, you have seen it with your own eyes, right? Mian is really too much. You must help me and Yaya vent their anger." The man named Duze had a cigarette in his mouth, half closed eyes, and looked at Qiao Mian with gloomy and wanton eyes. Then, an evil smile curled up at the corner of his lips. "Are you Qiao Mian?" he asked with undisguised amazement and covetousness in his eyes, full of interest. The girl in front of her was dressed very ordinary, just like a normal student, but her face was so beautiful that it made people enchanted. Her dark, soft, and bright eyes are brighter than the stars, and her facial features are so delicate that no flaw can be found, especially the white and shiny skin, which is so tender that it looks like you can squeeze out water with just a pinch. There is no makeup on her face, but she looks 100 times better than many women with exquisite makeup. Duze had seen so many beauties, and all the women he had seen together were not as beautiful as the one in front of him. Moreover, he plays with women a lot. It can be seen at a glance that Qiao Mian is not only beautiful, but also has a good figure. She is a beauty with a top-notch face and body. Seeing such a beautiful woman standing in front of him, Duze's soul was almost taken away. He decided immediately that he wanted to get this beauty. The desire and ambition in Duze's eyes were so obvious that Qiao Mian frowned. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes and said coldly, "You are Shan Ye's godbrother? Do you want to vent your anger on her?" Duze took the cigarette out of his mouth and smiled evilly. "Yaya said you bullied her, is it true? Brother Duze, you must help me teach this witch a lesson." Seeing someone standing up for her, Shan Yue got up from the ground with an expression of resentment that she wanted to tear Qiao Mian to pieces. Qiao Mian's face was expressionless. "So what if it is? What if it's not?" Duze said nothing. His malicious eyes were staring at Qiao Mian. After looking at it for a while, he smiled and said, "Yaya and Tingting are both my sisters. You bullied them. I, the elder brother, can't just sit back and watch. Reason." But he changed his words and the smile on his lips became even more evil. "You are all good friends who share the same dormitory. I guess there must be some misunderstanding, right? Brother Duze, you." Hearing what he said, Shan Yue and Zhao Wanting's expressions suddenly changed. Looking at the look Duze looked at Qiao Mian, it was clearly the look a man would have when he was interested in a woman. Their expressions changed again, and they cursed Qiao Mian over and over again in their hearts. What a vixen. Charm every man you see. Duze was obviously here to help them vent their anger, but now he was charmed by this little witch. Shin Yue was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She said anxiously and angrily, "Brother Duze, there is no misunderstanding. You have seen with your own eyes how she just bullied me. You said you wanted to help us, but you can't speak. It doesn't count." However, at this moment, Duze had already developed a strong interest in Qiao Mian. "Where can I take care of them?" He ignored Shan Yue and stared straight at Qiao Mian. The intention in his eyes was obvious. "Classmate Qiao, why don't we find a place to have a good chat? My name is Duze, and my father is Du Hai, the chairman of Shenghui Group. I believe you should have heard of this name." When Duze said this, there was determination in his eyes. He saw Qiao Mian wearing ordinary clothes and thought that she must also come from an ordinary family. If a rich second generation like him takes the initiative to pursue her, she will definitely not refuse. This type of girl worships money the most. Every pursuit is accurate. "Brother Duze, how could you do this? You said you would help us." Shun Yue and Zhao Wanting were so angry that they almost fainted. They didn't expect Duze to be confused by Qiao Mian. Duze looked at them impatiently and scolded in a cold voice, "Shut up! I didn't ask you to speak, so don't speak." After saying that, he turned to look at Qiao Mian, raised his eyebrows and said, "Qiao Mian, why don't we have lunch together? What do you like to eat? I'll have someone make a reservation right away." Qiao Mian has seen many men like Duze. Before Suze, there were many rich second generations who pursued her. She knew very well what these men were thinking. "Just seeing how beautiful she is makes me possessive. Once I catch her, I will throw her away after playing with her for a while." No one in this group of people is sincere. She is disgusted with such casual men. He didn't give Duze a good look and said coldly, "Sorry, I don't have time. Also, I'm not interested in eating with you. Being rejected in public, the expression on Du Zhe's face was a bit unpleasant. His eyes darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice became colder. You don't know about Shanghui Group? Qiao Mianmian smiled coldly and spread her hands. I don't know. What's the matter? Is it famous? I haven't heard of it anyway. Being denied face again, Du Zhe's face darkened. For a rich second generation like him, the group of friends he makes usually support him in every way, and he can easily get women when he pursues them. This was the first time that a woman dared to deny him face and reject him again and again. His face turned upside down, and he became angry. He threatened with a sullen face. You stinky girl, don't be so shameless. I'll ask you again, are you going? Here, Shun Yue and Zhao Wanning saw that Du Zhe was angry, and they finally felt comfortable. Qiao Mianmian, this little witch, is really shameless. While Du Zhe is angry, she must be treated well. The two of them added fuel to the fire and said, Qiao Mianmian, it's your blessing that brother Du Zhe can like you in your previous life. Who are you? How dare you reject him? Brother Du Zhe, this kind of ignorant woman should be taught a lesson. Zhang Luoli saw that the situation was not good. The reinforcements Qiao Mianmian mentioned were not seen at all. She was afraid that Qiao Mianmian would suffer a loss soon. After hesitating again and again, she quietly took out her mobile phone and sent a text message to Su Zhe. Zhang Luoli, Mianmian got into trouble by some gangsters. Mr. Su, can you come over and rescue her? Zhang Luoli felt that although Qiao Mianmian and Su Zhe had broken up, but after so many years of their relationship, it was impossible for Su Zhe to ignore her. Now, the only person who can help her is Su Zhe. After sending the message, Su Zhe replied instantly. What's going on? Where is Mianmian now? Zhang Luoli, schoolgirls' dormitory, Mr. Su, come here quickly. Otherwise Mianmian will be bullied. Su Zhe, I'm near the school. I'll come right away. Seeing Su Zhe's reply, Zhang Luoli breathed a sigh of relief. It's near the school, so Su Zhe will be here soon. Just after Zhang Luoli finished sending the message, he saw Du Zhe coming up to arrest him angrily. Which, give me some color. You really take yourself seriously. You have to leave today if you don't want to. You have to force me to use force, right? I've seen a lot of people like you. Aren't they all sold out? I have a lot of money. 1 million a night is not enough. If it's not enough, I need to add more money. Du Zhe swept the floor gently, revealing his true colors. He grabbed Qiao Mianmian's hand, took out a wad of bills from his wallet, and threw it into her face. While smashing it, he cursed fiercely. Pretending to be your mother has been ruined by others. If you have some sense, follow me obediently, otherwise, I want you to look good. Mianmian, let go of Mianmian. Zhang Luoli stepped forward to help, but several other men stepped forward and grabbed her. These people are all gangsters in society. Seeing that Zhang Luoli was pretty, a few people smiled evilly and said, this girl is pretty good looking. Brother Du, why don't you take her away with you so that the brothers can have fun too? Qiao Mianmian's expression changed suddenly after seeing Zhang Luoli being arrested. He raised his hand and slapped Du Zhe hard. You trash, let go of Luo Luo. Crack. Du Zhe was caught off guard and received a slap in the face, and his expression turned extremely ugly. His eyes were sinister, and he gritted his teeth and said, You witch, how dare you hit me? I have to kill you today. As he spoke, he grabbed Qiao Mianmian's hair and pulled her head toward the wall. Qiao Mianmian bit his hand painfully, and Du Zhe cried out in pain, letting go of his hand and throwing her away. Men are very strong. Qiao Mianmian's strength is already very strong among girls. But after being thrown away by Du Zhe, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back and then fell to the ground. Du Zhe looked at the bloody tooth marks on the back of his hand. His eyes became more sinister, and he actually took out a knife from his bag. There were many students watching, but no one dared to come forward to help. After seeing Du Zhe take out the knife, Qiao Mianmian's expression finally changed. Xin Yue and Zhao Wanning had smiles on their faces that were both proud and relieved. Which, you deserve it. Brother Du Zhe, teach this witch a lesson. Let him run rampant. It's best to scratch her face and make her look so charming, so that she can charm men everywhere in the future. Du Zhe bitterly ordered her men. Catch this stinky witch. I'm going to kill her. Several of his subordinates rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Qiao Mianmian fiercely. Before he could reach her, suddenly, a burst of rapid footsteps sounded behind him. The onlookers simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow, who are those people? Are they from Shan Ye's side? They don't look alike." Du Zhe and Shun Yueyue turned their heads when they heard the noise. They were stunned when they saw a group of tall and muscular men in black uniforms walking towards them. There were about a dozen muscular men. Everyone is above 185 centimeters tall, and their physique and temperament look like they have been trained. Moreover, it is also very powerful. It is definitely not comparable to the people on their side. Before a few people could realize why this group of men in black appeared here, they heard the leader of the men in black say in a deep voice, "Young master has given orders, and no one will be spared." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed over quickly. The few gangsters who were going to catch Qiao Mianmian were the first to be controlled, and they heard several miserable screams, with the faint sound of broken bones. In the blink of an eye, the three gangsters started wailing. He kept falling to the ground. The other gangsters saw this and rushed to help, but he didn't even have a chance to take action before he was beaten to the ground by the man in black. There were a few more sounds of bones breaking. Several people who fell on the ground howled like slaughtered pigs, and several of them fainted from the pain. In an instant, without even seeing how the men in black took action, all the gangsters brought by Du Zhe fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were all stunned, and were so frightened that they did not dare to take a breath. Are these people here to help Qiao Mianmian? Didn't the update today say that Qiao Mianmian and Su Zhe had broken up? Could it be that Su Zhe was nostalgic and still had feelings for her, so he found someone to help her regardless of past grudges? Zhang Luoli also thought it was the person Su Zhe called over. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that Su Zhe was not too bad. At least at this moment, because of his timely help, a disaster was avoided. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. She walked to Qiao Mianmian, stretched out her hand to help her up, and looked at her worriedly. "Mianmian, are you okay?" Qiao Mianmian shook her head. Opposite, Shan Yueyue, Du Zhe, and the others looked shocked. Looking at the few people still lying on the ground wailing, Shan Yueyue turned pale with fright, and her lips couldn't help trembling. "You? Who are you?" No one expected that this group of people would actually come to help Qiao Mianmian and the others. Shen Yueyue was even more surprised. Didn't Xiao Anxin tell her that Su Zhe and Qiao Mianmian had broken up, allowing her to deal with Qiao Mianmian as she pleased? So what's going on with this group of people? Besides Su Zhe, could Qiao Mianmian rely on anyone else? Could it be that Xiao Anxin was lying to her? For a moment, Shun Ye's face turned blue and white alternately, looking extremely ugly. A man in black glanced at her and said coldly, "Are you Miss Qiao's classmate? Is it you who brought this group of people to school to cause trouble for Miss Qiao?" I am. What do you want?" After seeing the methods of these bodyguards, Shan Yueyue was frightened and took a step back towards Du Zhe. Du Zhe was also frightened by this sudden change, but he held on, made a fierce look, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "Darn, where did you come from? Those who dare to touch me. Do you know who I am? I'm not interested in knowing who you are. But if you dare to cause trouble for Miss Qiao, you are seeking death." After speaking, the man who spoke waved his hand and ordered the other bodyguards, "Break all the legs of the men, and take the lead on the women. Walk. How dare you? I am the only son of the chairman of Shenghui Group. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go." Shenghui Group. The head bodyguard sneered disdainfully. "Just a lowly little character. Someone who doesn't know the heights of the world will break your legs right here today, and your dad won't even dare to let out a fart." Shenghui Group is a well-known medium-sized enterprise in Yuncheng. Speaking of which, he is somewhat famous. But compared with Mr. Mo, he is not even qualified to wipe Mr. Mo's feet. This idiot, who is used to being arrogant and domineering and doesn't even know how much he weighs, has no idea what kind of disaster his stupidity has brought to his family. Just breaking his legs would give him an advantage. Mr. Mo is not such a kind person. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Shenghui Group disappears from Yuncheng. Two bodyguards stepped forward to catch him. He waved the dagger in his hand and said fiercely, "Get out of here, or I won't be polite. You dare to touch me, I want you to. Du Zhe's cursing voice stopped abruptly. The next second, it turned into a howling like a killing pig. Ah, my legs, my legs. The bodyguard easily took the knife from his hand and caught him. Then he kicked him in the knee. Du Zhe's face turned as pale as a ghost in an instant. With a pop sound, he knelt down on the ground, holding his legs and wailing in pain. He was rolling on the ground in pain and kept cursing. You sons of witches, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Just after he finished scolding, he was also kicked on the other leg. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out of order chapters. This time, I fainted from the pain. Seeing this scene, Shun Yue was so frightened that her legs went weak and she couldn't stand still. When the bodyguards went to catch her, she had no strength at all. Her face was full of fear, and she kept pleading, "No, don't break my legs, no." Zhao Wanning was also frightened and collapsed to the ground, her face pale. They are still students. Even though he is usually a bit arrogant and domineering, he has never seen such a violent scene. Now seeing Du Zidu having his legs broken and fainting, they were so frightened that they burst into tears and trembled all over. Miss Qiao, are these two your classmates? How do you want us to deal with them, Miss Qiao? The leading bodyguard walked up to Qiao Mianmian and bowed to her with an extremely respectful attitude. Mianmian, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Mianmian, considering that we are in the same dormitory, please forgive us this time. Thinking of the fear of breaking their legs, the two of them trembled even more. They kept begging Qiao Mianmian for mercy, crying until they had tears and runny noses flowed out. At this moment, the two of them looked as embarrassed as they were. Qiao Mianmian looked at them coldly. Mianmian, Zhang Luoli said angrily, you can't forgive them easily. They just went too far. If it weren't for Su Zhe's quick support, I don't know what the result would have been. Thinking of this, Zhang Luoli looked around, still a little confused. Where is Su Zhe? Why didn't you see anyone else? Could it be that it was inconvenient for him to come forward, so he didn't come? Lolo, don't worry, I'm not the virgin. Qiao Mianmian gave her a reassuring look, then turned to look at Shan Yue and Zhao Wanning, who were crying bitterly. She thought for a while and said, just follow the normal procedures. Just do what you have to do. Shan Yue and the others will be severely punished by the school for their behavior. For a college student who is already in his junior year and is about to graduate in 1 year, there is no punishment more serious than dropping out of school. Although doing this would ruin someone's future, since they were unkind in the first place, don't blame her for being unjust. The bodyguard nodded clearly. Yes, I understand what Miss Qiao means. After speaking, he waved his hand and said, take them away first. When Shan Yue and the others heard what Qiao Mianmian said, they panicked. Mianmian, we really realized our mistake. Please give us a chance to correct it. Yes, we have been good friends for 3 years in the same dormitory. Can't you forgive us just once? Qiao Mianmian walked to the two of them step by step. Looking at them condescendingly, he said coldly, word by word, you are wrong. You and I have never been good friends. Also, I will only forgive those who are sincerely repentant, and those who don't mean what they say like you. I won't give it another chance. Seeing that it was useless to beg her, the two people who had just said that they would change their ways in the future immediately changed their faces and said, Qiao Mianmian, you are a vicious woman. How can you do this to a friend who has lived in the same dormitory with you for 3 years? Cold, blooded, and ruthless. You are so inhumane and will not end well in the future. No wonder Mr. Su broke up with you. No man would like a woman like you. Qiao Mianmian, you are a witch. Listening to those curse words, Qiao Mianmian's face was expressionless. Zhang Luoli was a little worried about her, afraid that those words would irritate her. After all, she had just broken up with Su Zhe. After thinking about it, Zhang Luoli was about to speak out to comfort her, but he heard an exclamation and excited screams from the crowd of people watching. Wow, who is that man? He's so handsome. He's so tall. He's 188 by visual inspection and has a great figure. Wearing a black shirt really makes him feel abstinent. Darn, he's so handsome, isn't he? I feel like our school idol is not as good looking as him. Zhang Luoli was stunned and followed the gazes of the others. When she saw the slender and tall black figure not far in front of her, she was stunned for a moment and her eyes widened in shock. Hearing the noise, Qiao Mianmian also turned her head and looked over. At this sight, she was stunned. The man who was slowly walking towards her had a face as handsome as a god, with a noble and distinguished temperament and deep and sharp eyebrows. His pure black shirt and trousers highlighted his cold ascetic aura. Strong. He seemed to have his own shining point, and he could attract everyone's attention in an instant. Beside him, Zhang Luoli's eyes widened. He grabbed her arm excitedly and said to her excitedly, "Darn, Mianmian, did you see it? There is a super handsome guy in front of me." Qiao Mianmian opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, she heard Zhang Luoli scream even more excitedly, "Ah, Mianmian, he is coming towards us. I feel like he is looking at us. No, I'm so excited. Tell me, this is not my imagination. That handsome guy is really looking at us, right?" Qiao Mianmian. Seeing her good sister looking so excited that she was about to go crazy, the corner of her mouth twitched and she was a little speechless. Zhang Luoli is a very handsome guy. He is the kind of senior handsome guy who will whistle in the direction of a handsome guy when he sees him when he is walking on the street. The degree to which she is an easy woman maniac is determined by the other person's appearance. This was the first time Qiao Mianmian had seen her become so infatuated. I was so excited that I almost lost my mind. But Zhang Luoli was not the only one who lost his mind at the scene. The other girls also screamed, and in an instant, they all turned into easy womans. The girls behind Qiao Mianmian were extremely excited, and their screams of suppressed excitement and joy never stopped. "He is coming towards us. Is he here to find us? Ah, I feel like I'm about to suffocate. He's so handsome. He's not a student of our school. He looks quite mature in his clothes." The appearance of the man made the girls on this floor excited. The only person who seemed relatively normal and didn't have too many mood swings was Qiao Mianmian, but she was just calm on the surface. The moment she saw Imo Yesi, she felt a turmoil in her heart. How did he appear here? Didn't he go to work? Suddenly seeing him at school or in a girl's dormitory, Qiao Mianmian felt in a trance, with an unreal feeling. She stared blankly as Imo Yesi approached her step by step. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. "Ah, Mianmian, he's here. I'm so nervous. Do you think we should take the initiative to say hecko to him later? But what should I say?" Zhang Luoli was possessed by an easy woman maniac, with a face that was both shy and expectant. Expression. Qiao Mianmian. She is also struggling with this issue. After a while, do you want to take the initiative to say hecko to Imo Yesi? Or pretending not to know him? She thought about it carefully and felt that if she chose the latter, he would definitely be angry. Before I could figure out what to do, I felt a shadow falling in front of my eyes. Looking up, she saw a face with deep outlines and handsomeness. The man's dark and cold eyes stared at her for a few seconds. Then he stretched out his hand and placed his long, cool fingers on her cheek. His voice was cold and seemed to contain a hint of anger. "What's wrong here? Are you injured?" Qiao Mianmian opened her mouth. Before she could say anything, the man's eyes turned cold again. He grabbed one of her arms and said coldly, "Here's injured too." His handsome face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and when he spoke again, his low voice seemed to be wrapped in ice, making people shudder. "Who caused these wounds on your body?" The man has a strong aura. That angry question made everyone present feel a little afraid. Even the girls who were obsessed with him just now were frightened by the cold air emanating from his body and dared not speak anymore. Qiao Mianmian was also a little scared. She bit her lip and was silent for a few seconds before saying weakly, "I'm fine, just some minor injuries." Imo Yesi pursed his lips, glared at her, stretched out his hands and hugged her sideways. There was a gasping sound. Is there any mistake? This handsome guy actually came to see Qiao Mianmian? Holy jerk, this can't be Qiao Mianmian's new boyfriend, right? She just broke up with Su Zhe, and she immediately found another one so handsome. So, the group of people just now were not called over by Su Zhe, but by this man. It is said that Qiao Mianmian was dumped by Su Zhe because of cheating. Was this the man she cheated on? To be honest, in terms of appearance and temperament, this man is indeed much better than Su Zhe. The two of them are not on the same level at all. Everyone became uneasy when they saw Mo Yesi holding Qiao Mianmian in his arms like a princess. Lively discussion broke out. Zhang Luoli was even more stunned. He looked at his good sister, then at Mo Yesi, with a face full of astonishment and said, "Baby, what is going on? Why are this super handsome guy and her baby hugging each other?" Being hugged by Mo Yesi like a princess in public, Qiao Mianmian blushed as red as a cooked shrimp. As soon as she struggled twice, the man tightened his hold on her waist. He looked down at her and scolded her softly. "Don't move. Do you want me to kiss you in public again?" Qiao Mianmian. Fortunately, others still say that he is some kind of abstinent handsome guy, but he doesn't live up to his reputation at all, okay? From head to toe, he was abstinent. He would take advantage of her from time to time. He was clearly a gangster. "Mo Yesi, let me down." Qiao Mianmian's cheeks were hot. She stretched out her hand to lightly beat his chest and said with embarrassment and annoyance, "So many people are watching, what are you doing?" "So what if someone is watching?" Mo Yesi disagreed and lowered his voice. The low and beautiful voice made Qiao Mianmian's ears tingle. "You are my wife. If I don't hug you, who will I hug? But I can walk by myself." This good sound that sounded doting on her made Qiao Mianmian's face a little hot again. She didn't know why she blushed so easily every time in front of Mo Yesi. He would tease her casually, and she would blush. There was constant discussion around him. Xin Yueyue and Zhao Wanting, who were being held in custody, both had shocked expressions on their faces. They seemed to have seen the sun rising in the west, with disbelief on their faces. Then, deep jealousy showed in his eyes. At first, they all thought that the group of men in black were called by Su Zhe to help. But now, it is obvious that this is not the case. The group of men in black were called over by the handsome and noble man in front of them. Even if they still don't know who this man is, both of them can tell that he must be extraordinary. That kind of noble and domineering aura like an emperor, which makes people worship and awe from the bottom of their hearts, is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. This is an aura that belongs to those who have been in power for a long time and are used to giving orders. Xin Yueyue has sharp eyes. At first glance, he saw the watch on Mo Yesi's wrist. At this sight, his face couldn't help but change again, and the jealousy in his eyes deepened. She had seen that watch at a luxury goods exhibition. It was a globally limited watch, and the price was extremely high, at least 5 million. And people with insufficient status cannot buy it, because there are only 3 in the world. In other words, even Su Zhe was not qualified to buy it. So is this man's true identity even more prominent than Su Zhe? But why is this face so strange? If he is really a distinguished person, why haven't I seen him before? Xin Yueyue didn't know that Mo Yesi had been abroad before and had just returned to China this year. Because he doesn't like to be too high profile and rarely discloses his identity to the outside world, domestic media rarely report news about him. There are many people who don't know his identity. But even so, Xin Yueyue was still jealous. Qiao Mianmian, a little witch. Why do the men she hooks up with become more outstanding than the last? Su Zhe was enough to make people jealous before, but now there is a man who is very likely to be many times better off than Su Zhe. Witch. She is hooked up with all the men in the world. Why doesn't this shameless witch die? When Xin Yueyue looked at Qiao Mianmian with eyes full of jealousy and viciousness, Mo Yesi's cold eyes also fell on her. Xin Yueyue suddenly felt a chill. There was a coldness that made her unable to control it and made her feel afraid. It was as if he was being targeted by death. Her body trembled involuntarily, and when she raised her head, she met a pair of sharp, cold eyes that seemed to have been tempered by ice. In an instant, her whole body was surrounded by the cold air, and her body trembled even more. In front of this man who was as noble and powerful as an emperor, her legs couldn't help but become weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. The man didn't say anything. He just looked at her for a few seconds and then turned his head. But to her, these few seconds seemed like she was going through heck. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Xian Ye's forehead, and she couldn't stop breathing heavily. "Are you Mianmian's good friend?" Mo Yesi looked away from Xin Yueyue and turned to Zhang Luoli, who was still looking at them in confusion. I am." Zhang Luoli was still stunned. After a few seconds, he realized that Mo Yesi was talking to her, and he came back to his senses. Mo Yesi curled his lower lip and said in a gentle voice, Mian Mian is injured. I want to take her to the hospital for a checkup. She may return to school late in the afternoon. If she is too late to go to class, you can ask for a leave for her. Oh, okay. Zhang Luoli looked at Mo Yesi's incredibly handsome face and was so nervous that he stammered. She is completely different from the carefree and tomboyish person she usually is. She even blushed. Seeing this scene, Qiao Mianmian had to sigh again that Mo Yesi's face was so lethal. When did you ever blush when you saw Zhang Luoli talking to another boy? Mo Yesi raised his lower lip again. Then I'll trouble you. Zhang Luoli blushed even more and was so dazed by his smile. Yes, it should be. No, you're welcome. Mo Yesi glanced at the other two girls who shared the same dormitory with Qiao Mianmian. Today is a special situation. I will treat you to dinner another day. After saying this, he hugged Qiao Mianmian and turned to leave. Just a few minutes after Mo Yesi left, a group of police officers arrived. Then, Du Zhe and the few social youths he brought were all arrested on charges of provoking quarrels and provoking trouble. Xin Yue and Zhao Wanting were also taken away by the police while crying. In an instant, the scene was quiet. It's like nothing happened. But anyone who witnessed the whole process knows what happened. Who is that man? He looks very powerful. Xin Yue thought that after Qiao Mianmian and Su Zhe broke up, there would be no one to rely on. She must have kicked the iron plate this time. When it comes to finding men, I only admire Qiao Mianmian. Every man she finds is better than the last. I admire her with all my heart. Qiao Mianmian was carried downstairs by Mo Yesi. She struggled several times during this period, but Mo Yesi refused to let her down. He held her in his arms and walked calmly through the campus. On the way, I received countless curious looks. Qiao Mianmian was so ashamed that she buried her head deeply in his arms, covering her face. The man's black shirt had a very nice aroma, and his nose was filled with his scent as he breathed. A hormonal scent full of temptation. She put her ear against his heart and could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Every now and then, it seemed to be hitting her chest, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Arrive at the parking lot. When Uncle Lee saw them, he first called out respectfully, Master, madam, then bend down and open the rear compartment door. Mo Yesi carried her into the car. The car door closed, and after he sat down, Qiao Mianmian was pulled into his arms, and his whole body was surrounded by him. Uncle Lee got in the car. Seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, my old face couldn't help but feel hot again, and then I opened the shield with great relief. As Uncle Lee started the car, he thought happily that according to this trend, the Mo family will soon have a young master or young lady. Well, we Mianmian are male god harvesters. Well, very good, very good. On the back seat, Qiao Mianmian's pretty little face turned red, and her white and tender hands weakly beat his chest softly. Oh, Mo Yesi, let me go. The man's kiss was too overbearing and forceful, and she felt like she was about to faint. Mo Yesi opened his eyes. His dark and burning eyes looked at the girl in his arms, and he had to end the kiss that left him unfulfilled. His breath was disordered. He held her hot cheek, pressed it against her forehead, and panted for a moment before his breathing slowly calmed down. Baby, tell me, did God specially arrange you to be by my side? Mo Yesi lifted her chin and looked at her deeply. Otherwise, why wouldn't I have a rejection reaction against you? Why can I feel more relaxed than ever when I'm with you? Why? He stretched out his hand and caressed her soft and delicate face, and murmured in a low voice as if talking to himself, You happen to grow into what I like. Is it destined that you will become my Mo Yesi's woman? From the moment they met, it was doomed. Listening to what he said, Qiao Mianmian's white and tender earlobes were stained with a layer of crimson. This man, in front of her, he made no secret of his love for her. Whatever was on his mind, he said it all in front of her. In this regard, he is completely different from Su Zhe. Su Zhe was always gentle and gentlemanly in front of her. He would never say such embarrassing words to her, let alone hug her or kiss her at every turn. However, she didn't seem to resent him doing this to her. When he hugs her and kisses her, she won't feel disgusted or reject him, but she will become very nervous and shy, and her heartbeat will speed up. Mo Yesi, Can you let me go? Qiao Mianmian huddled in his arms with a flushed face. Her voice was thin and weak, like a pitiful little girl. She looked like this, which made Imo Yesi even more eager to bully her. The man's kiss fell on her lips again. This time it was just a shallow peck, and then he pulled away. A low and beautiful laugh came from his throat. Sorry, I can't. Qiao Mianmian. She raised her head. Her eyes were misty, a little resentful, and she looked pitiful. Baby. Imo Yesi's eyes darkened. He pinched her chin and sighed softly. There was forbearance in his eyes. Don't look at me like this, otherwise, I will want to bully you again. Qiao Mianmian. Luoluo will not become Mianmian's love rival. She is just an easy woman maniac towards Li Nanshan after all. As a handsome guy, it's normal for him to blush when meeting a handsome guy of young Master Mo's level. The black Bentley was driving slowly on the campus paths. Seeing that they were about to drive out of the door, Qiao Mianmian frowned and said, Imo Yesi, I don't need to go to the hospital. Can you let me get out of the car? The fall she took was not serious at all. It's just some minor scratches. Just go to the drugstore and buy some iodophor for disinfection and it'll be fine. There is no need to go to the hospital. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network A-button-blood-type.O button-blood-type, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Imo Yesi lowered his head and glanced at her. Whether it's necessary or not, I have the final say. Qiao Mianmian. How could he be so domineering? She frowned even more tightly. It's really not necessary. I can just go to the drugstore to buy some medicine and apply it. You go to work quickly. I don't want to delay your work because of this little thing. He is the big boss who takes care of everything. Normally, I should be quite busy. Qiao Mianmian really never thought that he would come to school. Imo Yesi held her chin, looked at her with his deep black eyes, looked at her for a while, and whispered, Your matter is not a trivial matter. No job is as important as you. Thump thump. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian heard the sound of her heart hitting her chest violently. At this moment, his mind seemed to go blank, and his whole body and soul were sucked into the dark abyss under his eyes. Be obedient, Mianmian. Follow me to the hospital for a checkup. Don't let me worry about you, okay? The man's warm and dry hands gently caressed her soft cheeks, and his eyes sparkled with an intoxicating soft light. Qiao Mianmian nodded stupidly as if she was bewitched. On the way to the hospital, Imo Yesi called Lu Rao. After ringing for a while, Lu Rao picked up the call and said in a weak voice, Young Master Imo, if it's about your emotional consultation, let's chat another time. Or you can let me sleep for a few hours before you come to me. Mo Yesi touched the soft hair of the girl in his arms and sneered, Why, did you work too hard last night? This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Lu Rao. I'll take care of you, uncle. I just came out of the operating room, okay? Try what it feels like to have an operation for 10 hours straight. I'm so tired now. No, dogs are not as tired as me. Listening to his good brother's complaints full of resentment, Imo Yesi didn't feel any fluctuation in his heart. I don't care if you're exhausted or something else. You have to spare an hour for me. I'm taking Mianmian to the hospital now. I'll be there in 10 minutes at most. She's injured. You show her look. Qiao Mianmian nestled in his arms. She really wanted to say that her injuries were not injuries at all, okay? Mianmian? Lu Rao suddenly heard Imo Yesi address a girl so intimately. He didn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized, You mean your little wife? She is injured. Is she seriously injured? Yes. Imo Yesi glanced at the scratches on the girl's fair arms and legs. His face darkened, and he frowned. There are injuries on her hands and legs. Check her out later, or else I'm not worried. Lu Rao really thought that Qiao Mianmian had been seriously injured, so he stopped refusing and immediately responded, Okay, let me know right away when you get to the hospital. Does she need a stretcher or something? Can she leave on her own? Imo Yesi. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, No need. Hang up and call back later. Arrived at the hospital. After getting off the car, Qiao Mianmian was hugged by Imo Yesi. Although the princess hug was very romantic, she still said helplessly, I can leave by myself. She only had scratches on her body. not a broken bone. But the man had no intention of letting her leave on her own, and just carried her into the hospital. Along the way, I received a lot of appreciative glances. Qiao Mianmian was so ashamed that she buried her head in his chest again. Mo Yesi hugged her and went directly to Lu Rao's office. Come on, let me see where the little girl is injured. Lu Rao just came out of the operating room with obvious fatigue on his face, but when he saw Qiao Mianmian being carried in by Mo Yesi, he looked at her carefully. Then he looked embarrassed. He blinked and asked Mo Yesi, "SCI, where did the little girl get hurt?" There were no obvious wounds on Qiao Mianmian's body. Could it be an internal injury? With Lu Rao thinking, he looked at her carefully again and found that her face was rosy and energetic, and she did not look like she was seriously injured at all. Mo Yesi gently placed Qiao Mianmian on the sofa. Then he raised his head and replied to Lu Rao, "Do you have poor eyesight? There are so many scratches on her body. Can you not see them?" Lu Rao, don't tell him that this girl is so serious that he has to show the little girl the injury in person. Is this a scratch? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Rao felt bad. So, when you said the little girl was injured, did you mean these scratches? Mo Yesi had no expression on his face and said coldly, "Is there a problem?" Lu Rao, So Mo Yesi ignored him and had to perform surgery for 10 hours straight, and insisted on showing his wife the injury in person. Was it really a scratch? Does he still have humanity? Is he still a human being? This guy is heterolovual and inhumane. If he is such an excessive person, he will have no friends in the future. Lu Rao said frantically, "Do you know how tiring it is to perform surgery for 10 hours in a row?" Mo Yesi glanced at him and said calmly, "I've done surgeries that lasted for 15 hours. I think there's no problem." Lu Rao, Is that okay with you? Just because you are an Iron Man, it doesn't mean that others are like you. Mo Yesi didn't feel any guilt at all. Seeing his confident look, Lu Rao was so angry that he wanted to just break up with him. He was so angry that he groaned. "Say, Mr. Mo, you have been a doctor for several years. Can't you tell whether your wife's injury is serious or not? She doesn't need to come to the hospital for such a scratch." "Okay, Mo Yesi, let's go back." Qiao Mianmian jumped off the sofa with an embarrassed look. She walked up to Lu Rao, blushed and said, "Dean, I'm sorry to bother you." "Ignore him. I'm fine. I don't need to check. You can go back and rest." She didn't even know how Mo Yesi had the nerve to speak. She just had some skin scratches on her body, and she asked a dignified Dean to examine her personally. Isn't this a waste of talent? Moreover, when she knew that Lu Raokai had just come out of the operating room, she became even more embarrassed. Even she felt that Mo Yesi was really going too far. If she had such friends, she would definitely break them off. After Qiao Mianmian finished speaking, she turned and walked out the door. He had just taken 2 steps when he was pulled by Mo Yesi. The man pulled her back forcefully, hugged her in his arms, lowered his head, bit her ear and whispered, "If you don't let him check you, then I will have to do it myself. When the time comes, I will take care of you. Check it carefully inside and out. Honey, if you want me to check it, let's go now." Qiao Mianmian's body froze. He raised his head and glared at him with shame and annoyance. This gangster. Mo Yesi looked at her wide eyes and flushed cheeks and laughed lowly from his throat. "Have you considered it? Should he check it, or should I check it?" At Mo Yesi's insistence, Qiao Mianmian reluctantly made a comprehensive and careful inspection. The examination results came out. Except for minor scratches, everything else was fine. Lu Rao prescribed a bottle of iodophor and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. "Mr. Mo, young Master Mo, are you relieved now?" When he handed the medicine to Mo Yesi, he gritted his teeth and said every word. Mo Yesi took it, read the instructions, then turned and walked towards Qiao Mianmian. He opened the iodophor, dipped a little on a cotton swab, and raised Qiao Mianmian's injured arm. "It might hurt a little. Please bear with it. I'll do it myself." Feeling a resentful look beside them looking at them, Qiao Mianmian felt embarrassed. If it weren't for her, Lu Rao would have gone home to rest by now. "Don't move." Mo Yesi held her down and used iodine to disinfect her bruised area. Qiao Mianmian groaned in pain. Her little face wrinkled up. Mo Yesi immediately stopped. "Does it hurt?" Qiao Mianmian just opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she heard Lu Rao on the side sighing. Little girl, let me tell you, this is the first time AC has served someone. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Not even Miss Shun, who grew up with him, has never been treated like this. As soon as Lu Rao finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back, as if cold air had rushed into his body. He was so cold that goosebumps appeared all over his body. When he looked up, he saw Mo Yesie's half-closed eyes, cold eyes, looking at him with a hint of warning. Lu Rao was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He hurriedly explained, "Little girl, please don't misunderstand. AC and Miss Shun have a pure friendship that couldn't be more pure. They have known each other for so many years. If there was such a thing, they would have been together long ago." Qiao Mianmian looked at Lu Rao with a confused expression. She didn't seem to say anything just now, right? Really, he and Miss Shun are just like brothers and sisters. Don't worry too much, Lu Rao added as if he was afraid that she wouldn't believe it. His two explanations made Qiao Mianmian even more confused. Mo Yesie's face became darker and darker, and his eyes became colder and colder. Lu Rao suddenly realized that he seemed to be getting darker and darker. It didn't matter if he didn't explain, but once he explained, it made Mo Yesie look like that Miss Shun. Seeing that Mo Yesie's face was getting more and more ugly, he quickly got up and ran towards the door with the thought of his life at stake. Well, I shouldn't have anything to do here. I'm leaving first, let's eat together in the sky. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he swept away his previous fatigue. His feet seemed to be greased, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out. After Lu Rao left, Qiao Mianmian and Mo Yesie were the only two people left in the huge dean's office. He continued to disinfect her wounds. When he started, his movements were much gentler than before. After wiping all the injured areas, he sprayed Yunnan Baiyao again. While he was wiping the injury on her leg, he squatted at her feet and gently lifted her calf. Warm breath fell on her legs from time to time, somewhat wet and itchy. Qiao Mianmian looked down at him, applying medicine to her carefully, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Probably because he was a doctor before, he seemed very familiar with these things. After taking care of the scratches on her body, Mo Yesie pressed her shoulders and checked her carefully to make sure nothing was missing before letting her go. Even though it's just a minor scratch, you should pay attention to it. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. When you go back, remember to apply medicine on time. Don't forget it. Yes, I understand. Qiao Mianmian nodded obediently. She was still thinking about going back to school early, so she said, "Then can I go back to school now?" Mo Yesie nodded. He raised his watch and looked at the time. It was time for him to return to the company. There are still many things in the company that he has to deal with personally. This trip can be regarded as a break from the busy schedule. Then let's go. Qiao Mianmian has always been a good boy in school, never skipping classes and leaving early. The afternoon acting class was taught by a tutor she liked very much, and she didn't want to miss it. Wait a minute. Mo Yesie put his hand on her shoulder and moved his lips, as if he had something to say. Qiao Mianmian blinked. Is there anything else? He frowned slightly. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After waiting for a while, he said, I can talk to you in person about what Lu Rao just said. Explain it again. Qiao Mianmian's black question mark face. She was stunned. Explanation. Explain what? Mo Yesie's pair of deep and charming black eyes stared at her for a while, and then said seriously, the Miss Shun that Lu Rao mentioned is called Shun Ro, and she is the daughter of the Shin family. She and I have been together since childhood. We grew up together. The old man of the Shin family and my grandfather are family friends, so our two families have always had a good relationship. In the past, the two families had plans to marry, but Shun Ro and I had no intention of doing so. Just give it up. Mianmian, Shun Ro is 2 years younger than me. In my heart, she is the same as my sister. So, you don't need to mind her presence. Qiao Mianmian. She doesn't mind. She didn't seem to say she minded. Why did he and Lu Rao think they had misunderstood something? She really didn't misunderstand and didn't think too much about it, okay? Besides, even if he really had something to do with Miss Shun, she wouldn't mind. His marriage to her was just about getting what he wanted, without any element of love. She needed him to perform surgery on Xiao Chun, and he chose her because she was the only woman who would not reject him. If she didn't have such special characteristics, it would be impossible for him to choose a woman like her to marry. Qiao Mianmian is very self-aware and knows her position clearly, so she won't be jealous casually. However, seeing that Mo Yesi explained so seriously, she still responded, "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I won't mind her." Mo Yesi looked at her for a moment. "You really don't mind? Really?" She nodded heavily. "Didn't you just say that you treat her as your sister?" "I believe you." "Well, don't think so wildly." Mo Yesi touched her head with his hand, curled his lips and chuckled. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you back to school." Other side. After Jiang Luoli sent a text message to Su Zhe immediately went to find Xiao Mianmian after receiving the text message. Xiao Anxin was with him. The two were choosing jewelry in a jewelry store. "Brother Ace, does this necklace look good on me?" Xiao Anxin was trying on a pink diamond necklace. After she put it on, she looked at Su Zhe with a charming smile. Su Zhe glanced at her, looking absent-minded. He hesitated for 2 seconds, took out a black card from his bag, handed it to Xiao Anxin, and said softly, "Baby, I'm in a hurry and can't stay with you anymore. You can buy whatever you like, and I'll wait until I'm busy. I'll come with you when you're done, okay?" Hearing that he was leaving, Xiao Anxin said dissatisfiedly, "What's the emergency? You said you would accompany me today." Before Su Zhe could speak, Xiao Anxin looked down at the cell phone in his hand and asked suspiciously, "Brother Ace, who were you chatting with just now?" "I." Su Zhe looked at her, hesitated, and said truthfully, "An Anxin. The girl in the same dormitory as Mianmian just sent me a text message, saying that Mianmian was in trouble and asked me to come over immediately. She seems very anxious. I'm worried that Mianmian will be hurt." Xiao Anxin's expression suddenly changed when she heard that it was related to Qiao Mianmian. Her eyes darkened, and when she looked up at Su Zhe, there was worry in her eyes and she asked anxiously, "What's wrong, sister?" "I don't know either." Su Zhe frowned. "But if it wasn't a very troublesome matter, Zhang Luoli wouldn't come to me for help." "So, I understand what you mean," Xiao Anxin said soothingly. Su Zhe patted the back of his hand gently and said considerately, "If my sister is really in trouble, of course we have to help her. However, before that, I think we should first understand what happened. Make a decision again. What do you think?" "You mean, my sister and I go to the same school, and I have a lot of friends in school. Well, I'll call my friend now and ask her to find out what happened. If my sister is really in trouble, my friend she will just sit back and do nothing. It would be much faster for her to help sister than for us to rush there now, wouldn't it?" Su Zhe thought about it and felt that what she said made sense, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then you should call and ask as soon as possible." 1 minute later, Xiao Anxin hung up the phone. She smiled and said to Su Zhe, "I understand it's just a small dispute between classmates, it doesn't matter." Su Zhe was stunned for a moment. "Is it just a small dispute between classmates? Then why did Jiang Luoli sound so serious?" "Yes." Xiao Anxin took his arm, leaned against him, and said in a helpless tone, "Why did I lie to you? That is my biological sister. If she is really bullied, can I not worry about her?" "But, Brother Ace," Xiao Anxin sighed again and said in a faint voice, "There is something I don't know whether I should say." Su Zhe looked down at her. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Anxin bit her lips, her eyes a little resentful. "I think my sister is still thinking about you. Brother Ace, you are so good. She must not be willing to be separated from you like this. She is just looking for excuses now, and wants you to see her Otherwise, I really don't understand why she would let you go because it was just a small quarrel between classmates." Su Zhe was stunned. For some reason, after hearing what Xiao Anxin said, he felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Does Qiao Mianmian really still miss him? Does this also mean that she still has feelings for him and can't forget him yet? Her previous indifference and alienation were all fake. Yes, that's definitely the case. She has always been a proud and arrogant girl. After encountering his betrayal, how could she not be angry, resentful in her heart? But that doesn't mean she doesn't love him anymore. How could they just forget about their relationship for so many years? Thinking of this, Su Zhe's mood became happy. He hid the secret joy in his heart and stretched out his hands to hug Xiao Anxin into his arms. "Baby, are you jealous? Now that I'm with you, I only have you in my heart. No matter what Mian Mian thinks, it is no longer possible for her and me. Brother A's. Qiao Anxin bit her lip in grievance and reached out to hug him. I know you only have me in your heart, but I'm still so scared. What are you afraid of? Looking at the pitiful little person in his arms with red eyes, Su Zhe felt pity, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said softly, My people and my heart are all yours. You what else is there to be afraid of? After so many years of relationship with your sister, she must have a very special place in your heart. I'm afraid you will regret being with me. Fool, what are you talking about? How could I regret it? Knowing you and being with you is the thing I least regret in my life. The more scared Qiao Anxin showed, the more satisfied Su Zhe felt, which would make he felt that Qiao Anxin needed him very much and could not live without him. And in his heart, he did think so. Qiao Anxin is very weak and needs a man she can rely on. If no one takes care of her, her life will definitely be in a mess. Xiao Mianmian is different. On the surface, she looks delicate and soft, very lovable. But in fact, she is a quite independent woman. Even without him, she can still live a good life. And if Qiao Anxin lost him, really? Qiao Anxin raised her tearful eyes and choked. Then can you promise me something? Okay, tell me. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Su Zhe said with heartache, No matter what you say, I promise you. Since my sister is still thinking about you, can you try to see her as little as possible in the future? Brother A's, you are my boyfriend now, and I don't want you to see other women. As soon as her words changed, she pouted and said in a sour tone, Even if that person is my sister, people will still be jealous. Hearing what she said, Su Zhe was a little unhappy at first, but when he looked down at her little daughter's sour and jealous look, the unhappiness in her heart immediately disappeared. It was also because she cared too much about him. If she didn't love him so much, she wouldn't be worried like this. Thinking of this, Su Zhe felt a little more pity in his heart. Without any hesitation, he nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Qiao Anxin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Then now. I won't go. Su Zhe touched her head and said softly, It's just a small dispute. I don't need to come forward. I will continue to choose jewelry with you. Brother A's, you are so kind. Qiao Anxin stood up on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips, with a very unhappy expression on her face. Hey, Qiao Mianmian, what about the relationship between you and Su Zhe for so many years? In his heart, I am not more important. After leaving the hospital, Mo Yesi sent Xiao Mianmian back to school. After watching her enter the school gate, he drove Uncle Li to the company. When he arrived at the company, he called Wei Zheng. Mr. Mo, Wei Zheng walked into the president's office and called out respectfully. Mo Yesi picked up a document and said without raising his head, Tomorrow, you go to Shanghui Group to discuss the acquisition. Wei Zheng was stunned. Acquisition? Mr. Mo, do you want to acquire Shanghui Group? This is too sudden. He has never revealed his thoughts in this regard before. Yes. Mo Yesi flipped through 2 pages of the document and added, Also, call the principal of Yunqing Film Academy later and tell him that there are 2 girls in the school who have very unqualified conduct and ask him to do it. Dismissal. Wei Zheng. Why does Mr. Mo want to acquire a company and expel people from the school when he goes out? What happened? There is no big problem at school. Mr. Mo holds a lot of shares in Yunqing Film Academy. In other words, Mr. Mo is the director of the school. Not to mention expelling problematic students. He can even replace the principal with just 1 word. But on Sheng Hui's side, Wei Zheng thought for a while and said truthfully, Mr. Mo, Shanghui is a well-known medium-sized enterprise. It is not small in scale and has no problem with its revenue. If I suddenly go to talk to them about an acquisition, I am afraid that Shanghui will not be willing. When Mo Yesi raised his head and looked at Wei Zheng with his cold eyes, Wei Zheng suddenly didn't dare to speak. According to what you said, if Mr. Mo wants to acquire a company, he still has to decide whether to acquire it or not based on the other party's wishes. Taiwan Novel Network. When Wei Zheng heard this, his liver trembled with fright, and he hurriedly said, Mr. Mo, that's not what I meant. Mo Yesi squinted his eyes, smashed the document on the table with a bang, and said word for word coldly, If you don't want to, then short Shanghui's stock market and make Shanghui bankrupt. At that time, I will ask Mr. Mo to buy it. Wei Zheng's eyes showed surprise. Shorting Shanghui's stock market? You have to spend a lot of money to get it, right? Although Mo's company is not short of such a small amount of money, the original intention of the acquisition is to make a profit. But if Mr. Mo does this, he is not doing it to make money at all. This is going to cost money. He has been with Mr. Mo for several years, and he has never seen Mr. Mo doing business at a loss. This is really the first time. Wei Zheng felt that all the abnormal things Mr. Mo had done recently seemed to be related to the young lady. This time, it won't be related to the young lady again, right? Yes, Mr. Mo. Although Wei Zheng was full of questions, the boss had already spoken. In addition to obeying the order, did he dare to ask any more questions? Mr. Mo said that he wanted Shanghui to go bankrupt, so Shanghui had to go bankrupt, no matter if it's cold or not. The next day, Xiao Mianmian heard that Shan Yueyue and Zhao Wanning were expelled from school. Because of the bad nature, the whole school was notified. At the same time, in the afternoon of that day, all the major financial news channels were reporting on the overnight bankruptcy of Shanghui Group, saying that Shanghui's stock price plummeted to nothing overnight, so fast that there was no chance of rescue. Shanghui is also a well-known local company. It has been operating for more than 20 years and has never experienced any economic crisis. In just one night, he suddenly went bankrupt, which surprised all the people who wanted to eat melons. Everyone is speculating on the reasons for Shanghui's bankruptcy. Some people say that Shanghui has had internal problems for a long time but has been hiding them from the outside world. Now it can no longer hold on and has finally been exposed. Others said that boss Shanghui had offended someone and someone deliberately wanted to kill Shanghui. If it was the latter, Shanghui could be destroyed overnight. One can imagine how amazing the power and financial resources of the other party are. While everyone was speculating, Xiao Mianmian was surprised when she heard the news. She sent a text message to Mo Yesi, Shanghui's bankruptcy. Was it you who did it? Mo Yesi replied quickly, yes. Seeing her reply, Xiao Mianmian was stunned for 2 seconds. She asked again, is it because of me? Mo Yesi, yeah. Xiao Mianmian. Even if she doesn't know much about these things in business, she still understands that it is definitely not an easy thing to bankrupt a large company overnight. She never thought that Mo Yesi would do this for her. In fact, she didn't suffer much yesterday. Speaking of it, Shan Yueyue and his group were also the ones who suffered. She thought that beating those people up and then letting them into the police would be enough punishment. Hold on. If you hold on for one more day, you'll have a holiday. Who would have thought that Mo Yesi would actually let the Du family's company go bankrupt? Isn't it too overbearing to say that he is bankrupt? After a while, Mo Yesi sent her another text message. No class now? Xiao Mianmian recovered from her daze and replied, well, this morning's class is over. There are 2 more classes in the afternoon. Mo Yesi, come down? Xiao Mianmian looked at the text message he sent and was stunned for 2 seconds before replying in confusion. Come down? What's the meaning? As soon as she sent this text message, Mo Yesi called. When the call was connected, the man's deep magnetic voice came into his ears. I'm downstairs in your dormitory, come down. Xiao Mianmian. She was absolutely terrifying. Mo Yesi came to their school again? Moreover, it is now downstairs in the girls' dormitory? Xiao Mianmian opened the door and walked out of the dormitory and saw a bunch of people gathered in the corridor, all looking downstairs with excited faces. Wow, there is a very handsome man standing downstairs. Isn't that the handsome guy who took Xiao Mianmian away yesterday? He's here again. Xiao Mianmian must be too happy. She just broke up with Su Zhe and found a rich, handsome boyfriend. TCH. I'm not sure if he's her boyfriend or not. Maybe he's the man who supports her. No, why does such a handsome man need to keep a woman? Even if he is really keeping a woman, don't you want to be kept by such a man? Anyway, I really want to, and I am willing to do it even if you don't give me money. Listening to everyone's discussion, Xiao Mianmian's lips twitched and she glanced downstairs. With just one glance, she saw the tall man standing under the tree. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, and the mottled light shines on his handsome 3-dimensional face, as if giving his deep features a layer of pale golden halo. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes, and the hand-cut black suit fit him properly, showing off his perfect body proportions. The long legs wrapped in suit pants are extremely eye catching, and his cold and ascetic temperament made him even more hormonal. All the girls passing by him blushed. A few girls wanted to go over and strike up a conversation, but as soon as they took 2 steps towards him, they were repelled by his cold and distant gaze without a trace of warmth. The 4 words, "keep away from strangers," seemed to be written all over his body. Qiao Mianmian once again deeply felt that Mo Yesie's misogyny really existed. Apart from her, he was really repulsive and cold towards other women. A woman's active approach will really disgust him. As if he noticed her gaze, Mo Yesie suddenly raised his head. He looked straight at her. The 2 people's eyes met in mid-air. The moment they saw her, the indifference and alienation in the man's eyes disappeared, and the coldness and displeasure in his eyes also disappeared in an instant. There was a soft light overflowing in those dark eyes that were originally cold. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian's heart beat hard with a bang sound. Qiao Mianmian trotted downstairs. As soon as she walked in front of Mo Yesie, the man spread his arms, stretched out his hands to pull her into his arms, and hugged her hard. He hugged her very tightly. As if he wanted to embed her into his body, he buried his head in her hair, took a deep breath, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mianmian, do you miss me?" When Mo Yesie held him in his arms, Qiao Mianmian felt that his body was stiff and cold. But soon, his stiff body slowly relaxed, and his embrace gradually became warmer. Mo Yesie said in a hoarse voice, "Mianmian, do you miss me?" Mo Yesie, thinking that this was downstairs in the girls' dormitory and so many people were watching, Qiao Mianmian's face became hot and she said, "Can you let me go? Others are watching us." After she finished speaking, she struggled slightly. She did not reject his approach, but so many pairs of eyes fell on him and her, which made Qiao Mianmian feel very uncomfortable. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network. Baby, don't move. Mo Yesie tightened his arms and rested his chin on the top of her hair. There was a hint of exhaustion in his deep and hoarse voice. "I'm so tired. Just let me hold you for a while. It will take just 1 minute. Good." Hearing the fatigue in his voice and feeling that he seemed really tired, Qiao Mianmian hesitated for a moment, then obediently snuggled into his arms and let him hold her. Countless glances with unknown meanings fell on the 2 of them. Seeing the man who was so cold to other women 1 second, but who was so gentle and affectionate towards the girl in his arms the next, many of the girls who were watching showed envy in their eyes. I wish I could take Qiao Mianmian's place immediately and experience what it feels like to be held in the arms of such a handsome guy. 1 minute later, like a satiated lion, Mo Yesie finally let go of Qiao Mianmian. The tired look on the man's deep and 3-dimensional handsome face has faded a lot. It seemed that in that minute, a lot of energy was restored. When he spoke again, his voice didn't sound so tired. "Have you had lunch?" Qiao Mianmian looked at him blankly and shook her head. No, she was about to go get something to eat when he came. Why are you here?" Qiao Mianmian was still a little dizzy. For 2 days in a row, he went to school to look for her during working hours. Does he have a lot of leisure time at work? She knew that he was the big boss and had free working hours and was not restricted by the 9 to 5 schedule. However, she felt that he was the kind of person who lived a very self-disciplined life. Whether it was work or other aspects, he should be arranged very regularly and well-planned. It's not like him to skip work or something. Mo Yesie stared at her with his dark eyes, which seemed to be filled with thick ink that could not be removed. After looking at her for a while, he whispered, "I wanted to see you, so I came here." Being teased accidentally, Qiao Mianmian's heart was beating fast. "I wanted to see you, so I came." In Qiao Mianmian's understanding, this sentence is equivalent to missing you. She looked at the extremely handsome and profound face in front of her, and her heart skipped a beat. The man's eyes were deep, and there was a black shadow under his eyes. He paused and whispered, "I couldn't sleep because you were not here last night, Qiao Mianmian." She didn't know that Mo Yesie couldn't sleep well. She just thought he was teasing her again. His face couldn't help but feel hot, and his little heart beat faster. But the fact is that Mo Yesie really didn't sleep well last night. "I slept intermittently for 2 or 3 hours and woke up several times in the middle. Even when I fell asleep, I had nightmares one after another. The nightmare that had been with him for 20 years was haunting him like a devil. Once he fell asleep, it would torture him in his dreams. Only when she was there could he breathe. Qiao Mianmian blushed, raised her head to glance at him, and saw that his eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes. It seems that he really didn't get a good rest. She frowned. Then why don't you take a good rest at home? You are the boss of the company, and you don't have to go to the company to work every day. Imo Yesi curled his lips and raised his hand to touch her head. Do you feel sorry for me? There's no need to rest. I can't sleep at home, so I might as well go to work at the company. Aren't you sleepy then? He shook his head. I'm not sleepy. No matter how long he has been insomniac, he will not feel sleepy, but his mental state will not be very good. Qiao Mianmian's eyes showed surprise. Don't you feel sleepy even if you have insomnia? Every time she had insomnia, she would be as sleepy as a dog the next day. Is there anyone who doesn't feel sleepy even if they have insomnia? Imo Yesi shook his head again, stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows, and said in a hoarse voice, I will be tired, but I won't feel sleepy. Even the 3 or 4 hours of very poor quality sleep every night can only be achieved by taking sleeping pills. Is this the case every time you have insomnia? Isn't this a terrible feeling? Yeah. Imo Yesi was silent for a few seconds, as if he was lost in some kind of memory. After a while, he sighed softly. It's very bad. Then do you often suffer from insomnia? Yeah, often. Qiao Mianmian immediately sympathized with him. Occasionally she would suffer from insomnia, and she would feel so bad that it would take her several days to adjust back to normal. Wouldn't it be even worse for someone like him who often suffers from insomnia and can't catch up on his sleep? She felt that the worst thing in the world was not being able to sleep well. I thought God was particularly partial to him and gave him the best of everything, but I didn't expect. As soon as Imo Yesi lowered his head, he saw the girl in front of him looking at him with a distressed look. In an instant, somewhere in my heart became soft. He reached out and touched the top of her head, with a look of endearment in his eyes that he didn't even notice. It will get better slowly in the future. It's probably because God took pity on me that he placed you next to me. Qiao Mianmian blinked, not understanding what he meant. What does it have to do with her whether he slept well or not? She is not a doctor in related fields, so she can treat him. Looking at the confusion in her eyes, Imo Yesi didn't explain much. He stretched out a hand, took her soft white hand, squeezed his long white fingers between her fingers, and clasped her fingers tightly. It's almost noon. Let's go. Have lunch with me. Imo Yesi drove here by himself today. He drove a Lamborghini. In the parking lot, the silver, gray supercar was very eye-catching. After getting in the car, Qiao Mianmian asked casually, Why isn't Uncle Li here? Imo Yesi turned his head to look at her, raised his lips, and said jokingly, I told him that I wanted to be alone with my wife. There were some things that were inconvenient for him to do when he was here. So he didn't come. Qiao Mianmian, cough, cough, cough. She coughed and her face turned red again. She shouldn't have asked this question. Seeing her face turned red from being teased by him, Imo Yesi had a pleasant smile in his eyes and added, I thought you were thinking the same thing. You always felt embarrassed when I got close to you before. Now that there are only 2 of us, can I hug you and kiss you as much as I want? He said, leaning towards her. That breathtakingly handsome face is getting closer and closer to Qiao Mianmian, getting closer and closer. His warm and moist breath sprayed onto her face, and his beautiful and attractive thin lips pressed down. Soon, he would kiss her. Qiao Mianmian's heart was beating wildly, her eyelashes trembled, and she closed her eyes in panic. Waiting. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. The man's hot lips did not fall on her lips. Qiao Mianmian opened her eyes in confusion, only to see Imo Yesi lowering his head to fasten his seatbelt. So, was she just being sentimental? She thought they were going to kiss her, but in the end they were just helping her fasten her seatbelt. For a moment, Qiao Mianmian was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and get in there. Just now, she was actually looking forward to the kiss. It's really embarrassing. Qiao Mianmian's face was still hot when she arrived at the eating place. She didn't even dare to look at Imo Yesi. The place where Imo Yesi brought her was naturally all kinds of high-end. The owner of the restaurant came out to greet her in person and respectfully took the 2 of them into the VIP box in the backyard. The decoration style of the restaurant is very classical, like an ancient noble mansion. Taking the menu, Imo Yesi handed it directly to Qiao Mianmian without looking at it. Order what you like. Oh, Qiao Mianmian took it and turned it over to read a page when she was shocked by the high price. Let me go. Did you make a mistake? A piece of crab roe tofu actually costs thousands of yuan. Moreover, this is one of the very cheap dishes. Other seafood or mountain delicacies, any dish will cost tens of thousands. She felt that the place Imo Yesi brought her to was much more expensive than the revolving restaurant last time. Qiao Mianmian searched for a long time and finally ordered the cheapest fried cabbage. But just a plate of fried cabbage costs several hundred yuan. I've finished ordering. It's up to you to order the other dishes. She handed the hot menu to Imo Yesi. Imo Yesi took it and turned it over, then asked the waiter, "How many dishes did we order?" The waiter said respectfully, "Mr. Hui Imo, you only ordered one dish." Imo Yesi was stunned. "Did you order a dish?" "What dish?" "Waiter, garlic cabbage." Imo Yesi. His eyebrows twitched fiercely and he looked up at Qiao Mianmian. "You just ordered a side of Chinese cabbage." People should know that when he, Imo Yesi, took a woman out for dinner, she only ordered the cheapest fried cabbage. I wonder how he would be laughed at. "Yeah, what's wrong? Don't you like eating cabbage?" Qiao Mianmian blinked with an innocent expression on her face. No. Forget it. Let me have some. For the first time in his life, he met a woman who wanted to save money for him. Imo Yesi felt very complicated. Doesn't this little thing still know how rich her husband is? Otherwise, why would you want to save him money? He sighed softly, as if a little helpless, picked up the pen, ticked off a few of the most expensive dishes, and then specially ordered an after-dinner ice cream for Qiao Mianmian. Last time I took her to the revolving restaurant, she seemed to like ice cream. Wait until the waiter leaves. Imo Yesi reached out and pulled Qiao Mianmian, who was sitting next to him, into his arms. He pinched her chin, came to the corner of her lips and kissed her gently. "Didn't I tell you not to save money for me? I'm not so poor that I can only let you eat cabbage. Baby, your husband is very good. I have more money than I can spend in my lifetime. What I want to see is not how you save money for me. I want you to be a prodigal woman who spends money every day. Happy weekend, everyone. If you don't know how to spend money, I can find someone to teach you." Qiao Mianmian. What is this requirement? He actually wanted to find someone to teach her how to spend a fortune. When a man makes money, he spends it on his wife and children. If you don't spend my money, I will feel very unfulfilled. Mianmian, if you don't spend my money, it will make me feel that you haven't accepted the fact that I am your husband. Qiao Mianmian felt something being stuffed in her hand. She looked down and saw that it was the black card that Imo Yesi had given her before. He kissed her soft lips gently, held the corner of her mouth and whispered, "There is a limit of 1 million on this card every month, which is my pocket money for you. If you like anything, you can buy it. No need to save your money and tell me if you don't have enough. Don't refuse me again. Don't make me angry again. Okay? 1 million a month, but it's just pocket money?" Qiao Mianmian's heart. Her husband is too rich. She squeezed the black card in her hand and said weakly, "Do you always give this much pocket money to others?" "Of course not." The man glanced at her with his deep and charming eyes. "You are not good at spending money, so you can only give less." Qiao Mianmian. "Mr. Imo, I'm sorry to bother you." The waiter quickly brought their orders to the table. Seeing all kinds of abalone, sea cucumber and other high prices on the table, every time Qiao Mianmian took a bite, she felt that what she was eating was not food, but RMB. With the mentality of never wasting it, even if she stretched herself to death, she stretched herself out until her stomach was round after finishing the meal. He collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to move at all. Imo Yesi hugged the round-bellied girl into his arms, lowered his head and buried his head in her hair, took a deep breath, curled his lips and chuckled. "Are you full?" "Yes." Qiao Mianmian nodded and touched her belly. "I'm full. So full that I couldn't be more full." She didn't even know that she could eat so well. "The amount of food in this meal is more than the usual amount of food in a day. Now that I've fed you, shouldn't you also fulfill one of my requests?" Qiao Mianmian was stunned for a moment. What's the request? The first thing she thought about was whether he was asking for a kiss or something. His face couldn't help but turn red. Unexpectedly, Imo Yesi held her and fell down on the sofa. He pressed her under him, buried his head in her neck, and said in a vague voice, "Sleep with me? W. What?" In an instant, Qiao Mianmian's face turned red. She was frightened and pushed the man on her body and said with embarrassment and annoyance, "Mo Yesi, get up. I don't want to sleep with you here. This big pervert. He actually wanted to have love with her in a place like a restaurant. He is too shameless." Qiao Mianmian was extremely ashamed and angry, feeling that he didn't respect her at all. Even if she married him, she should fulfill her marital obligations. But it would be too unruly to do that in a place like a restaurant. What if someone opens the door and comes in and sees it? Even if no one would come in, such an occasion would still be inappropriate. "If you don't want to sleep here, then where do you want to sleep?" Mo Yesi's voice gradually became deeper, as if he was falling asleep. "Just sleep with me for an hour. It won't delay your afternoon class. Mianmian, I'm sleepy. Let me sleep for a while." The man's breathing became long and shallow, and the head buried in her neck became motionless. Only then did Qiao Mianmian react. It turns out that when Mo Yesi said sleep, he just meant it literally. She actually thought wrong again? Thinking of all the speculation she had just made, she felt embarrassed. Remember the domain name of this website, Taiwan Novel Network? Just now she thought he was shameless, a big pervert, and didn't respect her enough. It turns out that she wanted to do it herself. The kiss at the beginning, and now. It was all her own passion. When did her thoughts become so dirty? Fortunately, Mo Yesi was already asleep and didn't know that she had thought wrongly about this matter. Otherwise, she would have been extremely embarrassed. Qiao Mianmian's face was so hot that every pore seemed to be radiating heat. Without looking, she knew that her face would definitely turn red. The man's slender and tall body pressed against her, motionless. Qiao Mianmian looked particularly petite under him, her whole body covered by him. Her face was facing his chin, and if she moved her head a little, she would touch his Adam's apple. His breath was filled with the clear and charming aura of the man. His warm and moist breath spread on her neck. With every breath, Qiao Mianmian felt itchy on her neck. The room was so quiet that you could hear each other's breathing clearly. The sun shines from the window and shines on the wooden floor, and the clear and melodious chirping of birds comes from the courtyard. "Mo Yesi?" Qiao Mianmian called softly, unable to believe that he fell asleep like this. "Isn't this speed of falling asleep too fast? Did you fall asleep after lying on her for less than 2 minutes? Didn't he say that every time he had insomnia, he wouldn't feel sleepy?" The man made no sound and remained motionless. "Mo Yesi? Are you really asleep?" Qiao Mianmian called him softly again. Being pressed by such a tall and upright man, she felt like she was about to be crushed. In particular, Mo Yesi had strong muscles. With such a heavy weight, she really felt like she would be crushed. The man still didn't respond. Apparently, he had fallen asleep. Moreover, he slept deeply. Qiao Mianmian was pressed to the point of being unable to move. What kind of sleeping position is he in? Is there anyone like him who sleeps on top of others? He didn't know how tall and heavy he was, and whether he could press on her. She is really almost gasping for breath. No, too angry. Qiao Mianmian wanted to kick him away, but thinking of what he had said before, she felt a little unbearable in her heart. Forget it. He finally fell asleep. Seeing that he had helped her so many times and treated her well, she just tried to endure it as much as possible. I don't know if it was due to Mo Yesi's influence, but within a few minutes, Qiao Mianmian became a little drowsy. When she woke up again, she found that she was in the car. She was wearing Mo Yesi's suit jacket, and the man who was sleeping on top of her was sitting in the driver's seat, driving intently. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard his voice beside her. "Are you awake? Have you slept well?" Qiao Mianmian rubbed her eyes. "Why did I fall asleep?" She had no idea when she fell asleep or when he got her into the car. She was obviously sleeping with him. In the end, she fell asleep for a long time and couldn't wake up. Mo Yesi slightly curled his lips. "Then you have to ask yourself, when I woke up, you were already asleep, sleeping very deeply. I called you twice and you didn't wake up. I had till you got in the car. Air." Qiao Mianmian reached out and touched her face, feeling a little embarrassed. She slept very well last night, and she didn't know why she was so sleepy at noon today. "Then did you sleep well?" Xiao Mianmian turned her head and looked at him, feeling that his mental state seemed much better and he didn't look so tired. Yeah, good. The corners of Mo Yesi's lips curled up happily. Mianmian, thank you. Even if it was only for a short hour, it relieved his body and spirit a lot. The quality of sleep in that hour was much better than the 3 or 4 hours he got at night. I didn't wake up during the trip, and I didn't have any nightmares. Waking up from sleep is like being reborn. Thank me. Xiao Mianmian looked at him doubtfully. Thank me for what? A red light came on ahead. Mo Yesi stopped the car, turned his head, and stared at her deeply. Thank you for sleeping with me. I slept very comfortably this hour. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Mianmian coughed violently. What he said was so ambiguous. She coughed violently until tears came to her eyes. She gasped a few times and looked at him with accusations in her eyes. Mo Yesi, can you speak more normally? What does it mean to thank her for sleeping with him? Why sleep so comfortably? Anyone who hears this will think too much. Huh? What's wrong? Mo Yesi looked at the girl's delicate cheeks with a blush on her face. Her dark and vivid eyes filled with tears, staring at him accusingly. Her aggrieved and embarrassed look was irritating. Very loving. It's as cute as you want it to be. Maybe she didn't know it herself, but when she was angry and glaring at people, not only was she not fierce at all, but she looked very soft and cute. She looked so fierce. Much like a puppy or a kitten, the more ferocious it is, the more people want to tease it. You ask questions knowingly? Xiao Mianmian growled in embarrassment. Mo Yesi pretended to be confused and raised his eyebrows. If you don't tell me, how will I know? Do you mean sleeping with me, or sleeping comfortably? If it's these two sentences, I really don't understand. It's not normal anymore. After saying that, before Xiao Mianmian could speak, he raised his eyebrows again and raised the corners of his lips playfully. Baby, are you thinking wrong? You thought I meant to sleep with you? Although I really want to, but no matter how much I want, I won't wrong you in that kind of place. As soon as he finished his last words, he saw the face of the girl beside him quickly blushing, and her fair and delicate little face turned into a gorgeous crimson color in an instant. You doubt I won't tell you anymore? Xiao Mianmian was so teased that her hair was about to explode. She simply turned her head and stopped looking at him, not wanting to say another word to him. This man Mo Yesi is really hateful. Does he think she is his cat or dog? He teases her at every turn. He is really, really hateful. From now on, she would never say another word to him. No way. Xiao Mianmian did what she said. She didn't say a word to him until Secretary Mo sent her to school. After parking the car, she unbuckled her seatbelt, said goodbye, and got out of the car. Click, sound. She reached for the car door, but heard the door being locked. Beside him, the man chuckled and said, Are you still angry with me? Baby, I was just joking with you. Do you plan to ignore me in the future? Xiao Mianmian couldn't open the car door, turned her head angrily, and she glared at him with her lips curled up. Open the car door. I want to get out. Mo Yesi raised the corners of his lips. Then kiss me and I'll let you get off. She was annoyed by him and said angrily, I don't. Before the last word was uttered, the man stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Well? Mo Yesi lowered his head and kissed her deeply, holding her chin and lifting her face, wantonly plundering the sweet scent between her lips and teeth. The girl in my arms tastes so good. At first, I just wanted to give it a try, kissing and kissing, but then I lost control. The gentle kiss turned into a deep and hot kiss that almost sucked away one's soul. Inside the car, the temperature is rising. The air is filled with an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. The subtle sounds made between the intertwining lips and teeth made people blush and their hearts beat. The petite man in his arms softened into a puddle of water. His white and tender hands weakly pulled the buttons of his shirt. His breathing was ragged and rapid, and his bright red face was like a peach blossom blooming in March. Mo Yesi was moved by the kiss. Well, don't. There was a sudden chill in her chest, and Xiao Mianmian recovered from her confusion and infatuation in an instant. Her face turned red, and she reached out to push him away. Mo Yesi came back to his senses after being pushed by her. He raised his head and looked with his dark, burning eyes at the girl whose face was flushed by his kiss. His burning gaze fell on the girl's red, swollen, and delicate lips. He stayed there for a few seconds before moving away with difficulty. His breath was a little short, and he spoke with a hoarse voice. Baby, what should I do? Qiao Mianmian blushed so hard and her heart beat so fast that she didn't even dare to look at him. What should I do? Mo Yesi looked at her steadily, his eyes as dark as the deep sea. I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Qiao Mianmian didn't react for a while and said in surprise, I just had lunch and didn't have much. Mo Yesi. Qiao Mianmian was really panicked. She stretched out her hand and pushed on the man's strong and hot chest. Her tone was weak, as if she was begging. I want to get off. Please let me down. Baby. Mo Yesi's hand tightened around her waist, and his low and hoarse voice contained forbearance. Don't be afraid. I like you. That's why I react like this to you. Be good and stop moving. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I will lose control and kill you. As soon as Qiao Mianmian heard this, she didn't dare to move anymore. She sat stiffly in his arms. Mo Yesi's body also tensed up. He hugged her tightly and gasped a few times while lying on her shoulder. After a few minutes, his breathing slowly calmed down. Qiao Mianmian bit her lip and cried, Are you better? Can you let me go? Be good and stop moving. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I will lose control and kill you. As soon as Qiao Mianmian heard this, she didn't dare to move anymore. She sat stiffly in his arms. Mo Yesi's, no need. I'm still myself. Qiao Mianmian instinctively wanted to refuse. Before she could finish her words, she felt the man's face darken and his eyes became cold. You don't want me to give you a gift? Do you think I can't do it and don't want people to know that you are with me? Qiao Mianmian couldn't hold the door open, turned her head angrily, bit her lip and stared at him. Open the door, I want to get out. Mo Yesi raised the corners of his lips. Then kiss me and I'll let you get off. She was annoyed by him and said angrily, I don't. Before the last word was uttered, the man stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Well? Mo Yesi lowered his head and kissed her, holding her chin and lifting her face, wantonly plundering the sweet scent between her lips and teeth. After a few minutes, Mo Yesi reached out and touched Qiao Mianmian's head, pinched her chin and kissed her, then said in a hoarse voice, Well, let's go. I'll take you downstairs to the dormitory. No need, I'm still myself. Qiao Mianmian instinctively wanted to refuse. Before she finished speaking, she felt the man's face darken and his eyes became cold. You don't want me to give you a gift? Do you think I can't do it? Don't want people to know that you are with me? No. Qiao Mianmian was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook her head in denial. How could he not take advantage of it? He is quite capable of doing this. It was because it was so good that she didn't want him to give it to her. He has been running to school frequently in the past 2 days, which has already earned her a lot of hatred. Mo Yesi opened the car door and said in a strong tone that she could not refuse, Then I will see you off. Get out of the car. After getting out of the car, Mo Yesi held her hand. His palm was very broad and warm, and her hand was wrapped in his palm, giving her a very stable feeling. It seems that once you hold a hand, you can hold it for a lifetime. The two walked hand in hand along the tree-lined paths on campus. Mo Yesi was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and was dressed in the style of a social elite. His deep and handsome face, his dignified aura, and his cold and ascetic charm were all eye-catching. Not to mention, he also has a perfect figure with incredibly long legs. With a height of nearly 190 centimeters, no matter where he appears, he always looks like he stands out from the crowd. Along the way, countless girls were peeking at him and screaming excitedly at him. Do you know who that man is? He's very handsome. Is the girl next to him Qiao Mianmian? Didn't Qiao Mianmian just break up with Su Zhe? Why is she with another man again? I heard that Qiao Mianmian cheated on another man and Su Zhe broke up with her. Couldn't it be this man? Su Zhe is so handsome and comes from a wealthy family. He has always been doting on her, but she actually cheats on her? I think the man she is looking for now has no other advantages besides being handsome. Can he be as rich as Su Zhe? Yes, I also heard that Su Zhe gave Qiao Mianmian a large breakup fee. Could this man be the pretty boy she was looking for? Originally, after knowing that Su Zhe and Qiao Mianmian broke up, many people were waiting to see her laugh. I thought she would become miserable. But who would have known that just after they broke up, they would immediately find someone so handsome? Regardless of whether this man has money or not, his looks alone make many people seriously jealous. Why does she, Qiao Mianmian, have boyfriends one after another, each one more handsome than the last? Qiao Mianmian did not hear these discussions. Mo Yesi sent Qiao Mianmian to the girls' dormitory. Go up. He let go of the hand holding hers and raised his chin towards her. I'll watch you go up. Oh, then. I'll go up then. You should go back to the company as soon as possible. The moment he let go, Qiao Mianmian felt a little empty in her heart, a little out of habit. I was led by him for about 10 minutes. He stopped holding her hand, and she wasn't used to it. She waved to him. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked upstairs. Mianmian. Qiao Mianmian had just taken 2 steps when she heard the man behind her calling her name softly. The tone was unexpectedly gentle. Qiao Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, and she stopped. She turned around slowly. Is there anything else? Mo Yesi strode forward, looked down at her, curled his lips and chuckled. Well, I forgot one thing. What? As soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. The man's gentle kiss, without any desire or eroticism, landed gently on her forehead. Eat well, go to school well, sleep well. Also, remember to miss me. Tomorrow is Monday, and everyone can go back to school and work again. Are you happy? Yes, I did it on purpose. My mobile phone is open 24 hours a day for you. If you miss me, just call me. If you want to see me, I will come to you immediately. Qiao Mianmian felt as if her heartbeat stopped at this moment. Mo Yesi watched her go upstairs, then turned and left. Go to the parking lot. When he went to pick up the car, a red Qian drove over and stopped opposite him. The car door opened and a woman in a white dress walked out. The woman has long hair shawl and is wearing a white lace skirt with a fairy style. She looks soft and delicate, and just looking at her makes people want to protect her. As soon as she got out of the car, another woman got out of the car. The woman who got off the car later opened the umbrella in her hand and walked towards the woman in the white skirt. She was still complaining in a low voice. Why is it so hot today? I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Anxin, I really don't want to. I understand why you have to go back to school at this time. The woman in the white dress is Anxin. After she got out of the car, she was attracted by a tall figure opposite. The man turned his back to her and walked to a luxurious Lamborghini sports car, then opened the door and got in the car. At that moment, Anxin's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. It's him, the man who behaved intimately with Qiao Mianmian in the revolving restaurant. Even though she had never seen him from the front the last time she saw him, and she didn't know what he looked like, just by looking at his back, Anxin was sure that he was definitely the man from before. There are not many men who can impress others just by their back. But this man, she would never remember him wrongly. Anxin had already guessed that Qiao Mianmian's new man must be rich, but after seeing the Lamborghini worth tens of millions, she still couldn't calm down. Whether it is the globally limited Rolls-Royce last time or this Lamborghini this time, it shows that this man is not only rich, but also very powerful. His identity is absolutely prominent. She wrote down the license plate number last time, and when she went back, she asked someone to check it through her connections, but nothing was found. All information about this man is blank. The person she was looking for could not be found at all. It was said that the identity of the other party was unusual, and all the information was password protected. At that time, Anxin was already very uneasy. To what extent does one need to have a prominent status to achieve this level? What kind of big shot did she, Qiao Mianmian, fall in love with? As long as she thought that the other party might be much more powerful than Suze, she felt extremely uncomfortable. It was not easy for her to hook up with a man as good as Suze. She thought she would crush Qiao Mianmian in career and love, but this mysterious man suddenly appeared and she began to feel threatened. Seeing the man getting into the car and driving away soon, Anxin stepped forward and walked towards him. Anxin, where are you going? Behind her, her agent saw her walking towards a Lamborghini sports car. He was stunned and followed him in confusion. After Anxin walked over and saw that all the car windows were closed, she reached out and knocked on the window next to the driver's seat. Anxin, what are you doing? Do you know the people inside? Linda came over and saw her knocking on the car window and asked again in confusion. Anxin ignored her. The people in the car seemed to have no reaction. After she knocked on the car window, the dark window was still closed. Heko, sir. I am Qiao Mianmian's sister. Excuse me, do you know my sister? Qiao Anxin knocked on the car window a few more times without giving up. After a few seconds, the car window slowly lowered. When she saw the man sitting in the car, Qiao Anxin felt that her breathing stopped. The heartbeat also skipped a beat. The car was parked under the shade of a tree with the window only half open, but this did not prevent her from seeing the man in the car. The man was facing her sideways, and it was just a side profile. It could already be seen that the outline of his facial features was very deep and three-dimensional, and every line on his face seemed to be carved out. The bridge of his nose was very high and straight. His lips were thin and beautiful, and his appearance was far more handsome than she imagined. Not only is he not old, he is also very young, only about 25 years old by visual inspection. Qiao Anxin is in the entertainment industry, and there is no shortage of good-looking men around her. Suze is also one of the most handsome in appearance. She thinks that she has a certain immunity to good-looking men, but the man in the car made her heart beat instantly. Suze's handsomeness was not worth mentioning in front of him. This is a breathtakingly handsome man. I'm afraid that no woman can resist his charm after meeting him. She originally thought that the man Qiao Mianmian fell in love with, no matter how rich he was just an old and ugly old man, and there was no way he could compare with Suze. But now, looking at the handsome and noble man in the car, Qiao Anxin became deeply jealous. What she wanted to see was how down and out Qiao Mianmian lived after she and Suze broke up, making people laugh. However, who would have thought that that little witch would find someone so handsome and rich? If this man was richer and more powerful than Suze, how could she feel superior to Qiao Mianmian? Jealousy made her facial expression become a little distorted. She bit her lips and tried her best to endure the unhappiness in her heart. She squeezed out a sweet smile from the corner of her lips that she thought was the most beautiful. Sir, last time I was spinning in Lijiang, I saw you with my sister in the restaurant, so I just saw you and wanted to come over and say Heko. Sir, did I admit the wrong person? You know my sister, right? Inside the car, Mo Yesi raised his head and said with cold eyes, Are you Mianmian's sister? The man's face was unparalleledly handsome, cool and clear, which had a great visual impact on Qiao Anxin. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him in amazement. She always felt that Suze was good enough. She has always been proud of herself for being able to charm a man as good as Suze. Suze was young, handsome, and came from a well-known family. He was also obedient and gentle to her. He was simply a peerless good man that was hard to find even with a lantern. After knowing that she and Suze were officially dating, her good sisters envied her. They all say that she has a good life, and when she marries into the Su family, she will become a wealthy wife. Because of this, she has always had a strong sense of superiority. Originally, she thought she was already a winner in life, but at this moment, besides being jealous, she was still jealous. Crazy jealousy made her feel unwilling and resentful. She clenched her fists and said in a charming voice, Yes, sir, I didn't know you. Before she finished speaking, Mo Yesi interrupted her coldly. Mianmian didn't tell me that she has a younger sister. The smile on Qiao Anxin's lips froze. Is that little witch Qiao Mianmian so scheming? After finding such a good man, you still want to hide it from her and prevent her from knowing? Sir, I am really her sister. After a few seconds, Qiao Anxin regained her smile. She stretched out her hand to brush her hair, and there was a hint of teasing in her eyes. My name is Qiao Anxin. Nice to meet you. What do you call me, sir? Mo Yesi looked at this woman coquettishly in front of him coldly, feeling disgusted and disgusted. He has seen too many women with ulterior motives like Qiao Anxin. You can guess what she is thinking. If he didn't want to know what she was thinking, he wouldn't even look at such a woman. He endured the disgust in his heart and said coldly, I'm not interested in knowing your name. You don't deserve to know my name. If you came here to say these things to me, you can leave. The man's indifference and disgust were expressed without concealment. He only glanced at her, then looked away, never looking at her again. And that glance, which only lasted for a second, was full of deep disgust and alienation. Qiao Anxin's expression changed instantly. For a moment, the expression on his face was as ugly as possible. She thinks that she is still very popular among the opposite love. Ever since she was a child, any man she likes will eventually fall under her skirt. Even Su Zhe broke up with Qiao Mianmian because of her. She maintained her beauty, thinking that her active flirtation would definitely make Mo Yesi take the bait, thinking that he would be like those men in the past and could be easily swayed by her. Unexpectedly, not only did he not take the bait, he also showed that he disliked her extremely. This deeply shocked Anxin, who had never failed in flirting with men. There was a look of shame and anger on her face. "Sir, what you said is so ungentlemanly." "Gentlemanly?" Mo Yesi raised the corners of his lips mockingly. "You are not worthy of me treating you like this." After being disgraced again and again, Anxin became angry and angry even though she was interested in him in her heart. "Sir, are you some kind of big shot? Your tone is too arrogant." As soon as she finished speaking, Anxin felt a cold gaze fall on her. The man's eyes were extremely cold, without any warmth. When he looked at her, his eyes were cold and sharp, as if a sharp dagger with a cold glow was stabbing her. The coldness spread uncontrollably throughout her body, and Anxin trembled unexpectedly. Fear arose in her heart, and she did not dare to say another word under the man's oppressive gaze. Linda, who was standing behind her, was also in awe of Mo Yesi's aura and didn't dare to take a breath. Mo Yesi looked at the submissive-looking woman outside the car window, frowned, raised the window, and planned to leave. If this woman was not Xiao Mianmian's sister, he would not waste this time on her. "Sir, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. It's about my sister." Seeing that he was about to leave, Anxin said hurriedly, "I don't know how long you and my sister have known each other, but she and her fiancé just broke up a few days ago. You don't mind at all that she is with you again so soon. My sister loves her fiancé very much. They have known each other for 10 years, and their relationship is not comparable to that of ordinary people. My sister just broke up with him, so she will definitely not forget him. But she is with you under such circumstances, so aren't you worried that she has other motives? Sister, she seems to have encountered some difficulties recently, and she is particularly nervous financially. She and I had a quarrel some time ago due to a small misunderstanding, and until now, she is still angry. She won't answer my phone calls, so even if I want to help her, but there is nothing I can do. I'm really worried that my sister will do something irrational in a hurry." Qiao's tone sounded worried about Qiao Mianmian's words both inside and outside her words. However, anyone with a little bit of care can hear that there are other meanings in her words. Another meaning is that Qiao Mianmian is very short of money now. When she is short of money, she is willing to do anything for money. For example, find a rich man and be his lover. Everything she did was just for money. Any man would feel uncomfortable if he heard such words. After all, no man would like a woman who only cares about their money. Even if this is a fact, they are not willing to face it directly. This will attack a man's self-esteem and pride. After Anxin finished speaking, she thought the man in the car would be angry. Unexpectedly, the man turned cold and looked at her with eyes as hard as ice. He spoke in a voice so cold that it made people tremble. "Are you done?" Anxin was stunned, with a look of surprise on her face. "I didn't expect that he would react like this." "Sir, shut up," Mo Yesi said with cold eyes. "No matter what kind of person she is the woman I like. Even if she really has a purpose in approaching me, just for my money, I will still spend money for her willingly. Money. A disgusting woman like you is not worthy of being her sister. If I hear you say something bad about her again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, the car window was completely closed, and the next second, the Lamborghini drove out in front of Anxin. Soon, the speeding sports car disappeared around the corner of the tree-lined path. Anxin stood there, his face livid, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. She bit her lips tightly, and the nails that were dug into her palms were broken one by one due to too much force, and her soft and delicate facial features became ferocious. Darn it! Was that man knocked down by Qiao Mianmian? He actually defended her like that. What's more, even if you were being used, you were willing to do so. Is he crazy? It was the first time that Anxin met a man who didn't care about her at all. From the beginning to the end, the man never looked at her. Moreover, he said she was unappetizing. This was definitely a big blow to her, who had been popular and sought after by the opposite love since she was a child and had never been left out by any man. An Anxin? Who was that man? It wasn't until the Lamborghini completely disappeared that Linda seemed to have come back to her senses and murmured. But her heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. The man in the car was definitely the most outstanding-looking man she had ever seen in her long career. That kind of appearance and temperament are unparalleled in the entire entertainment industry. But that man is obviously not from the entertainment industry. No matter how big a celebrity is, he has such a temperament and aura. Anxin was furious and said with a livid face, "I also want to know who he is. How noble and prominent a person is that he can be so crazy. But if he was really a big shot, how could Xiao Mianmian hook up with him? How did she hook up with him?" Anxin was frustrated for the first time by a man, and it was a man who made her fall in love. This made her very unwilling and unconvinced. How could Anxin not be able to handle a man that Xiao Mianmian could handle? Since she could snatch Suze away from Xiao Mianmian, she could also snatch that handsome and noble man away from her. Although the man's coldness and alienation shocked her, it also aroused her inner desire to conquer. Men with good conditions are not so easy to get. What's more, the man's condition doesn't look very good. Even if there is a bit of arrogance, it is normal. The more arrogant and difficult to tease him, the more she wants to get him. She didn't believe it, and there was a man she, Anxin, couldn't charm. Sister Zhao. Anxin was jealous of Xiao Mianmian in her heart, so naturally she didn't want to make things easier for her. She turned around and said to Linda, "Have you found a substitute for my next play?" "Not yet." Linda was a little confused. Why did she ask about this matter? But she still replied, "But wasn't your previous substitute very good? If nothing else, she will be used in the next part." Bar. An Anxin, why do you care about your substitute? She had never cared about such a trivial matter before. Anxin squinted her eyes a little cold. "My sister hasn't had any work recently, so let her do this job." "Your sister?" Linda frowned when she thought of Xiao Mianmian's face and said with disapproval, "She doesn't look like you, so it wouldn't be appropriate to use her as a substitute. Besides, what about your sister? Once the appearance condition is revealed, I'm worried." As a celebrity agent, Linda knew very well that Xiao Mianmian's face was destined for the entertainment industry. Her beauty is rare in the entertainment industry. The reason why it hasn't become popular yet is because I am too arrogant and aloof and unwilling to accept unspoken rules. Otherwise, so many investors covet her. As long as she is willing to take the plunge, why not worry about not having the resources to become popular? Linda felt that Xiao Mianmian was like a time bomb, too dangerous. This time bomb must not be placed next to them. Anxin snorted disapprovingly. "Then don't let her show her face." "Sister Zhao, what are you afraid of? She doesn't even have a contract company now, so what is there to be afraid of? This matter has been settled. You give it to the crew, tell the people, and ask them to inform her." Okay. Although Linda is Anxin's manager, in fact, she still has to listen to Anxin on many things. From another level of relationship, Anxin is equivalent to her boss's wife. The agency that Anxin is currently signed by is Xinghue Entertainment, under the name of Su. Xinghue favors her and gives almost all the best resources to her alone. Linda also felt that she was worrying too much. In terms of Anxin's current resources, few artists can match it. Even if Xiao Mianmian really has a chance to develop, can he still be more popular than her? No matter how beautiful you are, if you don't have enough resources, it's impossible to become popular. As soon as Xiao Mianmian returned to the dormitory, Zhang Luoli pulled her aside to whisper. Zhang Luoli looked very excited, his eyes full of gossip. "Mianmian, the male god is here to see you again? I heard that Shan Yue and Zhao Wanning were expelled from school, and that Du Zhe's company went bankrupt overnight. Is this all done by male gods?" Xiao Mianmian looked at her best friend a little helplessly. Ever since Zhang Luoli met Imo Yesi, she claimed that Imo Yesi had become her new male god. Among all the male gods she has fanned, she ranks N0.1. The day before, her male idol was Tu Ile, a popular young man. This is a quick change, and the speed is too fast. Well, he did it. Xiao Mianmian had a good relationship with Zhang Luoli, so he had nothing to hide from her. Wow. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Luoli holding his heart with a look of infatuation and sighing, "My male idol is too awesome. He looks like an absolute domineering president. Whoever you say is cool will be the one to blame. It's so cool. Xin Yue and her godbrother are completely stupid now. This ending is really satisfying." Xiao Mianmian. Just as she was about to say something, she heard her phone ding. It was Mo Yesi who sent the text message. Mo Yesi. "I asked Wei Zheng to book a hotel, and Uncle Li will pick you up and pick up your roommates in the evening. Tell them to order whatever they want, and I'll treat them." Xiao Mianmian looked at this text message and was stunned for a few seconds before replying. "Do you want to treat my roommate to dinner?" Mo Yesi. "Don't you girls all have this rule?" Xiao Mianmian. "What rules?" Mo Yesi. "Whoever has a date first will treat a few other people in the dormitory to a meal. Isn't your dormitory like this?" Xiao Mianmian. How do you know that we girls have such rules?" Mo Yesi. "Baby, I was young too." This reply made Xiao Mianmian almost laugh out loud. His tone made him seem very old, but in fact he was only 25 years old. At this age, many people are still in graduate school. Mo Yesi was so thoughtful and even considered this kind of thing for her. I have to say that Xiao Mianmian was a little surprised, also a little touched. They say that if a man cares about you, he will also care about the people around you. Mo Yesi did this very well. Whether it was Qiao Chun or her friends, he showed enough respect and care. When it comes to eating, there is no rule in their dormitory that anyone who has a boyfriend must invite others to eat. But since he has made arrangements, she will not brush off his kindness. "Baby, who are you talking to? Is it my male idol?" Jiang Luoli leaned his head over. Xiao Mianmian locked her phone and said with a smile, "Well, your boyfriend said he wants to invite you to dinner. Will you go?" "Go. Definitely go." Jiang Luoli agreed immediately. "Is the male god going to invite us to a very high-end place? Do we need to wear formal clothes then?" "Ah, I suddenly feel so nervous. I'm so worried. Baby, I'm so afraid that if I don't behave well then I'll lose you." Xiao Mianmian glared at her. "Live treasure." She turned around and said to the other two girls in the dormitory, "Let's go out to dinner tonight. I'll treat you." The other two roommates didn't have a good relationship with Xiao Mianmian, but they weren't bad either. Normally, everyone gets along relatively harmoniously. So Xiao Mianmian said she wanted to treat her to dinner, and the two of them didn't refuse, nodding and saying, "Okay." After making an appointment, Xiao Mianmian sent a text message to Mo Yesi and finalized the specific time with him. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Uncle Li arrived at the school on time and parked his car downstairs in the girls' dormitory to wait. The luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the path below the dormitory is very eye-catching. Xiao Mianmian and her group arrived downstairs. Uncle Li walked up to her, bowed deeply, and called respectfully, "Miss Qiao." Xiao Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief at the title of Uncle Li. She was really afraid that Uncle Li would call out, "Young madam?" It seemed that Mo Yesi had greeted him in advance. After Uncle Li greeted Xiao Mianmian, he turned around, nodded slightly towards Jiang Luoli and his group and said, "Good evening, ladies. Thank you for attending tonight's dinner. Mr. Mo said that you are Miss Qiao's friends." That is, his friend. "He is very grateful for your care and concern for Miss Qiao, so he will treat you to a dinner in the banquet hall tonight to express his gratitude. He is busy with business, so he may not be able to come tonight. To express his apology, he has prepared a small gift for each lady. You will like it if you like it." After saying that, Uncle Li bent down and got into the car, and then took out a few bags from inside. When Uncle Li handed the bag to everyone present except Xiao Mianmian looked shocked. Naturally, these gifts were not prepared by Mo Yesi himself. Except for Xiao Mianmian, it was impossible for him to spend any thought on other women. He asked one of Mo's female secretaries to buy gifts. The gifts in everyone's hands were the same, a set of luxury brand skincare products worth tens of thousands. This is undoubtedly a very expensive gift for the other people who are still students and whose families are not particularly wealthy. They cannot afford such big-name skincare products themselves. Jiang Luoli took the gift, lowered his head to look at it, and immediately said with a smile, "Oh my God, my boyfriend is always generous with his purchases. I have been coveting this set of skincare products for a long time, and I have been reluctant to buy them. My boyfriend and I are so in tune with each other. Well, How do you know I want this brand of skincare products? Baby, did you tell the male god? Qiao Mianmian spread her hands. I didn't say anything to him. She didn't even know that Imo Yesi could be so considerate and even prepared a gift for her roommate. I have to say that his behavior made Qiao Mianmian feel very proud. The male god knows us women too well. Zhang Luoli couldn't wait to take out a bottle of perfume from it. After opening it, he sprayed some on his body and said with an intoxicated look, I also like the smell of this perfume very much. Mianmian, tell the male god that we like the gift he sent very much and thank him for taking the trouble. Qiao Mianmian. She felt that Imo Yesi definitely didn't choose these gifts himself. He is not interested in women at all. How can he possibly understand what women like and don't like? However, he did not choose the gift, and he must have given the money. So it is correct to say that it was a gift from him. The other two roommates took the bags containing skincare products and stared at them blankly for a few seconds, but they didn't appear as happy as Zhang Luoli. Until now, there is still something they don't understand. It turns out that the rich and handsome boyfriend Qiao Mianmian just dated is treating her to dinner tonight. The place to eat was in the Yanting. Although they had never been there, they had heard of this place. Yanting is a very high-end private club. All the people who come in and out of this club are powerful people. To go to the banquet hall to eat, it is not enough just to have money. You must also be a person with a certain status to eat there. Qiao Mianmian's boyfriend invited them to dinner in a place like this. One can imagine that his status must be extraordinary. Looking at the luxury car next to them worth tens of millions, and then looking at the expensive gift in their hands, the expressions on their faces were a bit complicated. No matter what the expression is, after all, there is not much happiness in it. Although they were envious of Qiao Mianmian when she first dated Su Zhe, they were not jealous. But at this moment, thinking of that handsome, noble, and domineering man, they couldn't help but feel a little sour in their hearts. They have to go to great lengths to find a man with better conditions. But Qiao Mianmian can easily find all kinds of high-quality men. To say that I am not envious or jealous is all lies. Both of them felt that Qiao Mianmian was actually showing off her new boyfriend when she said she was inviting them to dinner. Otherwise, why would you treat me to a meal in a place like the banquet? Also prepare some so-called gifts for them. Didn't she just want to show them how rich her boyfriend was? Thinking of this, the two of them felt even more uncomfortable. Qiao Mianmian noticed that the two people's expressions were different. She was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, Xiao, Yue, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Zhang Yue came to her senses, smiled while holding the bag, and said politely, Mianmian, thank you for your boyfriend's gift. This is the first time I have received such an expensive gift, this brand of skincare products. I like it too. Yes, your boyfriend is so generous. This set of skincare products costs tens of thousands. You have to thank him for us, Bai Xiao also said with a smile. The two of them looked normal again, and there was no abnormality on their faces. Qiao Mianmian didn't think much about it and said with a smile, as long as you like it. Let's get in the car quickly and go there for dinner early so that we can come back early. Arrive at the banquet court. As soon as Bai Xiao and the others got off the bus, they saw several people standing at the door. One of them seemed to be a person in charge of the club. When he saw them, he stepped forward and greeted them respectfully. Miss Qiao, good evening to all the ladies. Mr. Mo asked me to come out to receive you. Please follow me. Watch your step. Everyone knows that the boss behind Yanting is a very powerful man. So much so that the employees who work in Yanting are full of arrogance. People who come here to eat often have to give the employees some face. But now, those arrogant employees are respectful to them and have a very good attitude. The reasons are clear to everyone. It must be because of Qiao Mianmian's rich and handsome boyfriend. Being treated with such respect, Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue not only did not feel happy, but the sour feeling in their hearts became even stronger. The boyfriend Qiao Mianmian now seems to be richer and more powerful than Su Zhe. Only Zhang Luoli seemed particularly excited. He looked around, pulled Qiao Mianmian and whispered, Mianmian, have you been here before? This place is indeed very high-end, just like the palace. It's my first time here too. Qiao Mianmian was also looking at her quietly. The Yanting place has the same style as the place where Imo Yesi took her to eat last time, but it is many times larger than the previous place. and the interior decoration style is more grand and luxurious, really like a palace. Once again, she felt that Mo Yesi really cared about her. He offered to treat her roommate to dinner, and the place where he ate was so high-end, it could be said that it was a great honor for her. Baby, I really benefited from you. Zhang Luoli sighed. Otherwise, I would never be able to come to this kind of place in my life. I was worried that you would find a new boyfriend so soon. I won't be too impulsive. I feel more at ease now. Qiao Mianmian, why are you so relieved? Zhang Luoli glanced at her. My boyfriend is handsome and rich, and he still values you so much. It shows that he really likes you. From now on, you should be with him. As for that scumbag Su Zhe, he is indeed not a good person. You should forget about him as soon as possible. Zhang Luoli was still a little angry when he talked about this. Originally, when she asked Su Zhe for help yesterday, she thought Su Zhe had some conscience. But now, she wanted to take back her previous thoughts. Su Zhe is an out-and-out scumbag. If her boyfriend hadn't appeared in time yesterday, I wouldn't have dared to imagine the consequences. Thinking of this, she angrily took out her mobile phone, found Su Zhe's mobile phone number, and sent him a text message. Scumbag, you are not worthy of Mianmian. We Mianmian now have a perfect flower protector who is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times better than you. Soon, she will forget all about you. Just hold on to your jerk for 3 days and a long time. There will be a day when you regret it. After sending the text message, she blocked Su Zhe's mobile phone number. In a private room in the banquet hall, Su Zhe is having dinner with a client. After receiving the text message, he opened his phone and looked at it, and then his expression changed. Opposite, the boss of a company who was negotiating a contract with him saw his face suddenly darken, and his expression also changed, thinking that he was dissatisfied with the proposal just now. Su always feels that the conditions I just proposed are not to your liking? Are you dissatisfied? There was a hint of dissatisfaction on the partner's face. He has given in 3 times. If it continues, what else will he earn? If Su, the newly appointed CEO, is still dissatisfied, then it's okay not to discuss the business. As soon as Su Zhe raised his head, he saw the slightly dissatisfied look on his partner's face. He was stunned for a moment and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Zhang misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I have no dissatisfaction with the condition you just proposed. Mr. Zhang's expression softened slightly. He raised his glass and said with a smile, since Mr. Su has no objection, then it's settled. Su Zhe put aside the unhappiness in his heart for the time being and raised his glass with a smile. Okay, Mr. Zhang, let me wish us a happy cooperation with this glass of wine. In the box opposite Su Zhe, the waiter brought the menu, handed it to Qiao Mianmian, and said respectfully, Miss Qiao, please order. Qiao Mianmian looked at Zhang Luoli and Zhang Yue beside her. You order first, I'll take a look later. When she invites others to dinner, of course she lets them order first. Zhang Luoli was not polite. He took the menu and said with a smile, Okay, let's order first. Let me see what's good here. The last few words came to an abrupt end after I opened the menu and saw the prices inside. I'll wipe it. Zhang Luoli looked frightened. His eyes widened, and he immediately closed the menu again. Then he poked Qiao Mianmian's arm and lowered his voice and said, Mianmian, the food here is too expensive. It's sky high. I don't even dare to order. Please collect, recommend, and give 5-star praise. Qiao Mianmian took the menu and looked at it, and then she was also frightened. The food at this club was much more expensive than the one Mo Yesi took her to at noon. No wonder Zhang Luoli was frightened. She was scared too. Okay? A plate of vegetarian dishes costs thousands? Did the dishes here grow up with mineral water, music, and perfume every day? Will eating it make me whiter, thinner, and more beautiful? Otherwise, why is it so expensive? Zhang Yue looked at the two of them, with a smile on her lips, and said with a smile, The consumption here is indeed too high. Mianmian, why don't we find another restaurant? You're already here, where can I change places? Although Qiao Mianmian thought this place was very expensive, it was impossible to change places at this time. Anyway, she still has a black card given by Mo Yesi. Every month, you can have an overdraft of 1 million. No matter how expensive and high the consumption here is, one meal will not cost millions. Thinking of this, Qiao Mianmian picked up the menu again and handed it to Zhang Yue. Don't worry, he said before coming here. Let us order whatever we want. Don't care about the price. Just order whatever you want. I have money to pay for it, she said, taking out the black card from her bag. When she took out the black card that symbolized her identity, Zhang Yue and Bai Xiao looked straight at her, and the expressions on their faces couldn't help but change. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Xiao said as if he was joking, Mian, your boyfriend gave you this card. Is there a lot of money in it? When he gave you the card, did he make you want to buy something? Just buy whatever you want? Yes. Qiao Mianmian recalled what Yesi said at that time and nodded. That's what he said. Bai Xiao's expression changed again. She bit her lip and suddenly felt uncomfortable. She felt that Qiao Mianmian was showing off. Yes, really? She bit her lip, turned to look at Zhang Yue, and winked at her. In that case, you're welcome. Yue, let's order. After a while, when the waiter brought plate after plate of dishes to the table, even though Zhang Luoli was such a lively person, the smile on his face was a bit unbearable. There are only 4 of them, but Zhang Yue and Bai Xiao actually ordered 10 dishes. Moreover, there is only 1 vegetarian dish. Others are all seafood and other big dishes. There is a dish. Zhang Luoli just checked the price. It costs more than 50,000 yuan. Qiao Mianmian was also surprised when she looked at the table full of dishes. She turned her head and glanced at Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with these 2 people today. She is not stingy either. It's not that I'm reluctant to treat him to this meal. However, what Zhang Yue and Bai Xiao did was completely inconsistent with normal circumstances. Knowing that the 4 girls didn't have big appetites, they ordered more than 10 dishes. Moreover, except for the vegetarian dish, the other dishes start at least tens of thousands. No matter how dull Qiao Mianmian was, she noticed something now. Xiao, Yue, did we order too much? Zhang Luoli took a deep breath, pointed at the dishes on the table and said, there are only 4 of us. How can we finish so much? These dishes, they're all expensive. If you can't finish them, isn't it a waste? Did these 2 people take Qiao Mianmian for granted? I have never found them to be such damaging people. Zhang Yue still looked tepid. I thought that in such an expensive place, the portions of the dishes would be small, so I ordered these. Now it seems that it is a bit too much. What should I do? The extra can be refunded. Drop it. Zhang Luoli. In ordinary small restaurants, cooked dishes cannot be returned. Not to mention a place like this. She is now more certain that Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue did it on purpose. However, she didn't understand what they were thinking. Qiao Mianmian didn't offend them in any way, and they had never had any problems with each other before. Why did it suddenly? Yes, the portions of dishes in such high-end places are usually very small. We were also worried that everyone would not be full, so we ordered these dishes. Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue are obviously on the same side. Besides, didn't Mianmian just say that we should order whatever we want? She said this herself, and we didn't force her. If you don't like what we ordered and are worried that you won't be able to pay for the meal later, don't make excuses. Fatty. This sentence is a bit excessive. Zhang Luoli frowned. Bai Xiao, why are you talking like this? Mianmian invited us to dinner with good intentions. Has she done something wrong? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Qiao Mianmian was afraid that a quarrel would start and everyone would be unhappy, so she reached out and pulled off Zhang Luoli's arm, winked at her and said, Luo, stop talking. I said please. When everyone goes out to eat, I hope everyone is happy and doesn't make a fuss over a meal. It's okay if you can't finish all these dishes. We can pack them back for dinner later. Zhang Luoli curled his lips and said, I just think you have good intentions and invite people to dinner, but they may not accept the favor. Ha! Bai Xiao placed the cup in his hand heavily on the table with a bang sound. She turned her head to look at Zhang Luoli and sneered. Zhang Luoli, what do you mean? Zhang Yue also frowned and said in a low tone, no one is short of this meal, Zhang Luoli. You don't need to say that we have eaten this meal as if we have received a huge favor. If you think we deliberately took the opportunity to take advantage, and this meal is the best for everyone. Zhang Yue didn't really mean AA when she said this. It was only because I knew Qiao Mianmian and knew that she would never let them AA that I said this. If she really wants AA, how can she afford it? Bai Xiao didn't know what she was thinking. He became anxious when he heard this. Why do you want AA? It was Qiao Mianmian who said she wanted to treat us to dinner. She also picked the place. How can we be AA in such an expensive place? I can afford it. Anyway, it's impossible for me to be AA. Bai Xiao was afraid that he would really ask for AA, so he immediately said that he had no money. Are you kidding me? She would never have the money to give AA. When she ordered the dishes just now, she saw clearly the prices of those dishes. Visually, it would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan to eat the entire table. You guys, how could you do this? Zhang Luoli was furious. What do you mean? No one is short of this meal. Mianmian is kind-hearted. But this is how you treat her? Zhang Yue Bai Xiao, you are saying these things, that's too much. The atmosphere at the dinner table has become extremely tense. At this time, Zhang Yue and Bai Xiao also realized that what they said was a bit excessive. However, the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. The two of them thought that they had already offended someone anyway, so they simply didn't bother to maintain the superficial friendship. Bai Xiao then turned cold and said to Qiao Mianmian, for today's meal, you know whether you just want to treat us in the same dormitory to a meal, or whether you have other purposes. Since everyone is making such a fuss, there is no need to eat this meal. Zhang Yue stood up and said in a cold voice, Qiao Mianmian, Bai Xiao is right. We are not short of this meal. Today, they sent us a luxury car to pick us up, sent us luxury brand skincare products, and even arranged a place to eat in the banquet hall. Is it really just to treat us to a meal? Qiao Mianmian remained silent. It wasn't until he heard these words that he raised his eyes and looked at the two of them expressionlessly. There was no warmth in her eyes, there was no smile on her face, and her attitude was different from before. Oh, really? Then what do you think? Why am I treating you to this meal today? Zhang Yue met her cold gaze and was stunned. His brows furrowed even more tightly, and his voice became colder. She sneered and said, do you have to let us say it? Don't you just want to show off to us your Qiao Mianmian charm? How old are you? Are all the men you date rich and handsome? Look, what if Suze breaks up with you? You can find a better one right away. Are you very proud of yourself? Do you feel that you are infinitely charming? All the high-quality men in the world can do whatever you want with you. Pick. When you give us some small favors, do you want us to flatter you and support you? Or do you want us to envy you for finding a handsome and rich boyfriend who is so generous to you? That's right. Bai Xiaoye sneered coldly, you make it so high profile, for fear that others won't know that you have found a rich man. No matter how good or outstanding the man you find is, what does it have to do with us? There are so many rich men in the world. Who wants to envy you? The words between the two of you are as bitter as you want them to be. Without any hindrance, he exposed his truest thoughts. Qiao Mianmian was surprised at first, and then saw the undisguised jealousy in their eyes. After understanding, she only felt ironic and sad. We shared the same dormitory for 3 years. Even if the relationship is not particularly good, we usually get along well with each other. She didn't expect that Mo Yesi's appearance would break the harmony and friendship that had been maintained in their dormitory for 3 years. He only showed up twice at school to make her roommates so hostile to her. They say women are a disaster. At this moment, Qiao Mianmian wanted to say that men like Mo Yesi were also a disaster. Okay? You guys have gone too far. Zhang Luoli's face was full of disbelief, and his face turned black with anger. How could you maliciously speculate on Mianmian like this? She is not the kind of person you said at all. She is looking for what's wrong with a rich and handsome boyfriend. If you're not convinced, you can go find one. Does this touch your heart? If you think she's showing off her superiority, that's because you're jealous. Mianmian, have you seen that? You treat people as friends, but they don't think so in their hearts. The relationship between Zhang Luoli and Qiao Mianmian is as good as that of biological sisters. When she heard them talking about Qiao Mianmian like that, it was like she was being talked about, and she was naturally furious. At this moment, she deeply felt how terrible a woman's jealousy was. Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue usually look like they are peacefully enjoying their time. Who would have thought that their jealousy would be so strong? Zhang Luoli, you are so weird. Bai Xiao mocked. You like to lick her, but we are different from you. You sisters have been in love for so many years, and each of the boyfriends she has found are better than the last. Have you introduced any good resources to you? You should be more careful. I'm not sure whether people regard you as friends. You guys. Zhang Luoli was so angry that he was trembling all over. Have you said enough? When the two attacked her, although Qiao Mianmian was angry, she was not angry. But when she heard that they actually attacked Zhang Luoli, her face instantly darkened, and her cold tone no longer contained the slightest politeness, and she said coldly, "Since you don't want to treat me as a friend, then everyone should stop being friends. Yes, I'm treating you to this meal, so I won't let you eat it. But I'm treating you to a friend. Since you have nothing to do with me, just leave here." After saying that, Qiao Mianmian called the waiter. "Miss Qiao, do you need anything? Please tell me." Before Qiao Mianmian and the others came over, the manager of the club received a notice that a distinguished guest was coming and they must be entertained well. Therefore, the attitude of the waiter is extremely respectful. "Yes," Qiao Mianmian pointed at Bai Xiao and Zhang Yue. "Please take these two ladies out. Otherwise, I'm afraid they can't find their way out of the banquet hall, and it will be bad if they get lost soon." The waiter was stunned for a moment. "I saw a few people who seemed to be on good terms with each other just now. Why now?" However, he was stunned for a second, and soon returned to normal, smiling and saying, "Okay, please don't worry, Miss Qiao. I will send your friend out right away." "No, you said it wrong. Miss Qiao." Qiao Mianmian corrected her seriously, "They are not my friends. We just know each other, and our relationship is not good." Qiao Mianmian, Bai Xiao, and Zhang Yue were humiliated in public, and their faces turned green with anger. They gritted their teeth and said angrily, "Don't bully me too much. Why do you drive us away? Do you open this store? We can leave if we want to. You can stay if you want, you can't control it." "Excuse me, ladies." The waiter finally noticed that these little girls seemed to be having a conflict. He didn't want to understand what the conflict was. Anyway, he only knew that this Miss Qiao was a distinguished guest that they could not offend. As for other people, they have nothing to do with it. Not just anyone can come into our club. Before coming, everyone needs to make an appointment in advance to confirm their identity. If it weren't for Miss Qiao who brought you here, you wouldn't be able to enter here. Now, since Miss Qiao said that you are not her friends, then please leave here immediately." The waiter's words made Zhang Yue and Bai Xiao look extremely ugly. "Qiao Mianmian, you." Bai Xiao gritted his teeth. "You actually humiliated us like this." Qiao Mianmian looked at her with cold eyes. "It's not me who humiliates you. It's you. Xiao Xiao, let's go." Zhang Yue knew that staying here would only make her more embarrassed. She looked at Qiao Mianmian with cold eyes. "I will definitely pay back the humiliation I received here today. Thank you for this meal. Let me see your true face clearly. No wonder Shen Yue hates you so much. It turns out that you are not innocent at all." After saying that, she stood up and left. "Qiao Mianmian, just wait." Bai Xiao also stood up angrily. "You bully your classmates like this. We will definitely expose your bad behavior and let everyone know how disgusting you are."